立法會
The President. Questions. Question 1. Dr. Johnny Ng. President. It has been reported that before the presentation of the new budget last month, due to a widespread rumor in the community about the government's upcoming increase of tobacco duty, some sellers of duty-not-paid cigarettes, commonly known as illicit cigarettes, took the opportunity to step up sale promotion efforts, including distributing flyers to residents in public housing estates and widely sending messages to their customers in order to remind them to buy cigarettes as early as possible. Regarding tobacco control measures, will the government inform this council? 1. As it is learned that the situation of selling cheap cigarettes with duty not paid, commonly known as cheap whites, in the market has worsened in the wake of the proposal to increase tobacco duty put forward in the budget presented last February, of the number of law enforcement actions, including decoy operations taken by the authorities, and the number of illicit cigarettes and cheap whites seized, with a breakdown by month. 2. As the government indicated in a reply to a question raised by a member of this council on the 31st of May last year, that it would consider the printing of a QR code tag on each stick of duty-paid cigarette or each relevant cigarette pack for identification purpose of the latest progress of the relevant work, whether it would strengthen the role of law enforcement work of the Tobacco and Alcohol Control Office of the DOH in respect of combating illicit cigarettes. And 3. As there are views that increasing tobacco duty may not be an effective tobacco control measure and will on the contrary encourage the sale of illicit cigarettes and cheap whites, and the government completed a public consultation on the tobacco control strategies of vibrant, healthy, and tobacco-free Hong Kong on the 30th of September last year of the latest progress of the relevant follow-up work. Secretary for Health. Thank you, President. Regarding the question raised by Dr. Johnny Ng, having consulted the FSTB and the Customs and Excise Department, CNED, our consolidated reply is set out below. The government's tobacco control policy seeks to discourage smoking, contain the proliferation of tobacco use, and minimize the impact of second-hand smoke on the public. Since the early 1980s, the government has progressively stepped up tobacco control through a multi-pronged approach, including legislation, enforcement, taxation, education, and smoking cessation, which has dropped from 23.3% in 1982 to 9.5% in 2021, making Hong Kong a forerunner of tobacco control in the world. The government has made reference to the World Health Organization (WHO's) target on tobacco control and aims to reduce smoking prevalence to 7.8% by 2025. Hong Kong is facing a double blow brought about by an aging population and a rising number of chronic disease patients, while smoking is the most important and preventable risk factor leading to chronic diseases and deaths. There are still some 580,000 people in Hong Kong who are daily smokers of traditional cigarettes, and a considerable portion of them belong to the lower income group in society, which is the group that can least afford the health and economic damage brought about by smoking. Smoking will only continue to exacerbate the health and economic disparity between the rich and the poor, and the whole society and the healthcare system will have to pay a heavy price for smoking-related diseases. That is to foot the bill. Preliminary data from a local study conducted in 2021 reveal that the economic loss resulting from tobacco-induced health problems was estimated to be about 8.2 billion Hong Kong dollars every year. There is a genuine need to put in place more stringent measures to minimize the harmful effects of tobacco on society. To further reduce smoking prevalence, the government conducted a vibrant, healthy, smoke-free Hong Kong public consultation on tobacco control strategies last year. The Health Bureau is exploring the implementation of tobacco control measures by phases and plans to give an account of the next step of work in due course. The preliminary results of the consultation show that over 90% of the respondents support further reducing smoking prevalence in Hong Kong. Many of the tobacco control measures proposed are widely supported by the public, including increase in tobacco duty. In fact, as supported by empirical evidence, increasing the tobacco duty is recognized globally as the most effective means of reducing tobacco use. The WHO points out that every 10% increase in tobacco price will reduce the overall tobacco consumption by 4% in high-income countries. Raising the overall retail price of tobacco and increasing the incentives for smokers, not least low-income smokers, to quit smoking is an important tool in narrowing the wealth gap between the rich and the poor caused by tobacco use. The government proposes in the budget this year to increase the duty on cigarettes by 80 cents per stick. Later today, we will introduce the Dutiable Commodities Amendment Bill 2024 into the Legislative Council for first and second reading. I'd like to take this opportunity to encourage smokers to quit smoking as soon as possible by calling the Integrated Smoking Cessation Hotline of the DOH at 1-833-183. There are suggestions that the illicit cigarettes market will become more active following the increase in tobacco duty. I'd like to emphasize that studies conducted by the WHO and the World Bank have already pointed out that tobacco duty and the prices of tobacco products have limited impact on illicit cigarette market share at country level. The government spares no effort in combating illicit cigarettes. The CNED is the primary enforcement agency responsible for the suppression of smuggling activities, including collecting and protecting revenue from dutiable commodities, stipulated in the Dutiable Commodities Ordinance Cap 109. TACO, the Tobacco and Alcohol Control Office of the DOH, is the primary enforcement agency under the Smoking Public Health Ordinance Cap 371. At the same time, it is also charged with the responsibility of promoting a smoke-free culture and coordinating the smoking cessation services and so on. At present, the CNED is mainly responsible for combating illicit cigarettes. The CNED is closely monitoring the activities of illicit cigarette and has strengthened the intelligence exchange and collection with the mainland and overseas law enforcement agencies and investigated the sale of cigarettes at abnormal prices. CNED will take enforcement action against selling duty-not-paid cigarettes, whether or not they are regarded as cheap whites. The quantity and market values of illicit cigarettes seized by the CNED from 2023 to February 2024 are set out at Annex. The amount of illicit cigarettes seized mainly reflects the effectiveness of CNED's enhanced enforcement strategy and efforts, and does not represent an increase in the quantity of illicit cigarettes entering the market. The number of duty-paid cigarettes in Hong Kong before and after COVID is also broadly in line with the trend of the overall number of smokers, reflecting no rampant illicit cigarette trading activities as alleged by individuals. We are actively exploring with CNED feasibility of implementing a duty-paid labeling system, that is, adding a duty-paid label specified by CNED on each pack or piece of duty-paid tobacco products to clearly distinguish between duty-paid and duty-not-paid cigarettes. The CNED will also continue to flexibly deploy its internal resources, strengthen its risk assessment and intelligence analysis, and combat illicit cigarette activities under a holistic enforcement strategy, that is, intercepting smuggling in the upper stream, smashing storehouses in the middle, and tackling selling activities in the lower end. On the other hand, the regulation of smoking products is mainly enforced by TACO. The Smoking Public Health Ordinance Cap 371 stipulates that no person shall display or cause to be displayed or publish or distribute for the purpose of display any kind of smoking products advertisements. To combat the distribution of smoking product advertisements, also referred to as tobacco flyer. TACO has established a cooperation mechanism with Hong Kong Police Force, the CNED, and the Housing Department since January this year, and has been conducting joint operations in public housing estates in various districts. Since 2021, TACO has prosecuted 12 offenders for distributing smoking product leaflets. The DH will also continue to take enforcement action against activities in contravention of the Smoking Public Health Ordinance. Thank you, President. Dr. Johnny Ng. Thank you, President. I support increasing tobacco duty and stepping up efforts in tobacco control. Sellers distribute flyers in public housing estates. This is getting more serious. Since 2021, a total of 12 people have been prosecuted for distributing flyers, and I believe this is only the tip of the iceberg. There are also online and offline advertisements. These are illegal. There is also trial in convenience stores. Will the administration increase the tobacco duty as suggested by the WHO to 75%? Will the administration also enhance deterrence in order to better control tobacco consumption in Hong Kong, targeting cheap whites? Thank you, Dr. Johnny Ng. Thank you for your support for our measures. On tobacco control, the main role of TACO is to enforce Cap 371, that is Smoking Public Health Ordinance, including the banning of promotion of tobacco products. Some 5% of the complaints are related to advertisements. Starting from January this year, TACO has joined hands with the Housing Department, CNED, and the Police Force to conduct joint operations in public housing estates. The younger offender is only 14 years old. They distributed flyers to promote tobacco products. The 14-year-old child has been prosecuted, and I appeal to child in the community not to fall into the hands of these offenders. Apart from these joint operations, the administration also worked hard on combating websites selling illicit cigarettes. Every month, some 50 websites could be removed, but there is difficulty in enforcement. When some citizens hold the leaflets or flyers, they can be prosecuted. They are just in possession of the flyers instead of distributing these flyers. When it comes to overseas websites, TACO also has difficulty eradicating these websites or taking enforcement actions. However, we will step up enforcement efforts and collaborations with different departments in order to step up publicity. Mr. Peter Schill. Thank you, President. Just now I heard from the Undersecretary that illicit cigarette problem is not serious. In the table, you only provided data between 2023 and 2024, but other data show that in 2019, the CNED only seized cigarettes worth $500 million. In 2023, the figure increased to $2.2 billion. The increase is fourfold. I don't understand why the administration said that the situation is not serious. Regarding the colleagues of TACO, their responsibility is to forbid promotion of illicit cigarettes. Most citizens of Hong Kong know that they distribute flyers into the mailboxes in public housing estates. Dr. Johnny Ng said that over the 4 years in the past, there were only 12 cases, averaging 3 cases per year. Do you think there's a failure in TACO's work? What is the reason for the failure? Thank you, Mr. Peter Schill. Thank you, President. Regarding illicit cigarettes, as well as the work of TACO, on illicit cigarettes, is the increase in illicit cigarettes related to the failure of TACO? We want to reduce smoking prevalence. We also want to reduce the number of cigarette smokers smoke. We need to take a multi-pronged approach. We know that increasing tobacco duty is very effective, but we also need other tobacco control measures. All along, the number of cigarettes is not linked to tobacco duty. The WHO and the World Bank have already stated that the real cause of illicit cigarettes has to do with government's control measures as well as the judicial system. In Australia, the tobacco duty is 80%, but the number of illicit cigarettes is on a very low side. For countries charging a high tobacco duty, it does not mean that there will be more illicit cigarettes. The large seizure of illicit cigarettes does not mean that there is rampant illicit cigarette activities. The CNED targeted the smuggling of illicit cigarettes by sea. So, it does not mean that there will be necessarily more illicit cigarettes being smuggled into Hong Kong. There is no evidence showing that an increase in tobacco duty will lead to the public buying a large number of illicit cigarettes, but the administration needs to and should do. They should make efforts on combating illicit cigarettes. As I have explained, the work of TACO is to reduce the promotion of all tobacco control, of all tobacco products, not just illicit cigarettes. In our enforcement actions, we only know that the person is doing promotion when that person is distributing flyers. That's why we have changed our strategy. We work with the Housing Department, the Police Force, and the CNED to conduct more patrols in public housing estates so that we can prosecute more people who distribute these leaflets. We will also step up our collaboration. TACO also has other responsibilities, including collaborating with eateries or premises so that citizens will not smoke in statutory no smoking areas. It also helps with smoking cessation services. We do want to enhance the work of TACO. Ms. Elizabeth Quat, of course, smoking is harmful for health, as we all know. I also agree that increasing tobacco duty will reduce members of the public incentives to buy cigarettes, but the rampant of illicit cigarettes, especially cheap whites, will affect tobacco control measures. In the main question of Dr. Johnny Ng, it targets cheap whites. There is a loophole in society. That is, not all batches of cigarettes are given a number when they are imported into Hong Kong. So sellers can actually sell a lot of illicit cigarettes. It's difficult to take enforcement actions. I fail to see any enforcement action to be taken by the administration. Last year, we already raised this problem. We didn't see any special measures taken by the administration. Has the administration further considered using technology to handle the problem of cheap whites? Thank you, President. Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth Kwok. Right. Since the public consultation on the tobacco control strategies of vibrant, healthy, and tobacco-free Hong Kong, we are alive to the situation. We have also considered using technology to reduce the number of cheap whites or illicit cigarettes. We have also considered adding some specified labels on duty-paid cigarettes. So in law enforcement actions, officers can identify duty-paid cigarettes easily. We are studying the feasibility of these measures. We hope to explain to the public and members as soon as possible regarding the public consultation exercise. In order of priorities, we will brief the panel on health services about the progress, including the findings of this public consultation exercise. Mr. Kwok Wai Kang. Thank you, President. There's a good intention behind the increase in tobacco duty, that is to reduce smoking prevalence in Hong Kong, as well as to reduce the healthcare expenses, that is about $8 billion in relation to smoking-related diseases. The price of illicit cigarettes has been increasing. The increase in profit will exacerbate the problem. The ultimate winners will be the lawbreakers as well as the sellers of cigarettes. Regarding tobacco control figures, next year, the figure is to drop to 7.8% next year. In the budget, after the increase in tobacco duty, what do you expect the smoking prevalence will drop by? If it is not ideal, what concrete tobacco control measures will you take in order to make sure that we will meet the target, that is to reduce the smoking prevalence to 7.8% next year? Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Kwok. In fact, increasing tobacco duty is an effective means in tobacco control. But as I said, we need to take a multi-pronged approach, including education and smoking cessation services. So, looking forward, we will enhance smoking cessation services. In district health centers, we have already provided smoking cessation services. Citizens can get quit smoking tags for a week. That is for free. In consultation paper, there are also some measures mentioned. For example, when there are additives, whether there are any provisions to ban smoking products with additives. We'd also like to reduce the incentive by changing the packaging of smoking products. On reducing demand, we will also consider whether we can make adjustments to the years of age that can buy cigarettes. Members of the public are concerned about the issue of locomotives in the streets, that is, smokers smoking in the streets. We'd like to, as a result, reduce smoking prevalence. We'd like to reach the target of the WHO, that is 7.8%, But if smoking prevalence is on the decrease, we are already satisfied with the result. We feel encouraged. Dr. David Lam. Thank you, President. The increase in tobacco duty is to specify a figure, but we failed to reach the figure of the WHO of 75%. Will the administration consider using a valorem tax? That is, the tax can increase as the tobacco prices without the need to amend the law. Thank you, Dr. David Lam. This is a good suggestion. We increased tobacco duty rate last year. The tobacco products companies also increased the prices of tobacco products. We still haven't reached the target of the WHO of 75%. How can we make sure that there is a mechanism such that the increase in tobacco duty will be such that it accounts for 75% of the total price? We will further look into it, and we will also see how we can meet the WHO's target of 75%. Professor Chen Wenkwang. Thank you, President. The administration has been taking law enforcement action to combat cheap whites and cheap cigarettes. But the cheap whites practices are very cunning. The administration will find it difficult to combat cheap whites. It's easy to let lawbreakers get away with the problem. Will rewards be added to encourage people to report illicit cigarettes as well as cheap whites? We can mobilize forces in the community. Thank you, Professor Chan. Thank you, President. The administration has been appealing to the public to report illicit cigarettes. Members of the public can report to TACO. We'll consider your view. Thank you.
Question 2. Mr. Kingsley Wong. President, the Customs and Excise Department is responsible for the licensing and monitoring of money changes in Hong Kong, and it is learned that many members of the public regard the remittance service provided by money changers as legal and safe. However, it has been reported that recently many members of the public remitted money to mainland personal bank accounts through money changers, and subsequently the money or bank accounts concerned were frozen by mainland public security authorities. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, of the number of requests for assistance or reports received by the government in the past 5 years in respect of remittance of money to the mainland through money changers, including those relating to money or bank accounts being frozen, and among them the number of cases which were resolved after intervention by the relevant government departments. 2, of the measures in place to monitor the remittance service provided by money changers so as to ensure compliance of such service with the laws and regulations of the mainland and Hong Kong and protect the money of members of the public. And 3, whether the authorities will deepen their communication and collaboration with the mainland to ensure the flow of funds and the safety of remittance of money between mainland and Hong Kong, as well as the resolution of cases of requests for assistance by members of the public, and will at the same time step up publicity and education to enable members of the public to have a better grasp of the points they need to know in respect of remitting money to the mainland, and if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, according to the Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorist Financing Ordinance Cap 615 AMLO, anyone who wishes to operate remittance or money changing services must obtain a license from the Customs and Excise Department, CNED. Apart from considering whether an applicant, including its partners, directors, and ultimate owners, is a fit and proper person to operate a money service, CNED also provides guidelines to ensure that licensees comply with a series of requirements, including establishing and maintaining effective internal monitoring policies to mitigate money laundering and terrorist financing risks, operating a money service at suitable premises, properly keeping accounts, etc., so as to ensure that licensees properly operate their businesses. If a licensee is found to have contravened the AMLO or relevant guidelines, CNED can initiate criminal prosecution or impose administrative sanctions against the licensee, including publicly reprimanding the licensee, ordering the licensee to implement remedial measures or pay a fine and/or impose additional licensing conditions. In consultation of CNED, the reply to the various parts of the question raised by Mr. Kingsley Wong is as follows. 1. In 2023, CNED received a total of 161 requests for assistance relating to remittance service or bank accounts being frozen, involving an amount of about RMB 10.7 million. With CNED's intervention, so far, 94 persons requesting for assistance have settled their cases through bilateral negotiation involving an amount of about RMB 6.9 million. 2. CND attaches great importance to the compliance situation of remittance service and has been implementing various measures to ensure that money service operators, MSOs, handle customer funds and complete relevant transactions appropriately. Specifically, CNED has formulated the Money Service Operators Licensing Guide and the AMLO guideline to ensure that MSOs comply with the regulations on customer due diligence, record keeping, proper handling of customer funds, and other licensing requirements. Moreover, besides investigating and following up on reports and complaints from members of the public, CNED also conducts regular and surprise inspections. If an MSO is found to have contravened the AMLO, CNED will take immediate enforcement actions. Apart from criminal prosecution, the offender may face disciplinary or administrative sanctions, for example, license suspension or revocation. For MSOs with higher operational risks arising from the nature of customers or products, services, transactions, or delivery channels, etc., CNED would impose specific conditions on their licenses to protect customers' interests. 3. In addition to the above regulatory and enforcement work, CNED has been reminding members of the public to use the services of licensed MSOs and pay attention to the points to note and risks of remittance through various channels such as press releases, social media, and educational seminars customized for different groups, example, non-local tertiary students, foreign employees, etc. CNED will take suitable actions immediately upon detecting any contravention so as to protect customer rights. CNED will, within the remit of the relevant legislation, explore with mainland and overseas authorities concerned on how to enhance collaboration to assist the affected members of the public. Thank you. Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you. In 2023 alone, the FTU officers received 130 requests for assistance, and then the CNED intervened. I should say there are after intervention, 94 cases were handled, as mentioned. But then for the cases we handled, it's not just about loss of money. The accounts may involve gambling, money laundering, or even drug trafficking. And then the bank account holders may have to go to the mainland to be investigated or to be questioned by the mainland public security authorities. And sometimes they have to go as far as Guizhou to do that. So do we have our mainland officers, are there any measures for them to help residents like this? Maybe they don't know much about the law of the mainland. Some may not even speak Putonghua. So how do you help Hong Kong residents in these cases? Secretary. Here I would like to thank Mr. Wong for his interest in this matter, and he's been following up with the CNED all along on the various cases. As I say, in 2023, we received requests for assistance for 131 cases, not 130 cases, but anyway. I think Mr. Wong has good intention. He wants to eradicate the problem at source so that we could learn better about the situation at source and see how we could assist Hong Kong residents involved. Now, we'll look at the case. The CED will look at the facts. If it involves local legislation, maybe the AMLO or the Trade Descriptions Ordinance that is involving trade malpractices, then we will take action. But then, as he mentioned, some cases may involve the mainland. And under existing legislation, if allowed, the CND will see if there are new ways and means to strengthen cross-boundary collaboration. We will continue to listen to Mr. Wong's suggestions after the meeting. Thank you. Mr. Gary Chen. Now we're seeing increasing exchanges between the two places, and so we're seeing more and more such cases. I've recently had a case from a friend. Now he wanted to remit money to family members on the mainland, and so he used the money changer close to where he lived. And then after the family members on the mainland received several remittances of small value, the account was eventually frozen. Now for the general public, they can't really tell whether a money changer is licensed or not, even if it is a licensed money service operator, MSO. And when you remit money, there could still be cases of bank accounts being frozen on the mainland. So the issue is not so much about whether you can identify if the MSO is licensed, but rather who does the MSO go through to transfer the money. And because whether the MSO is licensed or not, if they've used the wrong third party for the transfer, then people's accounts might be frozen. So what I want to ask is the government is that how do you help these residents to recover their money? Now, Mr. Chen asked about how people could recover their money after the incidents. It's about collaboration with the mainland. So CNED is using swing channels to step up communication with the mainland. We will continue to do that. And that's one thing. And the other thing is, it's not just about trying to recover money after something happened. It's about educating the public better. So if they want to make remittance, we need to tell them what factors they have to consider. Now, the CNED and other organizations are exactly doing that. For example, on the part of the members of the public, if they want to choose a remittance company, they have to consider the license of that the operator hold. They shouldn't just consider the remittance cost. They have to consider the factors. And then after they choose a MSO, then through the MSO, they may have platforms or apps for small value remittance that's safe. And then the MSO may hold licenses in different places, so they're subject to regulations by different authorities in different places, or they may work with other licensed operators. So using technology, they could do remittance more efficiently and cheaply. Now, it's not just MSOs, actually. Many people may remit money to the mainland, say, to buy properties. That's why in early January, the People's Bank of China made 6 announcements on 6 issues. Now, for the Greater Bay Area, if Hong Kong residents buy properties there are now facilitating measures for them to remit money to the mainland. There is no longer the daily remittance limit of 80,000 renminbi for the purchase of properties, and they have to go through banks. That's another channel to do so. So, as Mr. Chen pointed out, as we integrate better into the national development, Hong Kong people may be using more services on the mainland, and that may lead to various issues. So under existing legislation, CNED is trying to address each of these issues. And then we also want to create other channels for us to address some of the issues mentioned, say the needs of the people to buy properties. So we'll continue to listen to views to see what other improvements we need to make. Thank you. Mr. Chen Yong. Thank you, President. Thank you, Secretary. Now, NPC delegates of the DAB have been followed up on these cases often. Now, the bank, there is a remittance limit, and also it's not as convenient to do remittances. So I'd like to ask the Secretary whether do you have a timetable to make facilitate such arrangements. So apart from property purchase, what about the day-to-day remittances? So how can you make that more convenient for the public? Is there a timetable for progress? Because if it can be done, then it will make it easier for the transfer of funds in the Greater Bay Area. Secretary. Well, Mr. Chen is right to say that as we see more exchanges between the Hong Kong mainland, that we need to facilitate the flow of funds. But then there are two different systems in the two places. In Hong Kong, we have a separate system too. So that's why we'll continue to communicate with the mainland through various channels. And whatever measures we can take forward, we will take them forward one by one. As I said, now for Hong Kong residents buying properties in the Greater Bay Area, there is now a new measure to facilitate that. And there will be other measures along the way, and we will follow up on them. Thank you. Dr. Chow Man Kong. On cross-boundary remittance, I've heard from the Secretary much has been done, but then it's not just about buying properties. Business transactions, doing studies, and so on. There is a need for remittance. I know there is a daily remittance limit of 80,000 yuan, but it's usually from if I transfer money from a Hong Kong bank account to the mainland account, I can only use it for electronic consumption. I can't really draw cash. So would there be any relaxation in that respect? In the past, the mainland had stricter control on outflow of capital, but now there's also strict control on inflow of capital. So maybe you need to find out the difficulties people announce, because the situation is forever evolving. Secretary. Thank you, President. Thank you, Dr. Chow, for your suggestions. Well, yes, we've heard such suggestions through various channels on the cross-boundary flow of funds, especially flow of funds into the mainland. We'll see how we can facilitate such arrangement, because then we could better integrate international development. And we often will come and seek your views, and we will continue to follow up on these issues. Thank you for your suggestions. Mr. Kitson Yan. Thank you, President. I often visit Hong Kong and Chow Kwa Wan, and I find that the money changers may have two rates for exchange. One is 100% remittance, and the other is remittance at a discount. If it's 100% remittance, that means you will surely receive the full amount. But then if it's just remittance rate, then you may not get the full amount, and people may not know, and they may go for the better exchange rate, so they go for the remittance rate, and eventually their bank accounts become frozen. I've seen such cases just by visiting the district. And what is the government doing about it? How do you crack down on these problematic money changes? Secretary. Thank you, President. There are several aspects here. One, first of all, we don't want such incidents to happen. So before this incidents happen, we want to better educate our residents, so they will know that what they need to look out for when they make cross-boundary remittance. For example, they need to find out more about the MSO, the licensing issue, the way they remit funds, and so on. They shouldn't just consider remittance costs as the only factor. Then second point, for the license of MSOs, we do follow up on such arrangements continuously. Now, the CNED in September 2019, November 2019, January 2020, February 2020, March 2020, and August 2020, circulars were issued to licensed MSOs to explain the latest licensing requirements. So licensees will know what requirements to comply with, and that will be protection for the public. Now, we may have imposed the requirements. What is important is that how do we handle the cases after something happened. Now, you'll find that if something happens, the CNED may impose additional licensing requirements. So for the relevant MSOs, they will know what their duties are. At the same time, they must make sure the public involved in the service are protected. Several members mentioned if something happened, how to recover the money and how to follow up on the cases. Well, the CNED will continue to follow up on the cases, and we will also have much discussion with members of this council, either before or after the handling of the case. So we will enhance such a communication. Now, in my main reply, I mentioned in 2023, there are 161 cases. And out of the $10.7 million involved, $66.9 million has been recovered. So that shows that our channel is working. But of course, we can always do better. I will continue to listen to your views. Thank you. Mr. Shanghai Long. Thank you, President. Thank you, Secretary, for your reply. You said just now local residents send remittance to the mainland. That's one scenario. The other scenario is that for newly arrived talents, now they need to remit money from the mainland to Hong Kong so they could, start, a new home here. And then they may also use the money changes, and there have been cases of their funds being frozen on the mainland. Last year, on the 13th of December, I raised questions about new talents arriving in Hong Kong, their remittance needs from the mainland to Hong Kong. Now, your reply is that you will liaise with the relevant ministries and departments. It's been 3 months, so what is the progress, and when can we see some new measures? Secretary. Well, that's Mr. Chang's questions is right to the point. It's not just about remittance from Hong Kong to mainland, but the other way around. So that's why we need to keep in communication with the relevant authorities on the mainland. The CNED has been doing that actually. Now, I quoted some figures in 2013 of the for the 10.7 million yuan involved, 6.9 million has been recovered. So you can see, therefore, such coordination works. But we need to keep up with such coordination. We need to enhance it further. Within the current legislative framework, the CNED will do whatever they are allowed to do. And then the second point is a broader issue, as you mentioned. That is, there are now more talents coming to Hong Kong to settle down, and then they may have needs for remittance services, and then they may not know the situation in Hong Kong well. And this is also key point for the CNED's publicity and education effort. We need to do more education, so for new arrivals in Hong Kong, they will better learn about the possible risks of such services and points they need to note. So that's why we've held talks in the past and targeting different groups, maybe new arrivals or foreign employees and so on, so they know what they need to consider. And as the member pointed out, for the different cases, maybe the situation is not the same, so we cannot really generalize. And we need to be targeted in explaining the situations to targeted groups. We are happy to listen to your views as the next step to see if we need to educate certain groups better. Which part of your question has not been answered? I was going to ask. No, you've asked your question. Please take your seat. Mr. Bill Tang. Thank you, President. Now, this remittance issue really bothers the people here. There are many Hong Kong residents who go back to the mainland, for business, or they need to send money to family members. So there's been call for stepping up regulation and the compensation mechanism. Maybe it could be a registration system and a demerit point system with guarantee bonds to be paid. Let's say if certain MSOs operate in breach of the requirements, then it should be the MSOs that pay up, not the residents concerned. And there could be a fund, for example, to pay compensation, because now you can't really handle the cases properly. We don't want to have to approach the CNED each time. Rather, we want the MSOs to, to have self-discipline. So can we have some sort of a compensation system with the MSOs having to pay a guarantee or something? It's just to make sure that they will operate lawfully. Secretary, well, in the cases we handled in 2023, we see that there is actually compensation after bilateral negotiation. Now, each case is different, so we need to follow up in each and every case individually, and usually there is compensation. And so then it's also not just about money. Maybe the MSOs, the way they act is a problem. So how do we prevent this from happening again? So we will impose additional licensing requirements. We've done that in the past and we'll continue to do that. Thank you.
Question 3, Ms. Chan Ho Yen. Recently, some members of the public have said that the piling up of miscellaneous articles in subways near their homes has been increasingly serious. Apart from using wooden panels and cloths by some people to enclose street sleeping spaces, appliances such as liquefied petroleum gas cylinders and cassette cookers are also placed at the scene, posing serious fire hazards. The large amount of miscellaneous articles obstructing passageways has also given rise to environmental hygiene and safety issues, causing distress to nearby residents. In this connection, will the government inform this council of the number of interdepartmental joint operations coordinated by the government in the past 3 years to tackle cases of miscellaneous articles piling up in public places? Among such cases, the number of those involving illegal acts and the respective numbers of fixed penalty notices issued and prosecutions instituted by the government in respect of such cases. Among the aforesaid operations of number of those involving street sleepers, the number of such street sleepers who have moved into public rental housing, short-term hostels, or other suitable accommodation with the government's assistance, and how it balanced the interests of street sleepers, residents, and relevant stakeholders in the process. And as it is learned that the number of cases involving the occupation of public places for piling up miscellaneous articles has shown an upward trend, and many of such cases involve various issues such as housing, finance, family conditions, and even mental health, which are complex and entail a complicated handling process. Whether the authorities will consider setting up a dedicated interdepartmental joint office to deal with the relevant issues. Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs. President. Piling up of miscellaneous articles is closely related to the homeless and street sleepers. However, each case differs. It may actually involve family problems, and economic and finance issues, and even mental health issues. Environmental hygiene is actually one of the largest impact which is caused by miscellaneous articles in public cases. The government departments have been working together to try to clear up by working together, and all the departments have been closely cooperating with each other to try to provide support to the homeless and street sleepers so that they'll be able to move out of the streets as soon as possible. We also work hard to try to clear up the black spots and to clean up the miscellaneous articles so as not to cause distress to nearby residents. On the 3 questions, after consulting with the relevant departments, this is my consolidated reply. First, the government has always been working towards improving public environmental hygiene to ensure public health. Clearing up miscellaneous articles in public places is not only the responsibility of one department. The FHD, the Lands Department, will bear responsibility in such work, and when it becomes complicated or involves different departments, then the HADs will work together in interdepartmental joint operations. From 2021 to 2023, the 18 HADs altogether organized 1,770 interdepartmental joint operations, and those include but are not limited to where the homeless sleep. We do not have a breakdown on the number of homeless black spots that we cleared up. And during these joint operations, the FHD will also take enforcement action. In the past 3 years, 30 subpoenas have been made and 36 fixed penalty notices issued. During these operations, the Food and Health Department did not issue any subpoenas or fixed penalty notices to the homeless. In addition, the Lands Department also proactively joined in interdepartmental joint operations, and by using Cap 28 of the Land Miscellaneous Provisions Ordinance, in relation to piling up miscellaneous articles in public places, the Lands Department will mainly be responsible for handling with the tents and illegal structures left in public places. A notice will be issued ordering the articles to be removed. If those are not removed by a deadline, then the Lands Department will take action to clean up the illegal structures. In the past 3 years, during the joint operations, 49 cases have been handled. Second, the Social Welfare Department supports NGOs to provide support to street sleepers and try to understand why they are homeless. They would also provide services based on the actual situation of the street sleepers, such as providing counseling, service referral, short-term accommodation, and to apply for CSSA, etc. We hope to provide support for them to leave the streets and to once again integrate into society. And through their service outreach team, the Social Welfare Department will also provide short-term cash for support to cater to emergencies. The Social Welfare Department will also provide short-term hostels or transitional housing to help them seek stable accommodation. The social worker and the case officer will remain in close contact during such period to review the situation of the street sleepers and to try to identify more stable accommodation for them, such as transferring them to old age hostels or support them in renting private property. As I said earlier, a street sleeper is a very complicated social problem, and it's not only an environmental hygiene problem. Through the departments working together, we have been trying to help the homeless to leave the streets and also to reduce the distress on nearby residents and the environment. The HAD and our department have always been keeping a close eye on the homeless to try to clear up and ensure that the environmental hygienic situation for the homeless is not too bad. We would also send out teams to try to understand the needs of the homeless. With the improving of the governance, we have set up a task force on district governance and have also implemented measures. When there is such a need, we will also work together with the different departments to handle the problem. We've also set up the working group on issues relating to the improvement of environmental hygiene and cityscape to continue to follow up on such work. The HAD, together with the FHD and the Lands Department, will continue to work together to improve environmental hygiene and to take action to ensure the health and cleanliness of the city. And we will also continue to view the needs of the street sleepers and to support them into integrating into society. Ms. Chen Ho-yen, actually, what I want to do is to try to ask about the piling up on miscellaneous articles in public places and not only on the issue of street sleepers. So, this is one in Changsha, one in another in Circuit May, and also in Tai Kok Choi. You can see all these miscellaneous articles in public places. Well, even though the HAD has been working hard, sometimes it's not up to them. We may view these articles as garbage or nuisances in public places, but for the street sleepers, this is all their possessions. So when can the task force on district governance really work on interdepartmental joint operations? As you see today, we have a few secretaries from different departments sitting here today. So this is really an issue for many different departments. Well, we see there have only been 30 subpoenas and 36 fixed penalty notices issued in the past 3 years. Well, is there a need to actually try to amend the legislation to ensure that we could take more measures and take more disciplinary action? Secretary, as I said, this is a very complex problem. Some problems are caused by street sleepers, and some are actually problems with environmental hygiene. As I said, we are working very hard in our districts to work with the relevant departments to discuss and based on the cases to take joint action. The Task Force on District Governance, led by the CS, has set up a working group on issues relating on the improvement of environmental hygiene and cityscape. And they work to follow up on old, big, and complicated problems with hygiene in the district. We know that there have been many cases of miscellaneous articles in public places, and this working group has carried out discussion and carried out an operation to resolve the matter. We will look at it on a case-by-case basis and set up joint operations as necessary. Ms. Chen Ho-yen, you've already asked 2 questions. Mr. Stephen Ho. Thank you, President. Well, Ms. Chen asked about piling up of miscellaneous articles in public places. And in the second part of the government's response, the answer was focused mainly on street sleepers. Well, I know that there's a problem of street sleepers, but the question is actually on miscellaneous articles. I agree with you saying that it may actually involve economic or family or health issues. And you've seen that many street sleepers have actually been trying to box up an area as their home on the streets. The government must provide support to people based on their needs, but then you really need to come up with a system or come up with a systematic measure to set a baseline at least, or at least tell us how tolerant can you be or what actions can you really take. Secretary, well, I don't think we'll talk about a bottom line on tolerating piling up of miscellaneous articles in public places. And we cannot tolerate not providing support to those in need. Well, as I said in my follow-up reply to Ms. Chen, we will look at it on a case-by-case basis and take action as necessary. Mr. Ho said we cannot just consolidate all the cases. I agree. In our joint operations, some involve crime. And of course, we would see the participation of the police force, and they can take disciplinary action. This has already been done. Mr. Ho, you may be referring to Kun Tong Pier. The case at Kun Tong Pier, after we intervened, have already cleared up the miscellaneous articles. We have also beautified the surrounding areas at the pier, and there has been no repeated offense. We do need interdepartmental joint operations for many cases. We have continued to monitor the situation, and also through the working group on the issues relating to the improvement of environmental hygiene and cityscape, we have been monitoring the areas where we have seen miscellaneous articles piled up before. This takes our cooperation before we could be successful in our work. Reverend Canon Kuhn. Thank you, President. Well, every time I watch news report on such cases, then the case would then be handled. But then if no news or has been made on a certain case, then the government will ignore it. How could you explain that, Secretary? Well, we have all kinds of people looking at the situation. Well, some people may like to take the news to expose the news to ensure that people take note of it. It's all right to take different channels to bring this to our attention. The 7th District Council must also ensure that they can report such matters. So when we see such a problem in a district, and we will need to discuss it and try to come up with a solution. We actually need to think of some of the needs of the street sleepers and then try to support them on an individual basis. We welcome views from the public under the improving of our governance, and under the leadership of the CS, we have already resolved many complicated and long-term issues. All of us should pay attention to our surroundings and report it to us when there are problems, and that would be conducive in the action we decide to take. In the past 3 years, we have already organized 1,770 interdepartmental joint operations. We welcome views and opinions, and this can really help us come up with resolutions. Ms. Lam So-wai, President, on the piling up of miscellaneous articles in public places, I would like to ask a question to the Undersecretary for Environment and Ecology. Well, you know that there are many hygienic black spots in Sai Kung, and we have heard many complaints from certain residents in Sai Kung. I hope that you will be able to follow up on the Sai Kung issue. Oh, you've already asked your question, Secretary. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. Well, on the case mentioned by Ms. Lam, we will take note of that and bring it back for review. I would like to supplement. You asked a question on the interdepartmental joint operations. We issued 30 subpoenas and 36 fixed penalty notices during the interdepartmental joint operations, and actually there are other notices issued during other operations. Ms. Yong, President, from 2021, we have seen certain organizations helping the homeless to handle their miscellaneous articles, such as providing them with lockers. Have you considered providing lockers for them to keep their belongings? We have seen such cases before. Would you actually extend the scope of such plan to help the homeless keep their belongings? Because these are their possessions and they are very concerned about it. So can we actually provide more lockers for them and to set up lockers in different areas so that they're able to make good use of them? Secretary for Labor and Welfare. Thank you. I think you're talking about lockers under the LCSD. These are actually for the use of the general public. The homeless, of course, can also make use of them, but we don't want them to use it for the long term. They should actually use it only when needed. We have already commissioned 2 organizations in 3 districts to help us follow up on welfare needs of the homeless. We have also appointed an officer for mental health. However, it's really hard for the outreach team to find them because the homeless are also moving around. We will see how we can provide more support for them, and we welcome views from members.
Question for Mr. Kenneth Falk. President, there are views that the Kai Tak Sports Park is a venue developed with the objective of becoming a world-class destination for all interests. And under the government's goal of making every effort to promote sports development along the 5 strategic directions, the sports park shoulders important missions, such as hosting the national games and major sports events, as well as facilitating the integrated development of sports in the Greater Bay Area. In this connection, will the government inform this council? 1. As the government indicated in the reply to a question raised by a member of this council on the 24th of January this year, that the Kai Tak Sports Park would be completed by phases by the end of this year, of the progress of the relevant works and whether it can provide the latest timetable for completion to demonstrate clearly if the works can be completed as scheduled. 2. Given the upcoming 15th National Games in 2025, whether the authorities have plans to reserve venues in the sports park for conducting long-term exchanges or training by sports organizations in the GBA, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. And 3. As the sports park's main stadium has a seating capacity of up to 50,000, whether the authorities have assessed if catering and other ancillary facilities in the park have sufficient capacity to provide services at a reasonable standard. Undersecretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. President, the government is committed to promoting sports in the community, supporting elite sports, developing Hong Kong into a center for major sports events, enhancing professionalism and developing sports as an industry. This includes promoting sports at the community level, increasing sports and recreation facilities, and encouraging collaboration in fostering a strong sporting culture, strengthening the support to elite athletes, as well as attracting major international sports events to Hong Kong. At the same time, we endeavor to promote sports development in Hong Kong through enhanced professionalism in the sports sector and the development of sports and an industry. Being the largest sports infrastructure project in Hong Kong's history, the Kai Tak Sports Park is crucial to the government's implementation of the relevant sports policies. The sports park adopts a design, build and operate model with KTSPL, Kai Tak Sports Park Limited, as the contracted party responsible for the design, construction and future operation of the sports park. The contract is for 25 years, including 5 years for design and construction and approximately 20 years for operation. Occupying an area of about 28 hectares, the sports park will provide modern and multi-purpose sports and recreation facilities upon completion, including a 50,000-seat main stadium, a 10,000-seat indoor sports center, a 5,000-seat public sports ground, and about 14-hectare landscaped open space and other ancillary facilities. The main stadium, equipped with a retractable roof, offers different stage positioning and seating configurations, as well as adopts a flexible pitch system design, providing options for hosting different types of large-scale cultural and entertainment events, such as concerts. My reply to the questions raised by Mr. Kenneth Fok is as follows. The construction of the sports park commenced in February 2019. Currently, the main structure of the public sports ground, the indoor sports center, and the main stadium have been completed largely. The construction works of the sports park reached a significant milestone last month as the exterior building facade panels of the main stadium, designed with the theme Pearl of the Orient, has been completed successfully. This brings another significant landmark for Kowloon East and our Victoria Harbour. The construction of the sports park as a whole has now entered into its last phase. Works that are taking place include installation and testing of building services, interior renovation works, landscape works, trees planting, roof and walkway greening. According to the current process, we expect that the major facilities of the sports park will be completed by the end of this year. When the construction works, defects rectification, and all statutory testing are completed, KTSPL will arrange test runs and test events for its facilities. Upon successful implementation of the test events and satisfactory completion of various testing, the sports park will be open in the first half of next year. Being the contracted party, KTSPL is committed to providing a one-stop sports, leisure, catering, and shopping experience for citizens and tourists. With respect of the catering services, the 57 executive suites in the main stadium are supported by catering service providers offering various kinds of upscale dining options. Besides, there are some 30 bars and catering outlets in the main stadium, which should be able to meet the catering needs as compared to other facilities of similar scale in the world. Also, KTSPL will, with reference to the scale and needs of different events and matches, as well as at the request of organizers, arrange 10 to 20 mobile catering booths during the staging of large-scale events. The number of catering booths will be flexibly increased based on actual situation to ensure the provision of diversified and reasonably priced Chinese, Western, and Asian cuisines well liked by the public, meeting the needs of people from different countries and of different multicultural backgrounds. Apart from the catering facilities in the main stadium, there are over 700,000 square feet of retail and catering facilities in the sports park, providing international cuisines in some 70 outlets. There is a covered sports avenue running across the entire precincts from north to south, connecting the harbourfront promenade and the dining cove in the southernmost part of the sports park. Citizens and tourists can choose to dine in the indoor or outdoor areas in the 9 diversified concept restaurants thereat and enjoy the breathtaking views of the Victoria Harbour. In fact, the neighbouring districts of Kowloon City and To Kwa Wan, which are close to the sports park, also provide an array of dining options. Citizens who visit the sports park for matches or large-scale events can easily go to the 2 districts for a taste of our local culinary delights. Other than committing to providing exceptional experience for visitors, KTSPL is dedicated to providing quality and multi-purpose facilities for different sports organizations and clubs. KTSPL has been liaising closely with different government departments and relevant stakeholders, including national sports associations, sports organizations, schools, as well as representatives of sports sector in the GBA and the mainland, to understand more on their needs of using the facilities of the sports park and exchange views to formulate long-term cooperation strategies. The 15th National Games will be unprecedentedly co-hosted in Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau in 2025. Hong Kong citizens, people living in the GBA, and even sports lovers from all parts of the mainland can visit competition venues in Hong Kong for watching the high-level matches and cheer for the athletes. With some of the competitions to be staged in the sports park, we believe the sports exchange between citizens in Hong Kong and the GBA will be even more frequent. In fact, the sports sector in Hong Kong has all along maintained a close relationship with their counterparts in the GBA. Local athletes and sports organizations make frequent visits to nearby provinces and cities for exchange and competitions. Upon its completion, the sports park will not only become one of the major sports venues in the GBA, but also provide a new platform for exchange, promoting sports development of Hong Kong. KTSPL is formulating the venue booking mechanism, including giving priority arrangements for sports activities. The vision of the sports park is to be a sports park for the people of Hong Kong. Despite the challenges we faced since the commencement of the construction works in February 2019, we are now a few steps away in welcoming the most important investment in sports infrastructure of Hong Kong in the past few decades. We believe that the sports park upon completion will bring significant synergy to the government's commitment in promoting sports. It will not only support the comprehensive sports development in Hong Kong, but also stimulate economic development, thereby consolidating Hong Kong's status in the world. Our Bureau will continue to work closely with the KTSPL and government departments to ensure the successful completion of the sports park and its becoming of a new landmark of Hong Kong. Mr. Kenneth Fok, I, as a representative of the sports sector, I look forward to the completion of the sports park. As mentioned, the park will be completed by the end of this year. However, in terms of information about the staging of large-scale sports events, we are lacking the details. We are worried that there won't be enough discussion and that the park will become a white elephant project. As mentioned by the Undersecretary, there is clear agreement between the contractor and the government, including KPIs and other terms and conditions. If there aren't enough sports events to be held, the contractor will fail to meet the KPIs, and that's not what we want to see. We hope the administration can work with the contractor. I read a paper from 2019 from the LegCo. It says that there will be a high-level advisory committee which comprises representatives of the sports sector and members from the government. There is still yet any news about the advisory committee. I want to know when we can all sit together to discuss how we can organize sports events in Hong Kong. Thank you. Undersecretary, I thank Mr. Fok for the question. On the advisory committee, we expect that in the next quarter, that is between April and June, we will set up the committee. Then we will invite representatives from the tourism sector and the sports sector to form this advisory committee to provide various types of advice to us so that the Kai Tak Sports Park can play up to its role and functions. Thank you, President. Mr. Chan Kin Po. President, we got complaints from tourists and visitors over the past about the poor reception of signals. One of the KPIs from the 2023 policy address is to enhance the 5G network for the staging of large-scale events. I want to know if the administration has talked to communication service providers to enhance the relevant services. Thank you. Undersecretary. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Chan for the question. The administration attaches great importance to the complete coverage of 5G network in the Kai Tak Sports Park. Currently, the installation of 5G network is largely completed at the sports park. The main stadium as well as the public sports ground are seeing the installation works being completed now. We will ensure that the entire sports park will have comprehensive coverage of 5G network upon its commissioning. Thank you. Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, President. In terms of the design and construction of the Kai Tak Sports Park, it's all in progress. I wonder if we can nurture or groom more local sports team to take part in international soccer matches, so that the main stadium can serve as a home venue for our local athletes. Does the administration have any plans to assist the local soccer teams to take part in soccer matches in the mainland so that we can make good use of our sports facilities? Thank you. Undersecretary, I thank Mr. Leung for the question. Our goal of developing the 5 strategies is to partly develop sports sector into an industry. We will focus on developing sports sector as an industry. In terms of having local soccer teams to take part in mainland soccer matches, we have been working on that. For instance, we assist our own teams to take part in different international games. We hope that upon the commissioning of the sports park, we'll have a good facility and venue so that our local athletes can have a venue to show their strengths. Mr. Champu Leung, it is said that the sports park will be completed by the end of this year and it will start operating next year. the cost of operation should be high. So my question is this: is there an estimate of how many sports games with about 40 to 50,000 of visitors that you have to organize in order to achieve a balance, that is to balance the books? Undersecretary, we have set some indicators for the operators. For instance, for the main stadium, every year there should be at least 40 days for them to hold sports events. That's the first 5 years of operating the sports park. For the 5th to 10th year, every year there should be at least 54 days that you have to hold sports events. We hope that the operator can bring about more large-scale sports events to Hong Kong. In this regard, I believe the KTSPL will work with us closely. As an operator, they are running the sports park on a self-financing basis. They have to provide regular details on their accounts. They also have to contribute part of their income to the government. I believe there is enough motivation for the contractor to bring about more large-scale events to Hong Kong. Mr. Ma Fung Kwok. Thank you, President. The sports park will be completed soon. I hope that it will run successfully and that lots of large-scale events will be held there. I have a concern, though. If there are frequently large-scale events to be staged in the sports park in terms of dispersing crowd and visitors, well, some of the transportation facilities have been completed in the vicinity. For instance, there will be new railway lines. Has the administration considered this before the start and after the end of a large-scale event? Are there any concrete plans on dispersing crowds? Thank you. Undersecretary, I thank Mr. Ma for the question. We attach great importance to all kinds of arrangements that will be deployed for including crowd dispersing management. Currently, we have a cross-departmental working group that is actively dealing with this issue, and the group is coming up with contingency plans. The Kai Tak Sports Park is located in a core location in Kai Tak, and there are comprehensive transportation facilities nearby. There are 2 major MTR stations, including Song Wong Toi Station and the Kai Tak Station, and it is within 10 minutes of walking distance between the two stations to the Kai Tak Sports Park. There will be a cross-departmental arrangement to enhance the auxiliary facilities to effectively disperse crowd that visit the sports park to enhance the capacity. Thank you. Dr. Simon Lee. Thank you, President. Near the Kai Tak Sports Park, there are different residential development projects that will be completed soon. There will be large-scale events such as concerts that will be staged at the sports park, and noises will be generated. And this is a concern of members of the general public. There will be a retractable roof at the sports park that provides sound insulation function. However, if the noise level exceeds the standard, the roof will have to be closed according to the relevant requirement. Has the administration made an estimate of how great a concert can be held there in order to deal with the noise issue? If in the middle of a large-scale event you have to close the roof, it is difficult. And it is also hard to estimate the costs of having to do that. So it is crucial that you have to make a plan or an estimate on that. Since construction is still underway, would you step up noise mitigation measures? Undersecretary, I thank member for the question. In considering the design of the main stadium, we have taken into account any noises that might be generated in the future. That's why we adopt a retractable roof, and that would allow us to hold events all day during the operation of the stadium. The design is mature. It only takes about half an hour to close the roof, and the concert, if it is to be held, will be performed in a closed loop manner, so it won't affect the people nearby. Mr. Benson, look. If there are large-scale events to be held at the sports park, it will really boost our concert or mega event-based economy. As mentioned by the administration, there are KPIs for the operators. There are a certain number of days where the operator will have to hold sports events, and if it can satisfy the requirement, the operator can hold other types of events such as concerts. According to news reports, we have some international singers in Hong Kong such as Jam, and she said that she is waiting for the commissioning of the sports park. So we can see that the Kai Tak Sports Park is appealing to international singers. However, this takes time. We have to wait for another month for the advisory committee to be formed. I want to know if the contractor or the operator is already reaching out to organizers to stage any international events. Thank you. Undersecretary, I thank Mr. Luke for the question. It gives me a chance to clarify on this point. The contractor has reached out to over 200 local and international groups and briefed them on the facilities in the sports park. It is hoped that there will be different large-scale events to be staged in the park. I understand that it has reached some progress, however, the details cannot be disclosed yet. On the point about the advisory committee, the committee will be formed soon, and as I said, we are taking forward different types of work now. Mr. Michael Teen. The sports park adopted design, build, and operate model, that is a DBO model. The operator will run the park in a self-financing basis, so they'll have to keep track of their account. We had discussions about Taylor Swift holding concerts in Singapore. The overall profit made by the government is about $3 billion. We cannot, however, just look at the money. The government can cover some cost and negotiate the percentage of income to be received. Mr. Michael Teen, please ask your question. For the Hong Kong Disneyland, you made an investment of some $30 billion and you are earning $110 billion. Undersecretary, the SAR government has been working proactively to organize different large-scale events, and we are offering subsidies to different types of mega events as well. The large-scale events to be held in the sports park in the future will also benefit from our schemes, including the MMARC scheme for sports events. For instance, the Mega Arts Fund is also providing subsidy to sports events. And under the Tourism Commission, we offer subsidies to other types of large-scale events as well. So in the future, for competitions or games to be held in the sports park, they will get support from the administration. Thank you.
Question 5, Ms. Judy Chen. To tie in with the implementation of municipal solid waste charging, the government is setting up a territory-wide retail network of designated bags. It also encourages authorized retailers to, apart from selling multiple D-bags in a pack, sell single D-bags at the checkout counter in place of plastic shopping bags for customers to carry goods, with a view to achieving the effect of one bag for two uses. However, there are views that customers tend to go for PSBs which are cheaper, hence causing unnecessary wastage. In this connection, will the government inform this council? 1. Given that the authorities will offer authorized retailers a service fee similar to retail commission for their provision of retail sales service of D-bags of the average service fee rate. 2. Given that a retention operation approach is currently adopted for the charges collected under the plastic shopping bag charging scheme, how the authorities will prevent authorized retailers from inclining to sell PSBs for a higher profit instead of selling more eco-friendly single D-bags with two uses. And 3. Whether it has plans to require authorized retailers to cease selling PSBs in the foreseeable future. If so, of the timetable, if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, in order to reduce the usage and disposal of plastic shopping bags, the government implemented the first phase of the PSB charging schemes in July 2009, covering some 3,000 retail outlets, mostly major supermarket chains, convenience stores, as well as healthcare and hot cosmetics stores. The scheme was expanded to cover the entire retail sector in April 2015. To maintain the effectiveness of the scheme to reduce waste, we implemented measures to enhance the scheme on the 31st of December 2022, including increasing the minimum charge per PSB from 50 cents to $1 and tightening the scope of exemption, etc. Upon implementation of the enhanced scheme, information obtained by the Environmental Protection Department from major retail groups, including major supermarket chains and convenience stores in Hong Kong, showed the overall distribution of PSBs, excluding flat-top bags, dropped by more than 60% in January and February 2023. That is the first 2 months after the start of the enhanced scheme over the same period in 2022, and the distribution of the newly regulated flat-top bags by major supermarket chains even dropped by more than 80%, showing significant reductions. To facilitate the implementation of municipal solid waste charging on the 1st of August 2024, the EPD has established a retail network covering all the districts in Hong Kong for the public to purchase designated bags and designated labels to pay the MSW charge. To strengthen the promotion on waste reduction and reuse of resources, as well as further reducing the usage and disposal of PSBs, the EPD encourages retailers to sell single DBs at checkout counters as an alternative to PSBs for carrying goods to achieve the effect of one bag for dual use. Our replies to the questions raised by the Honorable Judy Chen are as follows. First, the retail network of DBs and DLs comprises around 3,000 outlets covering supermarkets, convenience stores, pharmacies, and online platforms. 16 major retail chains have signed the authorization agreement to become authorized retailers to gradually commence the sales of DBs and DLs at around 2,500 outlets and 13 online platforms. In addition, we have signed agreements with 2 wholesalers to provide support to more than 600 small stores, including small to medium-sized pharmacies, in selling DBs and DLs. The outlets will gradually provide the retail service, with more than 400 of them selling DBs and DLs to the public at present. Details of the outlets have already been published on the MSW charging thematic website and will be updated from time to time. As the sale of DBs and DLs incurs various operating costs such as shop rental costs, inventory management, logistics distribution system, manpower deployment, etc., the EPD offers a service fee to authorized retailers to help with these costs. The service fee for individual retailers is determined by certain objective criteria, including the number of participating physical retail outlets, areas covered by the outlets, their experience in selling garbage bags or household cleansing product, the size of their logistics fleet, the number of registered users of online platforms, the variety of products to be sold, whether they are providing one bag for dual use, its service, etc. The rate of retail service fee received by each retailer is a consensus reached between the EPD and the retailer through negotiations and is sensitive commercial information. The authorization agreement signed between the EPD and each authorized retailer also stipulates that the rate of the retail service fee shall not be disclosed. We are therefore unable to provide such information. On the implementation of one bag for dual use, more than 90% of the authorized retail outlets of DBs have agreed to sell single DBs at the checkout counters in the future for the public to buy DBs for carrying purchased goods and afterwards wrapping waste for disposal. There is no need to purchase additional plastic bags. Since the public is required to use DBs for waste disposal after the implementation of MSW charging, additional costs will be incurred if they choose to purchase other plastic bags instead of DBs to carry their goods when shopping. Regardless of how cheap the other plastic bags are, they will be paying more as a whole. While the public may not have adapted to the use of DBs at the early stage of the implementation of MSW charging, it is certain that eventually they will be more inclined towards one bag for dual use and purchase DBs in lieu of PSBs to reduce their expenditure. On this, we have noticed that some authorized retailers have begun planning to cease the sale of regular plastic bags in the future and sell only DBs to reduce their costs. 3. As mentioned above, more than 90% of the authorized retail outlets have committed to providing the services of one bag for dual use. We will continue to promote the arrangement and its advantages through publicity and education and encourage more retailers to provide such service to promote waste reduction and reuse of resources with a view to further reducing the usage and disposal of PSBs. We believe that as the public gradually adopts the habit of waste reduction and recycling, as well as bringing their own bags when shopping, more people will choose to buy DBs to carry their goods when necessary so as to reduce their expenses. The current need for retailers to sell other PSBs will gradually decrease. As aforementioned, we have noticed that some authorized retailers are planning to cease the sale of regular plastic bags in the future and sell only DBs to reduce their costs. We therefore consider it unnecessary to mandate the authorized retailers to stop selling PSBs through legal means. Ms. Judy Chan. Thank you, President. I thank the Secretary for his reply. We understand the service fee may be subject to contractual terms and therefore the rate cannot be disclosed. Still, that service fee comes from public money. We want to go green. Major retailers should not be able to profit from that service fee. So my follow-up question for the Secretary is the service fee only supposed to cover the operating costs? Does that mean that the plastic shopping bag charge of $1 actually generates greater profit? So what are some ways for retailers to save their cost if they don't keep that $1 charge from plastic shopping bags? People can buy a plastic shopping bag from a supermarket to carry their groceries. People have in mind reasons other than how much money or profit the supermarket is making. People think about the money they save instead. They buy groceries at the supermarket. People want to use that bag for carrying garbage. Even if people do not buy that bag, they will have to find another bag for the garbage. When people use the designated bag, one bag for dual use, they have that one bag for groceries and for garbage. If people don't use the D bag, they will have to buy the D bag for the waste anyway. So to save money, it's best for people to buy the designated bags instead of buying those $1 plastic shopping bags from supermarkets. This is about saving money. Now, for the supermarkets look at the number of people buying a particular kind of bag. Say more people are buying the D bags and fewer people are buying the plastic shopping bags. Even if that $1 PSB charge is generating profit, there are manpower costs, inventory costs, and when no one is buying plastic shopping bags, supermarkets selling the PSBs will operate at a loss. That's why some large-scale supermarkets are thinking about selling just the designated bags instead of the plastic shopping bags from the past. Because supermarkets are not making a profit. In that case, keeping those PSBs may lead to a loss for the supermarkets. Mr. Edward Leung. The government cited commercially sensitive information as the reason for refusing to provide the service fee with the authorized retailers. The public and I are not happy with the response. We are talking about public funds. The government refuses to disclose the figure. Then how can lawmakers be expected to monitor the government's work? Are we favoring large corporations at the expense of smaller businesses? Let's look at IPO prospectuses. We don't have to name particular retailers. We can use a code name, and that can avoid the issue of disclosing commercially sensitive issue. My worry is that this kind of answer can create a bad precedent. Other departments will then follow this bad precedent by saying that they refuse to disclose something because something commercially sensitive is involved. So I hope the government can tell us, for those retailers, how much they are getting in the service fee. Secretary. I get the members' concern. The service fees come from public money, so people want to know. But at this stage, we have negotiated with the retailers. We have been trying to keep the service fees low. Different companies pay different levels of fees. I do not wish to disclose the fees. Otherwise, different companies can compare the fees they get, and that will lead to operational difficulties. But the members' ideas are worth thinking about, and we can think about in what circumstances we can disclose information. After all, public money is involved. We can look into the ideas put forward by the member. Mr. Michael Lee. Many people are eco-conscious. There is community wisdom out there. At supermarkets, wet markets, grocery stores, or restaurants, people pick up a plastic bag, and if that bag can be used for carrying garbage, then people can use that bag in such a way and reduce waste. Now, the authorized retailers are inclined to selling D bags. The municipal solid waste charging will kick in only on August 1st. So will the government consider a model where we wait till August 1st and only then we start charging for the bag? The municipal solid waste charging scheme will affect everyone in Hong Kong. So how we launch that scheme will warrant careful consideration. We want people to be able to adapt to the new scheme, and we will consider ways to facilitate that process. The member has given us ideas, and we will consider those ideas. Mr. Chen Kim-po. Many retail stores give people bags that can be used for two purposes, but that is not the case for bags from wet markets and restaurants. So will the government promote the idea of one bag for dual use at wet markets and restaurants so that people can use the plastic bags they get from those places for carrying garbage. Secretary. Our designated bags come in different sizes. The smallest one is 3 liters for carrying, say, buns. So the D bags come in different sizes. Those D bags can replace plastic shopping bags in different scenarios. That's why in the main reply, I said that we want to encourage the use of one bag for dual use. We hope that over time, as stores are more used to the D bags, and then we can reduce the usage of plastic shopping bags. People get their plastic bags from different sources. Those plastic bags can also be used for other purposes as long as those bags are clean. Those bags can also go into the recycling bins, and this can help protect the environment. Mr. Chen Xiuhong. I basically agree with the Secretary. We should promote the concept of one bag for dual use. Many local residents have told me when they visit the wet market or the supermarket, they pay $1 for the plastic shopping bag. When the MSW charging kicks in, people will have to pay for the D bags anyway. People are willing to buy the D bags in place of the plastic shopping bags. People also bring along their own bags. People's concern is this: they have to use the green D bags. The D bags are not user-friendly in terms of how you carry it. So to encourage one bag for two uses, can the Secretary revisit the design of the green D bags in terms of their design to make the bags more user-friendly so that people can truly use the D bags for different purposes? Secretary. Supermarkets give out plastic bags with a volume that's roughly comparable to our 15-liter D bags. So we offer T-shirt bags similar to the plastic bags from supermarkets. When you fold the bag looks small, but when you open it, the D bags are big enough. The design we have in mind is one bag for two uses, like the kind of plastic bag you get from supermarkets. As time goes on, we build up experience. We can consider ways about improving design and the sale arrangement, and we can give thought to those ideas. We will keep an eye on the situation, and if there are ways for us to do better, we will improve our work. Ms. Carmen Khan. Thank you, President. Ms. Judy Chen raised a valid question about commercial logic, and Mr. Edward Leung also made a good point. The government should not refuse to disclose information, citing only commercially sensitive information as the reason. Municipal solid waste charging will affect everyone. So why is the government paying a service fee to retailers to give people the D bags? Solid waste charging affects everyone. Why not just get the retailers to take part in the scheme? I want to find out the thinking behind this. The plastic shopping bag charging remains in place. So, as Ms. Judy Chan's question indicated, what incentive is there for the authorized retailers to give out the D bags instead of the plastic shopping bags? Secretary. Once the one bag for two uses arrangement becomes in place, people will go for the D bags because they can save money on buying extra bags, that is D bags for their waste. Over time, fewer people will buy the plastic shopping bags from supermarkets. as we talk to store supermarkets, they're also telling us that with the one bag for two users, they will gradually just be selling D bags over plastic shopping bags. So plastic shopping bags will become history. Now, on why the absence of a law mandating the sale of D bags and why we're just following the market principles. Our thinking is to provide a financial incentive for people to change their habits. It's about market operations. So we follow the market rules in designing our scheme. In the future, we will also review how our scheme goes. If a law mandating the sale of D-bags will better serve public interest, then we can consider that in the future.
Last question seeking an oral reply. Dr. Tan Yue-heng. Secretary, any supplement? Now, when the plastic bag is charged at $1, can that be the basis of the negotiation with the manufacturers? That's not your previous question, but let's see what the Secretary has in answer. As I've mentioned, in our negotiation with the manufacturers, we adopted the usual market principle as well as the usual manpower deployment. We haven't considered the $1 price tag. Now, according to the negotiation, the fee charge is much lower than other goods they sell. Last question seeking oral reply. Dr. Tan Yue-heng. There are views that at present, the numbers of inbound and outbound passenger trips at Lok Ma Chau airline control points have increased as compared with those before the pandemic. But for the MTR East Rail Line or ERL, the frequency of trains plying to and from Lok Ma Chau Station is half of that plying to and from Lowu Station, which cannot effectively divert cross-boundary residents and tourists. On enhancing transport services to and from boundary control points, will the government inform this council, 1, whether it knows if the MTRC will make appropriate arrangements according to actual patronages during public holidays or peak periods of cross-boundary travel, and flexibly adjust the frequency of trains plying to and from Lok Ma Chau Station or ERL so as to meet the needs of passengers. If MTRCL will not, whether the government knows the difficulties MTRCL faces. 2, whether it will enhance public transport services such as bus and minibus services at Lok Ma Chau airline control points during public holidays or peak seasons of cross-boundary travel, so as to effectively divert residents and tourists heading for the North District. And 3, as there are views that with the westward shift of Shenzhen's development and the commissioning of the Shenzhen Metro line connecting Shenzhen Bay ports within the year, it is expected that the numbers of inbound and outbound passengers going through Lok Ma Chau airline control point, Lok Ma Chau control point, and Shenzhen Bay port will continue to increase in the future. How the government will make proper complementary transport arrangements and what deployments are in place on the Hong Kong side. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, there are currently a total of 7 land boundary control points or BCPs between Hong Kong and Shenzhen, including 2 rail-based BCPs, they are Lowu and Lok Ma Chau Spur Line, and 5 road-based BCPs, which are Shenzhen Bay, Lok Ma Chau, Man Kam To, Hung Yuen Wai, and Sha Tou Kok. The government will take into account the respective nature and positioning of the BCPs in planning the appropriate public transport connections. The government and public transport operators will also closely monitor the changes in travel patterns and number of travelers, with a view to making timely adjustments to the services as and when necessary, so as to facilitate the flow of people between the two places. A case in point is the past Lunar New Year holidays. To tie in with the operating hours of the Shenzhen Bay Port and Lowu Control Point under special boundary crossing arrangements, we coordinated with the public transport operators to make corresponding service arrangements in order to meet the transport needs of cross-boundary travelers. Amongst others, the MTRCL enhanced the service of the East Rail Line to and from Lowu Station and to and from Lok Ma Chau Station during the holidays. Service hours of trains to and from Lowu Station were also extended on Lunar New Year's Eve and the evening of the second day of the Lunar New Year. The Transport Department also coordinated with the public transport operators to introduce 2 additional special overnight bus routes and additional overnight cross-boundary coach service terminating at Shenzhen Bay Port to match the 24-hour passenger clearance arrangements during the holidays. Service of the yellow bus plying between Lok Ma Chau Control Point and Huanggang Port was also enhanced. In consultation with the Security Bureau, the Transport Department, and the MTRCL, my reply to the question raised by Dr. Tan Yueheng is as follows. 1. Unlike Lowwu Control Point, which is only connected by railway service, cross-boundary travelers can also travel to and from Lok Ma Chau Spur Line control points by franchise bus, green minibus, and taxi. Therefore, in addition to considering the overall arrival and departure passenger traffic at Lok Ma Chau Spur Line control point, the government and the MTRCL have been closely monitoring the patronage of railway service to and from the BCP with a view to making timely adjustments to the EAL service as and when necessary. We noted a growing passenger demand for railway service to and from Lok Ma Chau Spur Line control points during the morning and evening hours on weekends and public holidays. The MTRCL has thus enhanced the train service to and from Lok Ma Chau Station during the morning and evening hours of weekends and public holidays since last Saturday, that is 16th of March, by enhancing the train service frequency from 5 trains per hour, that is 12 minutes intervals, to 6 trains per hour, that is at 10 minutes intervals. Meanwhile, in view of the overall increase in the patronage of railway service to and from Lowwu control points and to and from Lok Ma Chau Spur Line control points during the evening hours of weekends and public holidays, the MTRCL has also enhanced the train frequencies to and from Lowwu Station and to and from Lok Ma Chau Station on the same day to meet passenger demand. The government and the MTRCL will continue to closely monitor the passenger flow at Lowwu Station and Lok Ma Chau Station and review the service arrangements of the EAL in a timely manner with adjustments to be made as and when necessary. 2. The MTR East Rail Line or EAL has been providing a convenient, fast and efficient public transport service to travelers between Northeast New Territories and Lowwu control points and Lok Ma Chau Spur Line control points. Travelers going through Lok Ma Chau Spur Line control points can also take KMB route number B1 for traveling to and from Yuen Long and Tin Shui Wai. Currently, KMB route number B1 operates with a minimum frequency of 8 minutes intervals during hours with high demand. In practice, during periods of particularly strong passenger demand, such as weekends and public holidays, the KMB will flexibly enhance the service to operate more departures than scheduled. Apart from KMB route number B1, Green Minibus route number 75 also provides supplementary transport service between the Lok Ma Chau Spur Line control points and Yuen Long. The government has been working with public transport operators to draw up plans ahead of the peak periods of cross-boundary travel. For example, during the LNY holidays, the TD made advance preparations with the KMB for additional manpower and buses to enable arrangement of additional departures of route number B1 in a timely manner, having regard to passenger needs. Simultaneous boarding of multiple buses were also arranged as Lok Ma Chau Spur Line public transport interchange to facilitate quick dispersal of travelers. 3. The government has been closely monitoring the demand for clearance services at various land BCPs. On the basis of the 24-hour passenger clearance services currently provided at Lok Ma Chau Control Point and Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge Hong Kong ports, the government will liaise with the mainland authorities on extending the operating hours of the passenger clearance services at respective land BCPs as and when necessary to further facilitate the flow of people between the two places. We will closely monitor the clearance arrangements and flow of travelers at the BCPs and maintain a close liaison with the public transport operators with a view to increasing their service frequencies to meet passenger needs in a timely manner. To further promote connectivity in the GBA, the governments of Hong Kong and Shenzhen established in 2021 the Task Force for Hong Kong-Shenzhen Cooperation on Cross-Boundary Railway Infrastructure to take forward 2 cross-boundary railway projects, namely the Western Rail Link, Hong Shui Kiu to Qianhai, and the Northern Link Spur Line. We are currently undertaking the second stage of study of the Hong Kong-Shenzhen Western Rail Link project, which is expected to be completed this year. The proposed Northern Link Spur Line will also provide a direct railway connection to the new Huanggang port in Shenzhen. Hong Kong and Shenzhen are now proactively taking forward the relevant planning work with the targets to completing the detailed planning and design of the projects within the year. Thank you. Dr. Tan Yueheng. Thank you. The Secretary said at peak periods and holidays, there will be enhancements for public transport cross-boundary public transport services. The Easter holiday is around the corner. At the same time, we have the Qingming Festival. Altogether, there will be 7 to 10 days of holidays. A lot of people will be going north and many mainland residents will come south. Concerning the operating hours of the boundary control points and also cross-boundary traffic, what will be the arrangements? Secretary. Thank you, Deputy President, and thank you, Dr. Tan. At the end of this month, we will have the Easter holiday, and on the 4th of April, we will have the Qingming Festival. These are the traditional peak seasons for cross-boundary traffic between Hong Kong and the mainland. On last Saturday, starting 16th of March, the MTRCL has enhanced train services during the morning and evening hours on weekends for the East Rail Line. During the holiday seasons, we will also increase departures and extend the operating hours of train services. During weekend and on holidays, passenger demand is higher. So we have 7 land boundary crossings plus the Hong Kong-Zhuhai-Macau Bridge, Hong Kong ports. So when there is a high cross-boundary passenger demand, we will liaise with the public transport service operators to make adjustments to the number of departures and also deployment of bus drivers or train captains. They will extend their service hour and increase frequency of departure. Whether we would extend the operating hours of our custom clearance service. Now, during the past Lunar New Year, there were some night shows or events at night in Hong Kong. Accordingly, we extended the operating hours of our boundary control points. Now, for the coming holidays, naturally, there will be a lot of travelers crossing the border. Whether we need to extend the operating hours of our BCP, we will look into it. If there are any adjustments, we will notify the public in due course. Ms. Chen Yunming. Thank you, Deputy President. Now, all the BCPs on the Shenzhen side are connected with railways. We need to catch up. The question mentioned the transport issues at Lok Ma Chau Spur Line BCP. So I would like to tell the Secretary, residents in the relevant district cannot make use of the East Rail Line with convenience. Now, according to the district councillor of the area, residents can only cross over to Shenzhen, but not the other way around. They can't board a train at Lok Ma Chau and come directly to the North District. Now, we look forward to improving the railway network so that people in Lo Wu can travel to the urban areas directly and vice versa. So I hope that the Secretary can work with the Security Bureau to open up the Lok Ma Chau station for use of local residents. Secretary, I thank Ms. Chen Yunming for the question. We will follow up on the case you mentioned. The Lo Wu station is also opened for use for some residents living in the Lo Wu village nearby. So for the suggestion you make, we have to follow it up with the relevant departments, but I promise you, for the Lok Ma Chau Spur Line, as mentioned in the main reply, we are following it up through the task force. Within the year, we will make arrangements for commencement of the arrangements. Mr. Edward Lau, thank you. Now, I've talked to the Secretary many times. If you look at the statistics, the number of travelers using Lo Wu BCP and also the Lok Ma Chau spur line are roughly the same. But there are differences in terms of operating hours. For Lo Wu at 12 o'clock, for Lok Ma Chau, it is only opened till 10:30. So we should align the operating hours. With the development of the 17 Technopole, we hope that the Lok Ma Chau spur line station will be open for use by passengers and drivers alike. Now about the special boundary crossing arrangements during the Lunar New Year, I applaud you. The Shenzhen Bay Port operated around the clock for several days, and for Lo Wu, it operated until 2 a.m. The arrangements were smooth. Now, when would we have special boundary crossing arrangements? When will the special arrangements be triggered? What are the considerations? Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Lau. Now, after resumption of cross-boundary travel last year, the patronage of the Lok Ma Chau spur line and the Lo Wu station, the difference has reduced. Now, besides railway, the Lok Ma Chau spur line is also served by taxi, minibus, and bus. So the patronage of the Lok Ma Chau spur line railway is still below that of the Lo Wu station. So since last Saturday, we have enhanced train departure for the East Rail Line during the morning and evening peak hours. For the Lok Ma Chau spur line model, when a decision is made by the task force, we will announce the decision in due course. For the Lok Ma Chau spur line, train service would stop earlier in the night. From a technology point of view, we can extend the train service so that it is aligned with that of Lo Wu. Technically, that is feasible. However, in terms of the opening hours of the boundary control point, we have to reach a consensus with the mainland authorities, but we will follow it up. For the coming holidays, concerning the special boundary crossing arrangements, now bear in mind that we have a committee to sort out the transport arrangements after a mega event is held. The working group will study whether any special arrangements is needed to cater for the travel need of passengers during the holidays. Mr. Stanley Ng, can the Secretary tell the public the government's emergency mechanism to deal with extraordinarily high traveler demand during holidays, and when will the mechanism be triggered? Secretary. Thank you, Deputy President, and thank you, Mr. Stanley Ng. Under the Security Bureau, there is an emergency command center For the scenario you mentioned, the emergency command center would commence operation and make arrangements. Under the Transport Department, there is also an emergency coordination center which would coordinate emergency responses to cater for the traffic demand. Besides the Transport Department, the coordination group also comprises public transport operators, bus companies, the MTRCL, and so on. So with these members in the coordination center, whenever there are emergency, we will be able to come up with a response. Mr. Gary Zhang, thank you. The question is about enhancing transport services to and from boundary control points. Now, there will be new infrastructures in the future, including Northern Link, Spur Line, and Western Rail Link. So we want to enhance the connection between BCPs and the airport. Our airport not only serves Hong Kong, but the entire region. So we want to make it more competitive. With the completion of those infrastructure, how can we enhance the transport links between the BCPs and the airport so that we can enhance the functions of our BCPs as well as the competitiveness of our airports? Secretary. Thank you, Deputy President. The airport is our major transport infrastructure. It is the first point of contact with inbound travelers. At the airport, we have the Airport Express, connecting the airport with the urban areas. On the 20th of December last year, we promulgated the strategic blueprint for our major infrastructure. So that is the blueprint for our future transport infrastructure. It will be able to cater for the transport demand beyond 2046. That includes the logistics and transport demand generated by additional travelers and business. So in the previous two policy addresses, we have the 3 railways and 3 major roads and the 2 railways and 1 major road in the northern metropolis. These roads and railways will enhance the linkages between the northern metropolis and the urban areas. These are strategic corridors. So from the north, we have the Qianhai Hongshui-Kiel Railway. And from Hongshui-Kiel, you can switch to the West Rail Link, the West Rail Line. And there is also a road connecting to the Lantau, Sunny Bay, and then through the reclamated area, you can reach the 17th Technopole through Qianhai. Now it connects the Qianhai, Northern Metropolis, New Territories, Northwest, the Lantau, the KYC Artificial Islands, and also our CBDs. Passengers can switch to the Airport Express and arrive at the airport. This is a very important corridor to link up the airports and our urban areas. Thank you, Deputy President.
時間結束。政府法案。
Government bills. First reading. Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024. Dutiable Commodities Amendment Bill 2024. Second reading. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. Deputy President, I move the second reading of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tier Standard Rates Bill 2024. The bill aims to implement the two proposals in the 2024-25 budget, including the implementation of a two-tier standard rates regime for salaries tax and tax under personal assessment, as well as one-off tax reduction measures. The bill also implements the measures announced in the 2023 policy address, increasing the deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rents for taxpayers living with newborns. The two-tier standard rates regime for salaries tax and tax under personal assessment is proposed in the budget based on the affordable users pay principle. The bill sets out the details of the two-tier standard rates regime. That is from the year of assessment 2024-25 in calculating the amount of salaries tax and tax under personal assessment and standard rates for taxpayers. The first $5 million of their net income will continue to be subject to the standard rate of 15%, while the portion of their net income exceeding $5 million will be subject to the standard rate of 16%. We estimate the measure will increase government revenue by $905 million per annum and affect around 11,700 taxpayers, only accounting for 0.6% of the relevant taxpayers. Even with the above two-tier standard rates regime, our effective tax rate is still lower than that in other advanced economies. In view of some industries and citizens still under economic pressure and the government's fiscal position, the budget also proposes a one-off reduction of profits tax, salaries tax, and tax under personal assessment for the year of assessment 2023-24 by 100%, subject to a ceiling of $3,000 per case. The bill takes forward the relevant concession arrangements and will benefit 2.06 million taxpayers liable to salaries tax and tax under personal assessment, as well as 160,000 businesses liable to tax. This measure will cost the government $5,531 million in 2024-25. Last but not least, the bill also amends some provisions of the Inland Revenue Ordinance to take forward the measure of increasing the deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rents for taxpayers living with newborns as announced in the 2023 policy address. Specifically, from the year of assessment 2024-25, if taxpayers meet certain prescribed conditions, taxpayers can claim an additional deduction allowance of $20,000 on top of the basic deduction ceiling amount of $100,000. The additional deduction ceiling amount can be claimed for a maximum of 19 years of assessment. The prescribed conditions are: 1. The taxpayer resides with his child in Hong Kong for a specified period of time. 2. The child was born on or after the 25th of October 2023 and is under the age of 18 at any time during the year of assessment. 3. The amount of home loan interest paid or the qualifying rental amount paid is larger than the basic deduction ceiling amount. 4. The taxpayer elects in writing to claim both the basic and additional deduction ceiling amounts. It is estimated that government revenue will be reduced by $5.6 million in the first year of implementation of the measure. The revenue forgone will gradually go up to $106 million per annum for the 19th year after implementation and beyond. President, we have already issued papers to the Council to explain the details of the bill. The IRD has also introduced the relevant measures with examples on its website for taxpayers' reference. The two-tier standard rates regime under the bill will increase government revenue, while the one-off tax reduction measures and an increase in deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rents will ease the burden of taxpayers. I hope members will support the bill to give immediate effect to the relevant measures. I shall submit. Thank you, Deputy President. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
醫務委
Secretary for Health. Deputy President, I move the second reading of the Dutiable Commodities Amendment Bill 2024 to implement the proposal in the 2024-25 budget to increase the rate of tobacco duty per cigarette stick by 80 cents and the duty rate of all the other categories of dutiable tobacco products by the same rate, that is 31.92%. The proposed tobacco duty increase came into effect at 11 a.m. on Budget Day on the 28th of February by way of the Public Revenue Protection Duty on Tobacco Order 2024. The order gives the proposal 4 months of temporary legal effect. The government must introduce the proposed bill within the validity period of the order for the Legislative Council to scrutinize and pass the bill. Raising tobacco tax is considered the single most effective tobacco control measures internationally. Raising the retail price of cigarettes is an incentive for smokers to quit smoking and helps to prevent non-smokers, in particular young people, from coming into contact with tobacco. The World Health Organization, WHO, encourages each of its members to raise tobacco duty regularly. It recommends a minimum of 75% of total duty as a proportion of retail price. In November 2023, the retail price of a pack of cigarettes was about $78, and tobacco duty accounted for less than 65% of the retail price, far lower than the 75% recommended by WHO. Consequently, after raising the tobacco duty by 60 cents last year, the government announced in the 2024-25 budget to increase the tobacco duty per cigarette stick by 80 cents to $3.306 per cigarette stick. It's the first time in more than 20 years that we raised the tobacco duty 2 years in a row. We are therefore able to keep cigarette prices at a certain level to prevent the resurgence of smoking prevalence. The move also sends a clear message to the community on the commitment and resolve of the governments to protect the health of the people. Our target is the 75% tobacco duty rate as recommended by WHO. We will keep under review the effectiveness of our tobacco control measures and pace of future adjustments of tobacco duty. There is a suggestion. The aim is to reduce the smoking prevalence because smoking-related diseases pose a heavy burden on the public healthcare system as a whole. Now, of the 8 death causes of death, 8 around the world, 8 are related to smoking. For example, coronary diseases, blood vessel diseases, lung diseases, bronchitis diseases, lung cancers, and so on. Now, smokers have a 10 times more probability of contracting lung cancer. According to the figures of the Hospital Authority in 2019, 5% of the patients spent 60% of their healthcare expenditure, and most of these patients were smokers with diseases related to smoking. Now, there is the suggestion in the community that the higher tobacco duty adds to the burden of low-income smokers. The government must stress that smoking is harmful to health. Tobacco smoke contains more than 7,000 chemicals, of which some 70 are carcinogenic and may cause diseases in almost all body organs and systems. The low-income group is, in fact, the group that could least afford to cope with the health and financial impact of tobacco. The use of tobacco directly widens the wealth gap. Raising tobacco duty has a notable effect in causing low-income smokers to quit smoking. For the sake of their own health and the health of others, smokers should quit smoking without delay. Quitting smoking helps to save money. More importantly, smokers will become healthy again. The Department of Health, DH, works with local non-government organizations to provide free and community-based smoking cessation services. These services offer various treatment options, including counseling and medication, Chinese medicine, and acupuncture. There are also various service delivery modes. DH organizes activities at community pharmacies, smoking cessation clinics, district health centers, and DHC expresses to offer those with smoking habit free 1-week smoke cessation medication, that is the nicotine replacement therapy trial pack. This is to encourage smokers to try out smoking cessation. Past experience in raising tobacco duty shows that the bigger the duty hike, the larger the call volume at DH quit line and also the bigger the drop in smoking prevalence. According to DH statistics, after the increase in tobacco duty last year, the number of calls received at the quit line went up from about 7,400 in 2022 to about 9,700 in 2023. The increase is more than 30%. In the first week after the budget announcement on tobacco duty increase this year, the quit line received 542 calls, almost 5 times the weekly average of 114 calls in the previous 3 months. This shows that smokers have a notably stronger desire to quit smoking with higher tobacco duty. I take this opportunity to appeal to smokers to quit smoking as soon as possible. On combating illicit cigarettes, the Customs and Excise Department (CNED) will continue its multi-pronged approach and conduct stringent enforcement actions at all levels against illicit cigarette activities. The Tobacco and Alcohol Control Office (TACO) of DH, the Hong Kong Police Force and the Housing Department have established a cooperation mechanism targeting the distribution of smoking product leaflets at public housing estates. When the distribution of smoking product leaflet is detected in public housing estates, estate staff will immediately contact the police for assistance and also refer the case to TACO for further investigation. DH and CEHT have recently conducted joint enforcement operations. We are considering legislative measures to curb illicit cigarettes in collaboration with CNED. We will review how best to implement the marking system for duty-paid cigarettes for facilitating enforcement work and differentiating between duty-paid and duty-not-paid cigarettes. President, smoking prevalence in Hong Kong dropped from 23.3% in the 1980s to 9.5% in 2021. It shows that the government's tobacco control measures over the years, with the support of different sectors in the community, are effective in lowering smoking prevalence. Our target is to further lower smoking prevalence to 7.8% in 2025. To this end, we need to take more stringent measures actively to prevent non-smokers from trying out smoking and becoming addicted. We must encourage smokers to quit smoking too. The government launched the Vibrant, Healthy and Tobacco-Free Hong Kong public consultation on tobacco control strategies between July and September 2023 to seek the views of the public on the next stage of tobacco control measures. We are pleased that many of the tobacco control measures put forward in the consultation document were supported by the public at large. In addition to increasing tobacco duty, we're studying other control measures in phases. We will report on our work later. I hope members will support the passage of the bill, so together we will promote tobacco control to protect public health. President, I so submit. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee.
Government motion. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury will move a proposed resolution under the Public Finance Ordinance. Members who wish to speak, please press the Request to Speak button. I now call upon the Secretary to speak and move the motion. Deputy President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. The purpose of this resolution is to seek funds on account to enable the government to carry on its services between the start of the financial year on the 1st of April 2024 and the time when the Appropriation Ordinance 2024 comes into operation. This is an essential procedure. The specific arrangements also follow those of recent years. According to the budget timetable this year, the Legislative Council will resume the second reading debate and conduct the third budget meeting of the Appropriation Bill 2024 at its meeting on the 24th April 2024 and the 8th of May 2024 respectively. As such, the Appropriation Ordinance 2024 will not come into operation before the 8th of May 2024. To ensure that the government will not need to halt public services, including services closely related to people's livelihoods such as education, social welfare, healthcare, and security due to the lack of funds when the new financial year starts on the 1st of April 2024, we need to propose this resolution. The funds on account sought under each subhead in accordance with the fourth paragraph of the resolution have been determined with reference to the relevant provisions in the 2024-25 estimates of expenditure. The initial amount of funds on account under each head, which has incorporated requirements at subhead level, is provided in the form of a footnote to this speech. In gist, the proposed funds on account should be able to cope with around 2 months of the government's operational requirements. The aggregate amount of funds on account is 167 $543,569,000 before the ordinance comes into operation. This represents around 27% of the total appropriation of $623,555,525,000 among the Appropriation Bill 2024. For recurring expenditure subheads, we in general seek 20% of the provisions as funds on account. For non-current and capital expenditure subheads, due to the irregular and lumpy nature, 100% of the provisions as shown in the draft estimates is sought. The government has to make payments for a large number of expenditure items every day. Taking the start of the 2024-25 financial year as an example, many major government expenditure items to be settled within 1 week's time include: 1. Subvention payments of around $7.8 billion to the Hospital Authority. B. Payments for the Comprehensive Social Security Assistance and Social Security Allowance totaling around $0.7 billion to about 50,000 families and 80,000 individuals respectively. C. Grants of around $1.7 billion to University Grants Committee-funded university. D. Subsidies of around $559 million to about 740 kindergartens. And D. Pension gratuities of around $680 million to retired civil servants. There are also other expenses such as salaries of contract staff as well as accounts payable to suppliers. It takes at least 2 to 3 working days for government departments and banks to process a large number of payments made by auto-pay. It also takes some days to complete the statutory procedures after passage of the vote on account resolution, including the gazettal process and procedures for issuance of the vote on account warrant, so that the government can make payments starting from the 1st of April as usual. In order to ensure that the government has the necessary resources to continue those services provided to the public, I urge members to support the motion today. In fact, failure to secure the passage of the vote on account resolution in a timely manner would pose a real and serious impact to the continued operation of the government, including the public sector, the subvented sector, the business sector, and ultimately the entire society, which counts on the services and funding support from the government. Subject to the above aggregate amount not being exceeded, the resolution enables the FS to vary the funds on account in respect of any subhead, but these variations must not exceed the provision for the subhead in the 2024-25 estimates of expenditure. To enhance transparency and in line with the established practice, we report to the Finance Committee of this Council if the FS has exercised the authority to meet necessary requirements. The vote on account will be subsumed under the appropriation ordinance upon its enactment and commencement. I so submit. I beg to move.
And I propose a question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Members' motion with no legislative effect. Mr. Chu Kok Keung will move a motion on comprehensively implementing positive education to foster well-being in schools. Ms. Lilian Kwok will move an amendment to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendment. Later, I will first call upon Mr. Chu Kok Keung to speak and move the motion. Then I will call upon Ms. Lilian Kwok to speak, but she may not move the motion at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. And I'll call upon Mr. Chu Kok Keung to speak and move the motion. Mr. Chu. Thank you, Deputy President. I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. Now, in this days, we always talk about efficiency. Now, so the education is changing in a way, especially in terms of its nature. Now, with the examination systems and so on, there is a very competitive environment, and people tend to compare with each other, and then they may not students may not perform as well. Now, the self value of esteem of students may be affected if they don't do so at school, and then there is not a sense of well-being either. Now, the Education Bureau has been encouraging happy learning. It's all about learning, not so much about the scores. But then we are seeing an increasing number of student suicide cases. Figures from the Education Department shows that in the first 11 months last year, there were 31 cases of student suicide leading to death. It's a 5-year high. And then in student health service centers, for questionnaires completed, 1 out of 100 thought about committing suicide, and more than one person actually attempted suicide. So we see both parents and students are under heavy pressure because they try to push their children to do better in school. Now, we are talking about training young people, students both in their academic studies as well as virtual. So virtual should come first. Why is it that we care more about their school performance? And why is it that the focus is always on scores when students move to universities? It seems that the other performances students are never considered. Now we see a spate of student suicide, so have we considered improving the education system? I propose positive education and well-being in schools. It's because I want the community to consider or review, and they should do some social action because there is so much competition in schools. Students are under heavy pressure. They don't have a sense of well-being. So we need to address that. In the past decade or so, I've been promoting positive education. I shared my experience in over 100 schools. I see that's working well. Now, positive education is about scientific way in promoting a sense of well-being in schools. We want to revamp our school culture. We want to encourage students to realize the potential. And there should be various positive elements that will enhance the mental well-being of students. And so we want to focus on nurturing students' virtues, in particular in relation to Chinese culture. And then with some stable mind, and students will feel a sense of well-being. And what do we mean by that? There's a PERMA indicator. For someone who is positive, has a sense of well-being, there are 5 special features. One is a positive mindset, engagement, good interpersonal relations. They feel there's a meaning in life, and they have a sense of achievement. So I would encourage schools to focus on these aspects of students, because with positive education we can prevent mental issues with the students. It also helps students to stay in good condition for learning. Now, for positive education, there are various issues we need to consider. First of all, we should set up a dedicated department or committee on promoting positive education and fostering well-being in schools. I hope academics and frontline personnel will join this committee to formulate an action plan. And secondly, it must be people-based. We have to consider the all-round development of students. We need to improve and adjust the school progression ladder. So we need to minimize the negative impact of poor learning results. And we shouldn't just look at administrative orders. Thirdly, there must be professional training for teachers, school heads, and so on. There must be the element of positive education, and resources must be deployed to enhance the professional capabilities of guidance teachers and social workers and so on. So that and there should be professional curricula to enhance the professional standards of teachers and social workers so students can benefit. Fourthly, we need to learn from others' experience. Now, for schools that do well in promoting positive education, well, they could second teachers, or there could be other forms of sharing of experience with other schools. Fifthly, there is need to delegate powers. Now, Education Bureau has put forth various education policies. So I hope the school bureau will consider streamlining administrative work so teachers will have time instead to spend on students. Sixthly, we need to reduce the content of the curriculum. There should be less learning pressure. Many parents want their students to do well at the starting line, but students are already exhausted at the starting line before they start the race. We are no longer talking about elitist education, we're talking about popular education. So we should focus more on the intentions of learning. We need children to have a happy childhood. We should train them to be lifelong learners, and they shouldn't be scared of learning with the massive amounts of homework and tests and so on. Now, seventhly, we need to enhance the mindset of parents. At home, they should have a positive training of the children, and then eighthly, there must be VPAT education. There should be improvement to VPAT education, so students could take up vocational training early, and every student will then have a good progression ladder. Now, I'm sure the Secretary for Education will be telling us in a moment all the measures they've taken. But really, if you look at the outcome, then these measures are not really working. So we should start with educationists and parents. We should change their mindset. We must pay more attention to what students are thinking. We need to care about their happiness and so on. Now, in presidency, one said that we should have better education for our children. This is something that public aspire for. I hope in government's policies there will be real actions to respond to the expectations of the country. There should be more resources and measures should be taken so that there will be implementation of positive education across all schools, and then there will be better sense of well-being in schools. I so speak.
案予以通過。
Ms. Lillian Kwok will move an amendment to the motion. Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for the motion. I said that we needed to formulate long-term education planning. President Xi said that the important mission of education is that we need to modernize education to a high standard. The country attaches great importance to education. The President mentioned in 2035, we need to see education policies achieving great results in order to benefit the country. Education is very important in a society. We need to adopt a macro perspective, adopt a global vision in order to gain an edge over others. We need to be innovative. We also need to make changes. We need to establish a high-quality education system in order to, in the long term, overcome shortcomings and build on our own strengths. The future of children is the future of society. School trains these talents. Schools have been promoting positive education, but our experience is that there have been misfortunate events at school. For example, there was a school bullying incident just recently. This is heartbreaking. So we do need to have a long-term education planning in order to have positive culture that builds on the concept of positive psychology to help children develop positive values, positive emotions, as well as positive interpersonal relationships that helps build positive campus culture. In the long term, can the Education Bureau consider set reference criteria for education, positive education? There can be teaching examples in the curriculum. Positive education elements can also be added in order to instill positive energy into the curriculum. Some cities in China have been promoting sports or physical education. Long-term participation can indeed reduce the likelihood of depression. So I suggest that the Education Bureau should take stock of the ecology of the local education system. More special education curriculums should also be put in place in order to develop positive education and positive mindset for students. We need to build a positive atmosphere at schools. Parents also played an important role, so family education is indispensable. In 2021, in a standing committee, it was passed a law in relation to family education. We need to promote traditional Chinese cultures. We need to enhance the well-being of families in order to develop society and train our children to be the future pillar of society. We all love our children, but how can we build families with positive mindsets? I suggest that the administration should enhance parent education. For example, we can see what children need. We need to communicate with our children in order to develop their values education. We can also make use of family therapists to solve family-related problems. Through positive values and concepts, we can groom children with positive values. That's how we can have families with loving culture. Education policies impact on the future of children. It requires the concerted efforts of parents and schools. We need to make sure children have a loving and positive environment in which they grow and learn. I so submit. Thank you, Deputy President. I hope to have member support. Thank you.
Secretary for Education. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I thank Mr. Chu Kwok-kang for moving the motion and Ms. Lian Kwok for moving her amendment. Young people are the future and hope of Hong Kong. The Education Bureau is committed to optimizing education and cultivating young people to become individuals with virtue and talent, with a sense of responsibility, with global perspective, positive values, as well as love for the country and family to prepare themselves for future challenges and opportunities. In the year 2023 to 24, the government allocated 104 billion Hong Kong dollars for education expenditure, providing high-quality basic education and diverse tertiary education to create a happy campus life for students. Promoting positive education, inspiring students' potential, boosting their self-confidence, and cultivating their ability to face challenges positively have always been the shared goals of the EB and schools. Positive education can actually help them realize their full potential and contribute to the development of family, schools, Hong Kong, and the nation. I will highlight the EB's efforts in promoting values education, establishing a caring campus culture, enhancing mental well-being of students and teachers, and promoting positive parenting education. And these 5 aspects promote positive education and create a positive campus culture. First of all, in promoting value education, the EP has always been supporting schools through multiple approaches to implement values education in a holistic and organic manner, and to try to teach them at a young age. In the Values Education Curriculum Framework 2021, we stated that kids from kindergarten should learn how to care for others and to work as a team in groups, and then to face challenges in a positive manner. And in our primary and secondary school education, we also emphasize a whole school approach so that schools can, based on the different needs of students, to adjust their curriculum and then to provide different kinds of assessment. In the Values Education Curriculum Framework, it is also stated a series of core values, including perseverance, respect for others, sense of responsibility, care, empathy, etc. This aims to teach students to understand the meaning and joy of life, to face challenges and adversity positively, to respect and cherish life, and not to give up easily. These are very important messages. The schools can also choose other positive values in line with their educational beliefs. The EB continues to promote schools in pushing forward education, and we have all been organizing the My Pledge to Act event on value since 2003. And since 2019, we have been working on the theme of be grateful and treasure what we have, stay positive and optimistic. So this will encourage students to face challenges and adversity in a positive manner. Students can also make use of the Life-wide Learning Grant provided annually by the EB or apply for funding through the Quality Education Fund's My Pledge to Act funding scheme to obtain additional resources for promoting positive education learning. We also launched different programs in primary and secondary schools, such as the Enhanced Smart Teen Project in collaboration with disciplinary forces and the Pupil Ambassador Scheme Positive Life Program. These enhance students' resilience through adventure, team building, and problem-solving training, and they help students develop a sense of self-esteem, self-discipline, responsibility, and adaptability to face challenges and cultivate correct values and positive attitudes. We implemented programs such as the WE Positive Dynamic Scheme and the Gratitude, Forgiveness, Happiness Project to help students in building a positive self-image and learning to respect life and cherish everything they have. As for schools, they will also organize different kind of school-wide or class-based activities such as festive celebrations, Chinese Culture Day, school trips, life-wide learning days, talent competitions, or performances, etc. So these activities promote cooperation, communication, and positive interaction among students, and also help enhance students' sense of engagement and achievement. Promoting a healthy lifestyle is crucial in helping students establish a positive and fulfilling life. The Education Bureau implemented a variety of student activities, including the Active Students, Active People campaign, MVP A60 award scheme, sharing sessions by elite athletes, rope skipping fun day, dance for health, and other similar activities. So these can encourage students to develop a healthy lifestyle. The EB also helps to promote a caring campus culture. Each year, the EB organizes the Caring School Award Scheme in collaboration with NGOs to publicly recognize schools that actively promote a caring campus. In the 2022-23 academic year, the Caring Campus Award Scheme focused on the theme of holistic care for well-being, commending over 400 schools for their dedication to students' physical and mental well-being. We are committed to promoting the co-creating a harmonious school anti-bullying day campaign by providing schools with resource packages and anti-bullying charters to enhance students' awareness of bullying prevention. We also provide peer mediation training to help students deal with peer mediation to handle campus conflicts. We also implemented the Harmonious School Network Program and the WiseNet School Recognition Scheme to facilitate the sharing of successful experiences among schools. In the 2023-24 academic year, we will establish a one-stop hotline and online counseling services to provide advice and support to students and parents in dealing with conflicts or bullying issues among students. In addressing the mental health of students, the EB attaches huge importance on that and has been assisting schools in addressing students' mental health needs at the universal, selective, and indicated levels. Students face different pressures and challenges. Therefore, helping them navigate these tests and transitions is an important part of their growth. Research shows that enhancing children's and adolescents' awareness and positive attitudes towards mental health can effectively improve their resilience to stress. To support schools in promoting mental health literacy, the EB launched the Mental Health Literacy Resource Package for primary schools in November 2023. And this can help them understand mental health and to cultivate positive and inclusive attitudes. To assist schools in utilizing the resource kits effectively, the EB organized workshops for teachers to introduce these principles. And in order to help them to be better equipped with this knowledge and to encourage students to be positive, we have also rolled out the Spread the Love, Care and Sunshine campaign at the end of 2023. Students are encouraged to organize mental health days and set up mental health corners or relaxation rooms on campus to create a relaxed and caring environment for students. The EB also reviewed school assessments, examinations, and timetabling arrangements to ensure that they have sufficient time and space for physical and mental activities, and efforts are made to strengthen class-based support to create a positive atmosphere. We provide additional subsidies to all government-funded primary and secondary schools through the Mental Health at School one-off grant and the one-off grant for mental health of parents and students. Teacher and parent training workshops are also organized to collaborate in enhancing the mental health of students. We will continue to facilitate cross-departmental and cross-sector collaboration to help students develop positive interpersonal relationships, strengthen their sense of well-being and resilience, and enhance the overall culture of health in schools. Teachers' mental health is an essential element in creating a happy campus. In order to help teachers and principals in dealing with work-related stress or personal emotional issues, the ED established the Teachers Helpline, which provides telephone counseling and support services. We also organized stress management and other courses to promote physical and mental well-being for teachers. Starting from the 2023-24 academic year, the EB also commissioned NGOs or tertiary institutions to conduct workshops and online courses on physical and mental health for teachers. In promoting positive education in parents, we know that parents are important stakeholders. Therefore, parent positive education is very important. We want parents to have an understanding, thus can support the creation of a happy campus and positive learning environment. The Education Bureau launched the territory-wide Positive Parent campaign since 2020 and organized various competitions and activities to promote parent education. This is to encourage parents to develop positive thinking and help their children grow happily. To provide parents with knowledge and skills in nurturing the children, we have commissioned tertiary institutions to, in phases, develop parent education curriculum frameworks and to provide a parent education grant. These can help children grow in a happy and positive manner. The EB has been earmarking huge resources to positive education and in the whole person approach. To have students be positive, the EB cannot provide infinite resources. Only by launching a student-oriented curriculum and to have strategic measures taken by teachers and parents can we really support children in healthy growth. And with parent support, they can actually develop positive thinking and go happily and have a sense of well-being. We will listen carefully to members' opinions on positive education and will provide a consolidated response later. Thank you.
Dr. Chow Man-kong, Deputy President. In the face of a learning environment with keen competition, preschool education and basic education, it's important to implement positive education and build well-being in schools. Of course, Mr. Ju's motion comes just in time. In the current state of society, we can see the urgent need to implement positive education to foster well-being in schools. There are many students suffering from emotional problems in secondary and primary schools. The more senior forms they are in, the more serious the problem. This shows that we need to focus on the needs of different age brackets to make adjustments. In 2023, there were figures, a total of 910 students in secondary and primary schools suffering from emotional problems. The figure went up by 62% comparing with 2019 to 2020. In senior secondary school, there is a marked increase. This shows that the Education Bureau need to step in. We shouldn't lose any time. There are criticism leveled against the homework volume, depriving students of any time to entertainment, for example. For extracurricular activities, ECA, they are main ways to build positive education. In PE classes, should PE classes be introduced to examinations? It was a question asked. In the mainland, the relevant work has already been commenced. Earlier on, in the mainland, there was already a policy rolled out. It recommends that students, upon arrival in school, should work out for 20 minutes. That is to ensure 1 hour of physical education activities. I think the Education Bureau can draw reference from this practice. Of course, some students may be more interested in STEAM, arts, for example, and visual arts. We can help these students realize their potential and develop positive values and outlook on life. In order to help schools implement positive education, there should also be pre-job training for teachers. For students of PGDE and Bachelor of Education, positive psychology elements should be included in the curriculum. Based on the experience of master's program in some institutions, positive psychology can be added to the curriculum. This can help with interpersonal relationships as well as interpersonal communication. Students can bring this knowledge to schools, students, as well as parents. They can help schools develop positive education, catering to the needs of different students as well as the curriculum in order to foster well-being in schools and build a loving culture in schools. There are quite many charitable organizations working with schools to develop positive education. In order to have better division of work, the Bureau can deploy resources to SEN students. And NCS non-Chinese speaking students. Students in these two categories have their respective learning needs. If they don't have incentive to learn, their self-esteem will suffer in the long term. So I think that the Education Bureau should provide better support and should focus resources on implementing positive education in schools in order to improve their learning efficiency and so on. I so submit. Thank you, Deputy President. Ms. Doreen Kong, I speak in support of Mr. Ju's motion. Implementing positive education and fostering well-being in schools, we should consider the special features of Hong Kong as well as the complex situation facing Hong Kong. The suicidal rate of school children in Hong Kong has been on the rise. In 2007, there were 306 students' suicide cases. In 2023, 37 students passed away. It attracted our concern. Great pressure of students is just the factor that we can see on the surface. There are much more other reasons. Schools actually play a very important role. Positive education in Hong Kong campus should be widely recognized and be widely adopted. A positive psychology and positive mindset of students are much more important than examination skills. As early as in 2021, positive psychology Martin Seligman mentioned PERMA, that is positive emotion, engagement, positive relationships, meaning, and achievement. These are being applied to education. Positive education focuses on realizing the potential of students so that students can find a joy in learning as well as they can ease their pressure. As a result, students can have fun learning. Positive education should not be confined to schools and learning of students. Positive education should build a positive mindset for students so that they can face the different ups and downs in schools. For example, in their daily life, they may have different issues in interpersonal relationships in their families and so on. There's much room for improvement for the education sector in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, the crux of the issue is the education system. We need to incorporate positive education into the school curriculum, be it official or not. We also need to update the existing education system. We also need to have different kinds of training in relation to positive education for teachers. We also need to build an online database of positive education. For example, through drama, visual arts, and so on, we can promote positive education. There can also be a reward mechanism to encourage schools to incorporate positive education into the curriculum. We need to help schools improve the mechanism. Positive education covers different disciplines. We need to have a task force comprising education, psychology, innovation, and technology, as well as arts. That is to drive the innovative development of positive education. There can also be recommendations in relation to positive education policies in schools, having regard to students' situation. By and large, positive education is a key to a happy campus. Students acquire knowledge happily, they grow happily. These are our goal. These are our ultimate aim. I hope the Secretary will understand this point. Education helps build our future. Whichever education method we choose, we also need to respect the mental development and the well-being of students. Students need to have happiness, and this should be a major component in students. Thank you. I so submit.
Mr. Kenneth Lau. Madam Deputy President, I speak in support of the motion moved by Mr. Chu Kwok Keung. Now, schools are where students are trained, they learn knowledge, and also it's also about all around the development of students, and then they could realize their potential, capitalize on the strengths, and then they will have a enjoy a good life thereafter. So in schools, talents are trained for Hong Kong, and it is also a place where students, young people start building their future. Now, students in Hong Kong face various forms of pressure and stress, in terms of family, school, work, interpersonal relations, and so on. Now, there is the PISA assessment, and the study shows that in the past few assessments, in terms of reading, maths and science, on knowledge subjects, Hong Kong students scored high. But then on sense of well-being and mental wellness and resilience, Hong Kong students scored low. Now, we went through 3 years of COVID pandemic. Students face a challenge that's unprecedented. And last year, in reply to a written question, the Education Bureau pointed out there were 31 student suicide cases in the first 11 months of 2023. That's a record in 5 years. Now, in 2018, there were 14 cases, so that's the number has doubled. Now, the Hong Kong U Jockey Club Suicide Prevention Research Center shows that in Hong Kong, 306 students tried to commit suicide. 37% of the cases have to do with schools, for families 28%, and for mental health another 20% or so. So that shows that students face new challenges during the epidemic. Now, when we talk about mental well-being of students, I suggest the government deploy more resources as soon as possible to roll out new measures. In all primary and secondary schools, even in kindergartens, then there is a policy on promoting positive education. I'd like to make 3 suggestions. 1, there has to be a new environment in schools. It should be the sense of well-being should be promoted in schools, and then we should encourage students to have positive values. The government could give more resources to have new setups in schools. There could be design of various interesting activities with diversity, and we must try to realize the potential of students having regard to their characters. The second point is to enhance homeschool cooperation, as Ms. Lillian Kwok mentioned in her amendment. There's need to strengthen homeschool cooperation. Now, in the school, we have hundreds of thousands of students come from different backgrounds. Only the parents know best about their children. So the Education Bureau should help schools to set up a team of positive education task force with teachers from all forms taking part, and then parents should be included too there, so they will work together to take care of the needs of students. Thirdly, we need to strengthen teacher training on positive education. Positive education is not the same as the traditional imparting of knowledge. So it's about caring more for students rather than just imparting knowledge. So there should be training on teachers helping students with different characters and so on. And then there could be a positive education systems design. So that's why the government needs to have custom-made teacher training on positive education. There must also be more exchange activities. And then students will be, teachers will be able to help schools become a happy school. I speak in support of the motion and the amendment. Mr. So Chang-Wing. Thank you, Deputy President. No, the pace is fast in Hong Kong. It's highly competitive, so there's much stress and pressure in society. Our culture is that we commend the elites and those who are successful. And this kind of mindset extends to schools. Now, we may have trained many elites, but in the UN report on happiness and well-being, we are ranking far behind the mainland Singapore and other places. Now, students in Hong Kong have to face various challenges about their school studies and other aspects. And so students and young children become anxious, and some even become depressed. A recent study by the Hong Kong U shows that school work is the main source of stress to students, 40%. And then for 19.4% of the young people interviewed, disclosed that they contemplated committing suicide once, at least once. Another study confirmed the same findings. Now, in 2022, suspected death cases due to suicide amounted to 71 cases. That's an increasing trend. Now, suicide cases of young people may be due to various reasons, maybe family relationship, peer relationship, mental wellness, and wellness and so on. So that's why the schools, the healthcare, and the social welfare sector should work together. But then schools are where students spend most of the time. This is also their primary social circle. Therefore, the schools need to be the first defense line. It must also be the final safety net. That's why I support Mr. Chu Kwok-keung's motion and Ms. Lilian Kwok's amendment. In Hong Kong, there is indeed a need to strengthen positive education. We need to help students to realize the potential, and then they will have positive values and perspectives about life. And then we could reduce the chance of mental issues. The government should deploy more resources and take measures at primary and secondary schools as well as kindergartens. There should be full promotion of positive education. We need to encourage students to go after diversified development. For example, there should be a policy on positive education. This should be part of the assessment of a school as well as of students. Secondly, we need to improve the professional abilities of teachers. There should be professional training programs for teachers so teachers can learn about positive education psychology, teaching techniques, assessment approaches, and new thinking. And thirdly, the government should expand the scope of the pilot programs for schools taking part in the positive education program. And we should build a positive education culture in schools, and schools shouldn't just pay attention to their students' performance and their own ranking. And fourthly, we need to promote homeschool cooperation and consolidate on existing achievements. And fifthly, there should be the collaboration scheme for schools and medical sectors should be expanded. So for young children or students with mental issues, we should provide a happy school environment for them. Now, positive education is not just about reducing the stress of students, but rather we want to equip students with the ability to cope with challenges and anxieties. We want young people to have an open mind, and they will learn from the best of both Chinese and Western cultures. That will certainly help to promote the quality of our talent base. So I speak. Ms. Rebecca Chen. Well, Deputy President, we're talking about positive education and fostering well-being in schools. Now, when I was in school, I was happy. My parents never gave me pressure. When I was in primary school, I went to the after school, so I finished watching TV before I go to school. And then after school, I didn't have to take up any music lesson or painting lesson. And then on holidays, I could really rest. I could go and play board games. And then my father was a sailor, and when he arrived at a certain port, my family will take my sister and I to go and visit my father, and she never cared if we could catch up with my schoolwork. So that's why I learned a lot. I have a broad outlook, and I'm happy. I don't know why in Hong Kong, I don't know when this becomes the thing in Hong Kong that students must win the race at the starting line, and so there's food days, primary schools. Well, and when it was first proposed, I saw much merit in that, because in the morning, children will have class learning, and then in the afternoon, there will be other non-learning activities, such as for them to take up interest class or take PE lessons, or there will even be homework tutorials so they could finish their homework at schools, they don't need to bring homework home. When they get home, they are not under pressure and they could spend quality time with their parents. But then we find for most primary and secondary schools, they are just extending the class learning hours to the afternoon. So students are under even more pressure. And then after school, they have to take interest class or tutorial classes. So there's a massive amount of homework. They have to get up early in the morning, around 6, and it seems that they're busier than many adults. So how can they be happy? And I'm particularly concerned about children's suicide cases. Now, in the first 11 months of last year, the Education Bureau received a report about suspected suicide cases leading to deaths. And then in 2022 to 23, the DH conducted a survey on students, and over 30% actually thought about committing suicide. And then 1.6% of students actually attempted suicide. This is a 5-year high. It's a high. So my question is, if the secretary told us about all the measures they took in his open address. If these measures were, how come we're still seeing soaring suicide cases? Now, the focus should not be on whether there are more or fewer suicide cases. I think the goal should be 0, because one suicide case is one too many. For as a member of this council, I want every student is able to learn in loving and happy school environment. And then now we need to consider about the emotions of students, the interpersonal relations, their self-value, self-confidence. We need to foster self-confidence, and we need to train students in critical thinking so they're able to face the various challenges in a positive manner. Now, there are various reasons contributing to well-being in schools. Now, other than learning pressure may not just come from schools, but from their families or peers. But still, the focus of the policy should be on how we should relieve the stress of students. There has to be an outlet for students' emotions, so they're able to express themselves, and there's a space for them, and also they will get support. It's very important. Therefore, I think schools should organize more team sports, and they should encourage students to take part in team sports, because in the past few years, students probably spend more time on the computer than with people because they had to go online learning. And then now when they communicate with their siblings or friends, they will actually use WhatsApp. They type text rather than talk to each other face to face. So that's why the government a school should encourage team sports that don't involve games, just some sort of group games, because when students leave schools, they will still maintain contact with friends they make in schools, and they could talk to them when they are not happy. And with such a group or team sports, then students could release their stress, and it will also help them to learn to cope with adversities. We should also learn from the Finnish learning model. Now, in primary schools, there is no distinction of elite classes, rather students are just divided into groups because they want students to mingle. I hope in Hong Kong, all our students will be able to enjoy a happy learning environment in schools. They will all grow up in a healthy environment with positive thinking. Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, Madam Deputy. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Chu for moving the motion so that we have a chance to discuss how young people should promote positive learning. Well, when we talk about Under the Lion Rock, we then would come up with the image of how to face adversity, because this is all something we know about and this is something we grew up with. Well, other than acting as a role model, we should also promote this in education so that young people can learn to grow in face of adversity and be positive. Positive education is high on the blueprint of young people development. We should encourage young people to face adversity. And I, as part of the Committee on Young of Youth Development has already been working on organizing cross-departmental activities to teach young people to be positive in their thinking. One activity is to encourage elite athletes in Hong Kong to share with young people how to persevere. And we can actually promote the Olympic spirit to the young people. And we also provide adventure building activities to teach them how to overcome challenges and be resilient. I hope that the community and the government can encourage young people to join in these activities. 70% of participants believe that after participating, they are more positive in terms of thinking. I hope schools can also work with us to provide more positive education opportunities for the students. Young people need to be positive in learning as well. And so I am of the view that primary and secondary schools should promote positive learning. In schools, emphasis is put on grades, and students are under huge pressure. However, if you could change the way we assess the students, it can actually help them to learn not to give up and not to focus only on grades. We should not, in this century, nurture students who are only excelling in academics. We should actually teach them to be multi-diversified, to be developed as a whole person. We could actually set up growth, values, and goals for them. We have seen many new tools. As long as teachers and parents are willing to change their mindset, we can actually make use of IT to support the students. And instead of competing against each other, students can learn from each other and help and support each other. And this could actually be conducive to their positive growth. I always hear that young people in this era are very vulnerable. They are not resilient. However, I believe that this is only a myth because this is how people criticize the next generation. I know many people from the Alpha generation. They are willing to express themselves and they have strong goals and aims for the future. I hope that we can be positive in the way we view young people. We should really embrace young people and to support them in their growth, and we should also roll out more measures to help them so that they can all be resilient, perseverant, and stay positive. I so submit and support the original motion and the amendment. Ms. Chen Yutming, thank you. I speak in support of Mr. Chu's motion to allocate resources to implement positive education to enhance a sense of well-being is very important. I have to first declare that I'm actually working a primary school on a committee, and actually to implement positive education will help students to learn proactively and be more positive and to enhance their interpersonal skills and to bring them a sense of well-being. I would like to share a story with you on positive education case. A village school was saved and now it has become the forest school in the north. So this school was actually in Ta Kau. It used to be a restricted area, and for the well-being of the next generation, a school was actually set up in the past century. And this school was actually within the village in a forest. With the development of the community since the millennium, there have been less and less students in the school. At that time, the restricted area was still as such, and therefore other students were not able to go to that school. So this is the Taku Ling Ying Public School. As a school governor, I understand that this was the only school in the village, and if the school was to be closed down, then this children would not be able to go to school. So I went up to try to recruit students, and we were able to maintain our school, and we gradually brought in forest education in the schools. The principal would invite experts to come in to teach the teachers, and then this not only changed the attitude of teachers towards students and also enhance their confidence in teaching. And we were able to receive subvention from the government to rebuild the school. When you go to the school, you'll be able to see flowers and nurseries, and it's really, in literal terms, a forest school. The school understands the differences between children, and you have seen positive values of the students. As a governor, I was very happy. And the principle of this school is actually the move of today's motion. Dr. Chu Kwok Kong, I am in full support of his motion. Dr. Tek Chi Yun. To implement positive education, we must first create a good learning environment. All along, our teachers, students, and parents have been under huge pressure, therefore leading to a high suicidal rate in Hong Kong. Today, people do not feel anything when they hear suicidal news, and they show no apathy because this happens too often. According to the student suicidal rates by the EB, as of November 2023, there have been 31 such cases. These did not include attempted suicidal cases or seek for help. The figures provided by the police as of November 11, 2023, recorded 306 cases of student suicide, and there were also relevant medical records. The figures, actually, you can see a huge discrepancy between the police and the EB. So why are the authorities underestimating this situation? And it seems that the EB seems that suicidal rate is high due to the pandemic. They are not determined to go to the root of the problem. And all they said was to be more caring and to create a more caring culture. They suggested a 3-tier program, but it doesn't really delve into the root of the problem. Students face huge pressure in learning in Hong Kong. Research shows that the main suicidal reason in Hong Kong is academic pressure. Even parents, even if they want to rest after work, will have to go home to deal with homework of their children, and they work on homework till late until 10 or 11 in the evening, and students really cannot feel happy or a sense of well-being. And although grades being the top priority is not limited only to Hong Kong, we see that in other countries such as Singapore, they have actually tried to make changes to the assessment to try to relieve pressure. And on the mainland as well, primary students cannot do homework at home, and other grades can only work within 60 minutes on homework. So it's called the double reduction policy on the mainland. And they also have to set up their homework in accordance with government policies. And there are strict limitations on the time spent on homework. For example, primary 1 to 2 students only half an hour, and then for the upper grades, an hour or more. Hong Kong should also set such a limit on the time spent on homework. For example, on primary 1 to 2 students, 20 minutes per day, and they should not exceed 100 minutes per week. The EB should set up this homework policy to set up a time limit on homework. For example, a lower primary should not work on homework for more than 30 minutes, and a higher primary students should spend not more than 60 minutes on homework each day. Many parents have already showed their dissatisfaction on the education policy in Hong Kong, but I believe that to resolve the issue, we must first try to do away with homework or the long time spent on homework. We do not want that because of government apathy, we see a high suicidal rate. I really hope the Secretary for Education can save our children. I so submit.
Mr. Chan Kim-por. Thank you, Deputy President. Implementing positive education allows children to enjoy good learning experience and can also enhance their sense of participation in schools. I thank Mr. Chu for moving the motion as well as Ms. Kwok's amendment. First of all, I go along with positive education as this is more important than academic results. The true meaning of education is to realize the potential of students. If students have not yet realized their potential, parents and teachers should help students realize their potential. As long as there are areas that they are interested in, they will always be able to excel in this area. In order to implement positive education, the relevant elements should be added to the curriculum. It's not appropriate to stereotype students. Finland is the most successful example. They don't have elite classes, they don't grade students, they don't have remedial classes either. They emphasize fairness. All students are treated equally. Students with difficulties are even given more resources. Teaching progress does not impact on the development of students. Turning to the situation in Hong Kong, quite a lot of scorecards do not show the ranks of students, only scores are shown, so that parents can focus on their own children. But in the long run, we should bit by bit reduce the frequency of examinations. Students should not be put into different classes according to their capabilities. In terms of class arrangements, students should be given opportunities to have a taste of different activities and realize their potential. They should also be allowed to have outdoor learning activities. They can exercise their own critical thinking, imagination in order to enhance their sense of happiness in schools. The education system in Hong Kong is exam-oriented. There's keen competition. It's easy for students to feel discouraged. If parents only focus on scores and do not encourage students to realize their potential, students will be affected in terms of self-confidence. We need to educate parents not to compare their children with others. Parents need to realize the potential of their children and should help their children to develop. Implementing positive education requires the concerted efforts of society, employers, teachers, schools, and parents. We need to change the traditional culture or values of society. Positive education focuses on interpersonal skills, social skills of students. We expect that the Education Bureau to promote positive education to kindergarten, secondary, and primary schools so that parents will not affect the mental and psychological development of students by focusing too much on academic performance. The Secretary is more well up in the education system than we are. This education system is fraught with problems. It's actually not easy to solely rely on the Secretary to change the education system in Hong Kong. I hope that the Secretary can convince all of your team members to take this first step. The earlier you take this first step, the sooner the education system in Hong Kong will take a turn for the better. This will also be conducive to the future development of Hong Kong. I so submit. Thank you, Deputy President. Mr. Lam Chun Sing. Thank you, Deputy President. First of all, I thank Mr. Chu for moving the motion. Positive education is all about helping students to develop positive emotions, conduct, as well as interpersonal relationships. They should make good use of their own character traits to roll with the punches in their life instead of contemplating suicide in the face of adversity. Giving them homework, training, and so on, training students to compete with their counterparts is not what the positive education system means. Positive education focuses on the strengths, merits of each and every student, helping them realize their potential instead of identifying the weaknesses of students and making improvements on them. Positive education also focuses on the all-round development of students. It focuses on what they can bring to society and to make achievements not only in academic setting but also in other areas. The Secretary also referred to different schemes. We Positive Energy scheme, that is We Plus, was introduced to reinforce positive education to enhance the self-image of students. These are quite good attempts. The Bureau can deploy more resources to further develop this scheme. For example, in We Plus, school-based services should be provided. If the Education Bureau also recognizes the importance of positive education, will the Bureau consider adding positive education to the regular curriculum of schools? I think the Education Bureau should review the curriculum. Schools place too much importance on scores, too much homework, so that parents and students need to keep working hard on homework and they lack time to pursue other endeavors. Can we really not focus all of our concentration on scores? To successfully implement positive education, I go along with Mr. Chu. Parents also play a very important role. Students are influenced by parents, both emotionally or the lack of communication, or parents may say something negative, harming the emotions of students. This will also affect the psychological development of students. Starting from 2020, the Education Bureau has been implementing positive parent education, but I think this is not sufficient. The Education Bureau should consider using even more methods to help parents to develop positive education or positive childbearing, child rearing. Suitable cases should also be referred to professionals for professional services. Deputy President, I so submit I support the motion. Professor William Wong. Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Deputy President. I thank Mr. Zhu for moving the motion about implementing positive education to foster well-being in schools. We need to focus on the real needs of the education system in Hong Kong. Students are very busy in Hong Kong. They have long school hours. They need to go to tutorial centers to finish their homework. They also need to learn musical instrument, drawing, sports, and so on. They have great pressure. They are under great stress. So it's important to implement positive education and foster well-being in schools. To schools, their mind is strong, but the flesh is weak. We have mature AI technologies, and this is helpful to implement positive education. In the situation in Hong Kong, one teacher to 30 students, this is the ratio. It's difficult to take care of all needs of all students. I talked with an AI company in the mainland. They have a wisdom education system and allow teachers to teach students according to their own abilities. There's an AI big data system to analyze the weaknesses and strengths of students. There's a profile for all students to focus on their needs. That is similar to having a private tutor for all students. For students who have a faster learning curve or steeper learning curve, of course, they can go faster. But for other students, they can also be helped by this system. They can have their own learning progress. They don't need to feel unhappy because they are lagging behind. Examinations, tests, assessments can also be tailor-made to suit the progress of students. The learning curve of students varies. It's more important to compare with oneself, with one's own. It's important to make improvements every day. That is the core value of positive education. Quite many secondary and primary school students commit suicide. It's difficult to foster well-being in schools when there are such cases. We can use artificial intelligence to identify the emotional patterns and the languages they use in schools. We can identify students with high risks and provide assistance. If we can ease the pressure of students as soon as possible, we can prevent disasters. We can also prevent tragedies. With the help of AI, we can identify cyberbullying online. In the physical setting, AI can also help. In school corridors, playground, schools can install systems. When bullying activities are identified, teachers and social workers at schools can step in as soon as possible. They need to rectify students' behavior, but they also need to instill the positive education elements such as no bullying, no discrimination in students' minds. We need to let students know that they need to uphold different ethical values. Last of all, I support Ms. Kwok's amendment. Homeschool cooperation is an important element in implementing positive education. Parents and teachers should work hand in hand to foster well-being in schools and help children develop. Parents should also provide support in terms of the progress of their learning. We should make good use of AI, and parents should also work with schools in order for society to train the future leaders of society. Thank you.
Professor Priscilla Low. Deputy President, I speak in support of the motion moved by Mr. Chu Kok-keung. There is a former head of a psychology association in the US, and his colleagues actually started the concept of positive education. There is scientific basis. It's about building positive character and emotions based on one's character, and then there should be helpfulness as well, and then the aim is to enhance the health and well-being of each student in schools. It's also about promoting learning performance. Now, the positive education is paramount plus H, positive emotion, engagement, positive relations, meaning, achievement, and health and mental well-being, physical and mental health thing. In Hong Kong, we seems to be going in the other direction. Many members mentioned drug abuse, central registry. The figures show that among students who attempted or contemplated suicide, a good percentage of them are secondary students. And then there's another report on psychological or mental health of young people. Over 50% feels anxiety, and 40-some% have depression. So it's a serious problem. And then we can compare traditional education and positive education. Traditional application focuses on the competition, school performance, school ranking, knowledge of students, achievements of students, so on. That's what positive education is all about. It's about all-around development of individuals, a sense of well-being, a sense of self-value, and sense of social responsibility. Now, the government said that the students now take part in a student ambassador scheme. They joined uniformed forces, and then there's mentioned by some members that students have less time to take a break. I agree, but then we face more than these challenges in school. Now, I teach at a university. So it's like universities are recipients of a secondary school education outcome, and I see a lot of problems. Now, I'm the mother of two. I'm a university professor. I come into contact with young people a lot. It seems the world has changed. Maybe in the first earlier 2 decades, they will buy this concept about positive education and so on. Now, some of the students became barristers, but then they quit. They started a wine cellar because they want to be to engage their business, and then other professionals who go and learn to make teapots. So to them, they don't think professional life means anything. So it's a waste of our education resources, a waste of our time, if they all think that way. Now, many of the young people grow up on the internet. Their parents too. Maybe the parents always playing online games, and they have a lot of anxiety. Of course, their children also are anxious. Now, I have many talented persons that I know. Now, even if you score 10 A's, doesn't mean you will be successful later on in life. But then, if someone knows from the beginning what he wants to do, then he has a strong sense of achievement. He has a strong sense of social responsibility, and he also has national perspectives. Now, in the AI era, it is a major challenge to young people. I talk to many of them. Maybe I graduate. I can't be a translator. I can't be a lawyer. I can't be a doctor. I can't even do cleaning work. So what can I do? So these are the pessimists, and then the optimists are like Professor William Wong said. Whoa! I learned in the AI environment is great. But then some say, well, you won't get any work. You look at Alibaba, online shopping platform, and so on. University students, could only could only do delivery work. And so 10 years later, we're going to see a huge problem. That's why the Education Bureau needs to engage experts, both from the optimist and the pessimist camp. So you need experts, you need teachers and school heads, to come and talk to you and discuss with you as to how we could help young people again find their dreams and the reason why they want to learn in this AI era. Thank you. Mr. Kenneth Falk. I'm the father of 3. 2 of my children are in primary school. It's the first day of an exam, and every time when there's exam, then when I get home, there's some tension at home because students, my children have to study, and I can't even take them out for dinner. So today we're talking about positive thinking and positive education. It's about, I think it's important that children have positive emotions and they feel happy. Some members pointed out it's more than about school performance. So one of the KPIs is about the emotions of students. That should be a long-term KPI too. Now, students face increasing pressure in past years. Dr. Tixiu mentioned that on the mainland they have now a policy. They ask primary and secondary schools to make sure that students have at least 1 hour, have an hour of physical activities. And then the UK, there is an institute study, and it they think that sports or exercises could enhance the cognitive capacity of the young people. It also reduce stress and anxieties. For sports or physical education class now in Hong Kong, PE is only about 5 to 8% of the total class hours. That means only 80 to 120 minutes a week for PE lessons. Now, of course, the Education Bureau becomes very anxious about class hours because parents want there to be more time for their children to study. So it's a matter of chicken and egg. I think the Education Bureau should talk to parents more. They should guide parents, and they should tell parents that it's more important to have prevention than cure. And then sports activities certainly could help children to think positively. It's an important part of their healthy development. So I hope there will be more communication on this matter. And the government should take the lead in increasing the number of sports activity, number of hours for sports activities for young people. And then Ms. Lillian Kwok mentioned planning. I think apart from sports, cultural and arts education is important. So we should increase class hours for music, culture and arts, because scientific studies show that such activities have much to do with reducing stress. It's also about identifying the potential and talents of children, of our students. Now, apart from quantity, we need to talk about quality. Apart from teaching class hours, I think the quality of the teaching team is important, because they are the primary force in implementing positive education. But then there is not enough support for teachers' continuous learning. Now, for the CPI pro education certification program, many teachers tell me there are not enough places for positive education learning, and also there's a high threshold for admission. Many teachers want to improve their skills or their cultural and sports capabilities. So I hope the government will give more resources so teachers could keep enhancing themselves and upgrade themselves, and then at the same time it could help students to have positive thinking. So in conclusion, sports is important for positive education. And then this is also another pathway for multiple pathways for students. I speak in support of the region motion and the amendments. Mr. Dennis Leung, Deputy President. Now, the Education Bureau's curricula and guidelines says that positive education is about education values. It's part of same as national education and other education. Now, positive education is something has something to do with psychology. It's about help equipping students with knowledge and skills of positive psychology. So students will learn about themselves and they can realize their potential. Now, usually the pyramid model is adopted. It covers positive emotion, engagement, positive relationships, meaning, and achievement. It also includes quality and literacy, that is need to have courage, a sense of justice, and so on. And then with such positive development, then there will be sense of well-being. Now we need to improve the resilience of students. More importantly, we want to keep students from drugs and crime. I think the government, parents, the schools, and everyone in the community will all support that. Now, there are already schools with piloting positive education. Some are doing well. They should be a demonstration model. They've been rewarded accordingly for them to design activities. But shouldn't there be positive education across all schools? Shouldn't there be regular class hours for positive education? Well, I think there is need for in-depth and comprehensive consultation in the education sector. Otherwise, there will be issues. Now, we have to have regard to the unique features of students and their needs, and then we formulate curriculum, decide on class hours and activities. And there must be resources for schools so they could help students to learn properly in schools and realize their potential, and then they could plan for their future. Now, schools face various challenges, and then schools now have to plan for setting up a new curriculum. There's also need to promote other learning. Now, schools have always been asking for more room for teaching. So each school could have regard to the unique advantages of the teaching teams and other aspects, and then we could have a diversified competition to promote education quality. If we just promote positive education only, classes could be boring. Now, not all teachers have knowledge of positive education. So if we are to implement it, there is still a need for much more discussion, and arrangements need to be made. We have to consider the content of positive education, and then for now we could just help students have positive thinking so that there won't be tragedies. I think the Education Bureau should actively promote the platform for sharing experience on positive education, and so also there should be sharing of teaching resources. And then secondly, there should be more resources to keep training teachers so they will learn about positive education. And thirdly, we need to collect information and data from schools about positive education to help with future policy making. Now, in education, we can always do better. But then we need to review the current class arrangement and class hours. Because then students may have too many hours spent in classes and not enough activities. We want students to enjoy the school years. That's important. Thank you.
Ms. Eunice Yong. President, I speak in support of Mr. Chu Kok-kong's motion and also in support of Ms. Lillian Kwok's amendment. I am a mother of two. They're both in kindergarten, and I just received a circular from the EDB that starting from June of 2020, there's already the positive parent campaign. Well, I am in full support of such a campaign because positive education is not only for students, it's also important for parents. I'd like to commend the government for promoting this through different activities. to provide us with information online, because currently we have the Smart Parent Net. Will be able to find information on how to relieve stress and how to face adversity online. The government has been doing a lot of work in terms of promoting positive education in recent years, both in and outside of schools, and different bureaus such as the HYAB have also been looking into a support program for positive education for young people. I believe that the government has been extending its scope in recent years. However, we also see a high suicidal rate among students and a higher number of depression cases. From 2022 to 2023, there are 1,800 students of 18 under who suffer from depression. The government, in their response, actually have not come up with full statistics on the number of suicide cases. I believe this can be improved, because without figures and without analysis, it could not help the government find a solution to the problem and to provide necessary support to students. I hope that the government can improve on this aspect in trying to collect more data and analysis, so that schools and parents could also find support to try to relieve the stress on students and to promote a healthy lifestyle. We really hope that the government can provide us with more statistics and to collect more information at different levels, such as at schools. The judiciary actually handles many family problems and also problems on children's psychological issues. But some information is confidential. Only the judiciary has such information. But we hope that the judiciary can also make use of the confidential data and just try to provide us with the analysis, so that other departments can or be made aware of such information and understand the needs of family problems, especially divorced families. We also need to create a happy campus, a more harmonious campus for students. We want them to engage in positive thinking. Parents have reflected that their students tend to be very negative. They just give up very easily and they think that they are not good enough. I hope that the government can also provide more support to provide parents with resource kits to understand their children and to provide better support to them. We hope that parents, teachers can cooperate more to support students in healthy growth. Thank you. Mr. Tang Fei. President, I speak in support of Mr. Chu Kwok-kung's original motion and Ms. Lillian Kwok's amendment. The motion today is to comprehensively implementing positive education to foster well-being in schools. We should actually ensure that this happens both in the physical and the virtual world. There has been higher suicidal cases among students, and many sectors have called upon the government and other expert groups to attach more importance to student suicide. We want young people to grow healthily and with a sense of well-being. Very often, when we analyze on the reason for suicide case, we usually focus on the physical world and not the virtual world. However, we see from data that the virtual world has a huge impact on students, and sometimes it's more important than physical world. And last year we see a report that social media actually has a huge impact on students' health and well-being. And this article shows the impact it has on students' health. And we see in November that an information center on the mainland also published another report that as of 2022, non-adult web users reach 96%, and young people who believe that they rely hugely on the internet reach around 20%. And there's a large number of people who use online chat, around 60% of such users, and many of them like to set a good impression for other people online, and it has become a very important tool for young people. And this has led to the values understood by young people, and they believe that the values on social media are way more important than real values in life. And you see a lot of that it affects self-esteem on social media, and there's also been a lot of cyberbullying leading to depression cases. And many education departments on the mainland are also very concerned with the sense of well-being of students. And in research on the amount of time spent on social media, a research shows that in a report in 2019, if you spend 3 hours or more on social media, there's a higher chance of feeling depressed or anxious. Now there's actually a cyber psychology research topic that has emerged. This has become a very important discipline in the understanding of young people. Young people can actually reflect two different personalities in the real and the cyber world. So when people talk on social media on the cyber world, they may actually show a totally different personality. They may seem very normal online, but then when they're actually in the real world, they show a totally different personality. So we do not exclude the possibility that some people commit suicide not because of academic stress. Instead, it may come from depression or frustration from the cyber world. That they actually may feel defeated on social media. So we really need to come up with ways to try to instill a sense of well-being in young people in the cyber world. In conclusion, I hope that the government will provide more support on support for young people in the cyber world, and to attach more importance in enhancing the sense of well-being and positive thinking in the cyber world. I so submit. Mr. Robert Lee. Thank you, President. I speak in support of Chu Kwok Keung's original motion and the amendment moved by Ms. Lillian Kwok. Well, Hong Kong has very strong academic performance, and according to the OECD, and in a 3-year systematic assessment, Hong Kong actually ranks quite high in academic performance amongst other countries, and this shows our success in the whole person approach, and that students can actually encounter adversity and resolve problems. However, some people believe that people in Hong Kong still focus too much on academic performance. There are too many assessments, such as tests, exams, and parents have high expectations of their children, putting much pressure on students. Some students become very negative, and this is something we should not neglect. Well, from my perspective, many successful people may not have done very well in school, but they're still able to be successful later on in life. Poor academic performance is not due mainly to competency. It may be due to lack of resources or family problems. One of the goals of education is to nurture the love of learning amongst students. Positive education can help students enhance their sense of well-being. It is a bit different from the traditional approach to put the emphasis on how to improve instead of on the failures, and to try to provide them with more positive thinking. The EDB, as a policy maker or as a facilitator, should work with parents and teachers, social workers, medical workers, and other stakeholders to comprehensively enhance a sense of well-being in students. The government should coordinate with schools and with the PTAs in the 18 districts and the principal associations to provide mental health campaigns so that parents, teachers can work together to create a happy lifestyle for students. We must also review our education system to not focus solely on grades and academic performance. And from the school level, schools can set up positive education in their curriculum and to provide more resources for the teachers to work together to promote positive thinking. The schools can also promote a harmonious campus to promote a healthy environment and to work with tertiary institutes to provide resource package to support both parents and teachers. We want students to know more about positive thinking, and these can actually create a synergy effect. To continuously promote positive education, we must ensure strong parent-teacher cooperation. Parents must also support students at home to create a happy environment and to help parents teach students to understand their strengths, to help students raise their self-esteem and teach them not to compare with other students too much. I so submit supporting the motion.
Mr. Peter Shiu. Thank you, President. In the motion and in the amendment, implement positive education and foster well-being in schools, in kindergarten, primary and secondary schools, as well as implement positive family education. That is to create an ideal environment for the growth of children. It's all about teaching children to have good emotional management in order to pursue positive development. Regarding these teaching ideals, I believe these are supported in Hong Kong. But in the motion, there are just 38 words. In the second half of the paragraph, it reads, comprehensively implement positive education in primary and secondary schools, as well as kindergartens to enhance a sense of well-being in schools, of course, are supported. But in the first half, it reads that this council urges the government to allocate additional resources and adopt measures. Starting from 2017 and 18, a total of $88 billion of educational resources went up to $106 billion, an increase of 20%. In 2024 to 25, the figure reaches up to $115 billion. The increase is about 30%. But what about the increase in the number of students? 2017 to 2022, there were 874,000 students. The figure dropped to 798,000. In secondary schools, the figure dropped from 330,000 to 320,000. There were also similar decreases in the number of students in primary schools and kindergartens. The drop was 20% or so. So if this trend continues, we can anticipate the future, but there is no decrease in the number of teachers. In primary schools, the number of teachers increased by 4.3%, and in secondary schools, it increased by 5.2%. The expenses went up by 30%, but then there are fewer students. However, we are going to allocate even more resources. For a class in secondary school, there are on average 24.7 students. In primary schools and in secondary schools, the figure is 25.9 students. That is comparable to the US. In 2021, the ratio is 1 to 15 for teacher to students. And in 2022, the ratio is 1 to 10.9. We have the advantage over other countries. There are more educational resources, but then we have fewer students. I believe members of the public are concerned about the fiscal position of the government. We only have $733 billion in our fiscal reserve, and the FS said that in 2023 to 24, the fiscal deficit will exceed $100 billion. If we are to support students' emotional health, I believe many members of the public will also support it. But I don't agree with allocating even more resources to education. If this motion is about redeploying resources with the existing resources, of course, I will support it. But given what I said, I really don't understand. There are on average 24 students in a class. Back then, my number in school is 43 to 44. There were some 45 students in my class. I believe members will understand this. Well, it does not mean that in a large class teaching we can groom talents or elites. That is not the case. Other sectors of the community will have backlash if we are still going to allocate even more resources to education, given the current fiscal position. So I don't support this motion. Dr. Junis Ho, I agree with, I appreciate Mr. Peter Schill. How do we train positive education? Some youngsters have myths. We need to have empathy. When someone is sad, when someone's fingers is burned, it's the fault of the match. When someone falls down, and when someone is crying, parents and grandparents will say that well, it's the ground's fault. We need empathy. I'm not saying that empathy is not a good thing. But if things are taken too far, when you are taking things to the extreme, that is not good. You need to tell the truth to children. You need to let them know the truth. Otherwise, you're not going to instill a positive message to children. You're just pinning the blame on the match, the ground. But have you let the children know what the problem really lies? Where the problem really lies? We need to fight for votes. We need to ponder to the wishes of voters. From $1.1 billion to $7.1 billion to build Trunk Road number 4 in Sha Tin. Well, when the Trunk Road goes past my area, you should give me something in return. Everybody seems to be milking advantages. The trunk road runs for 1.7 km. When it's extended to 2.3 km, many people are asking for rewards or asking for advantages to be given to them. So the cost goes from $1.1 billion to $7.1 billion. As parents of children, they ask maids to feed them. They even cut vegetables up in order to feed the children. They are afraid that the children couldn't digest a vegetable. That's indulgence. We need to set the record straight. We shouldn't be doing this anymore. The ratio from teacher to students is 1 to 10, but in the school that I'm working in, it's 1 to 6, and they are even celebrating this. The passing rate in DSE increases from 68% to 69%. In a tutorial center setting, these 6 students will become the straight A students. Schools do not have to pay the land fees, and the figure is $400 million to $500 million. That's the amount that you need to build a school. But then some students are even contemplating suicide. Right now, there's a problem with teacher qualifications. That is, with teacher quality. So when you glare at me, when you play video games in classes, how can I expect that you can train good students? So when the students grow up and become teachers, their students will in turn also be playing video games instead. Well, Secretary, you can cut the resources by 20%, cut the number of teachers by 20%, and then people will be alarmed about the situation. Indeed, probably 80% of the teachers are good, but then 20% of them are not good. There's black sheep. Even one black sheep can already spoil the entire situation. We have good school premises, we have good equipment, we have good remuneration for teachers, so teachers should be held responsible for suicides among students. I so submit. Thank you, President.
會咧對教育同工咧都係好尊重、好肯定嘅。其實
Ms. Dari Lee, teachers have responsibility for teaching students. Earlier on, many students committed suicide. Our hearts sink. This is heartbreaking. The reason for enormous pressure on students are manifold. Some have to do with social values, expectations from families, homework from schools, peer pressure, as well as online pressure. I believe the Secretary won't be able to solve the problem overnight. We need to deal with the problem of excessive pressure on students, and this situation is not unique to Hong Kong. I talked to students from Tsinghua University. Mainland students are also facing enormous pressure. So this is a social phenomenon in Hong Kong. I thank Mr. Chu for moving this important motion so that we can put our heads together to see how we can foster well-being in schools, allowing students to learn happily. If you ask me how we can allow or how we can enable students to learn happily in school, actually parents have the most important responsibility. They have the major responsibility. It is the parents that should know their children the best. They spend the most time with their children. If you require teachers to be like parents, it's just impossible. So parent education is very important. We should fare well in family education. When children have emotional issues when they are young, when parents can ease their emotional problems, this can definitely help ease the pressure students have. Parents have great pressure at work. There's an aging population, there's a declining birth rate. These are the problems in Hong Kong. Many children are facing difficulties in Hong Kong. If we are not going to do family education well, then there will be great problems. When students have emotional problems, we should make it mandatory for parents to take part in the relevant courses on social values, but I'm not going to delve into this issue. I'd like to discuss with the Secretary for Education how we can ease the pressure of parents and teachers. Well, no parents want to be monster parents. No schools want to give a lot of homework to students. The crux of the issue is the education system. That is, we have too low a ratio of giving out A grades to students. It may not be a scientific research, but many middle-class parents do vote with their feet. For average students in Hong Kong, when they go to study abroad, they become very outstanding. It's not a problem of students, not a problem with the education system. But we are being too strict with giving out A grades. So it's easy for students to think that they are inferior. They are not doing well just with DSE examinations. If these students have the financial resources to study abroad, well, they could also become professionals and they could also obtain high grades. I hope the Secretary can review the grading system. Even if we don't have a lot of school places, the education system can also be less strict with giving out A grades. I so submit. Thank you, President.
Mr. Holden Chow. President, I thank Mr. Chi Kwok Keung for moving the motion. I thank Ms. Lilian Kwok Tu for moving her amendment. This gives us the opportunity to discuss this issue. Now, there should be a wide scope for this subject, but then in Mr. Chi Kwok Keung's speech, he tried to limit the scope, and positive education actually includes VPAT as well. That is vocational and professional education. Now, for applied science, I know the Bureau is now, trying to promote such education. In DSE, there are certain applied science subjects. and people cannot get 5 double stars like other academic subjects, because there are certain system issues. So most people will get a score of 4 or grade of 4. If we want vocation people to see that it's worth promoting VPAT, then you must not let people see that most people will get a grade of 4 for applied science subjects. So please make some adjustment. Maybe it's not possible to get a grade of 5 double star, but what about 5 at least? Because then people will only score 4, then it's not good. We want to promote VPAT, so we have to consider that. In the opening address of the Secretary, she mentioned the Quality Education Fund. Last year, I asked a question about the fund. In 2022-23, there were 236 applications. I don't know if it's because of the epidemic. Only 12 cases were approved eventually. Now, for Quality Education Fund, there are priority themes such as positive education. So, Secretary, please look into that. Why is it in that particular year there are so few cases approved? Mr. Peter Hsu talked about the use of resources, but I'd like to look at it from a different angle. Now, with positive education, it may not require a lot of resources. It's more about the direction we set. So the role of the Education Bureau is perhaps to set the direction, and then it's for teachers to move in that direction in their teaching. Now, with positive education, it's about building self-confidence. So if you teach students, you don't set a high goals initially, because when it starts, it's always the toughest. So maybe you teach them guitars or violin. You can't tell the child you need to be able to play a song in 2 weeks. That's not possible. And because if they can't do it, so they will feel defeated, and then they won't do it. So how do you teach them? You tell them, perhaps you just tell them to play the C chord, where, say, in the first guitar lesson, as long as the C chord is played well, it's not out of tune, then the child will have satisfaction. And then later on, you can teach them more chords. Eventually, they will be able to play a song. But you don't just tell students that you need to be able to play a song as soon as possible. It's not possible. And then, they feel defeated. It's this case of human character. If you start doing something, you don't get satisfaction, then you don't have confidence, and then it's not easy for you to pick it up properly. So since we're talking about positive education, I think the guidelines you give to teachers is that you must allow them to take it a step at a time. You can set the goals low initially, but once they manage that, they have confidence, then they'll do much better. Now, I'm not a teacher, of course, but I was a tutor some time ago, and my own experience is that you need to make students have satisfaction, so they know there's a value for them to be there. It's not just about scoring high marks in exams. If they are able to get something done in a particular field, then they have confidence and they have a sense of satisfaction. Then definitely there won't be issues about getting depressed and wanting to commit suicide. Maybe someone is not meant for academic learning. Maybe someone is good in painting and so on. You encourage them in that direction. It will help to resolve the matter. Thank you. Mr. Yim Kong. President, I thank Mr. Chu Kwok Keung for his motion. The government has been promoting homeschool cooperation since 2020. Much was done. Still, in schools, we see a lot of problem with family education. Now, domestic violence center survey finds that close to 40% of students were subject to use of force by family members. And then there are also other cases involving violence. We're seeing an increase in that. We see, therefore, this is becoming a real issue. And then there's some explosion of information. Youngsters are exposed to various temptation, like online games, and there's negative information, negative feelings being spread online. In 2023, 323 minors committed drug-related offenses. So it's necessary to review the relevant policy in relation to positive education. National or patriotic education should be should supplement positive education to promote the development of young people. There should be patriotic education courses for young people, so young people know about their responsibilities at home and school. Now, the mainland's already promulgated law on patriotic education. Is about promoting optimism, patriotism, and so on. So this is what we should strive for too. And then there must be more professionals in counseling, so that we could ensure the mental health of young people and react or intervene in a timely manner. There are less than 2,000 psychologists here. The percentage is just 0.82%. Ratio is 8.82, and it's much lower than that in other advanced countries. And then the wait for session is 95 weeks. Of course, young people's problems will become worse about the wait. 50% of young people interviewed say they have emotional issues, and 30% of them did not try to seek help. Now, when young people have emotional problems, mostly to do with the family or parents, that's why we need to guide parents and help them improve their relationship with children. Finally, schools and various sectors also must make sure there is anti-discrimination education. Also, we should try to stamp out some school bullying. Now, schools now have either 1 or 2 social workers per school. There has been additional support. But then, in the past 3 years, there were still 1,140 school bullying cases. Bullying cases also happen online often. So the police need to step up law enforcement. We must stamp out online bullying by stepping up enforcement. I hope the government, school, and parents will work together, so we can train the new generation that loves Hong Kong and the country with positive values. Thank you. Mr. Perry Yu. I thank Mr. Chu Kwok Keung for his motion and Ms. Lillian Kwok for her amendment. Now, for conventional or mainstream primary and secondary schools, there's keen competition. For years, it's all about our culture. School culture is all about pushing students to score higher marks. So students have to passively receive such kind of education. Well, yes, there are practical needs, but then with such a kind of teaching culture, teachers won't be able to cater to the needs of individual students. Now, for Mr. Chu's motion is to implement positive education in primary and secondary schools. I think this is something we should promote. But in the debate, Mr. Chu did not explain the concept of positive education. That's why, in the debate just now, members spoke on various issues. Now, Dr. Seligman, the father of positive education, said that it's about psychological study. And then from that, we help people to realize their potential. We help them to set goals so they will live a full life. Now, he believes everyone has room for development. We could build their characters. For example, we should nurture courage, persistence, resilience, and so on. That helps people to lead a happy life later on. And with positive education, it means that in school we should use positive psychology to build the positive values of students. We have to focus on the all-round development of students, and in the young days, they need to already have a sense of well-being. Now, of course, teacher quality and qualifications are very important. Now, the University of Education included positive education as a mandatory course for their students. So many students now have such qualifications. For serving teachers who have not yet been trained, I think the Education Bureau should encourage more school heads and teachers to join such a continuous professional training. So more teachers will then be able to learn about positive education, and then we could allow positive education to take root in schools. Ms. Kwok, amendments about promoting positive family education. I'm all for that. My son is sitting DSE this year. He's just taken his first subject exam. Now, parents, of course, usually are the source of pressure, but I don't put any pressure on my son. I tell him just try his best. He's sitting DSE, but he's still joining school competitions. Well, because he knows what his interest in. He's found his direction. He already knows which university he wants to go to. So it's about giving room to students. Parents need to give children more room. Coming back to the subject now, getting a degree is not the only pathway. I'm glad to see in the policy address this year, also in the budget, much is devoted to talking about developing science and technology, and then there will be more support given to the Vocational Training Council to strengthen VPAT education. So there should be multiple pathways for students, and then both parents and students don't need to strive only for school performance. Rather, students should be allowed to realize their potential and then tap into their talent so they could contribute to society. With the active participation of schools, parents, and the community, we could build a social environment that's conducive to the healthy development of young people. And then young will have a new generation with team spirits and with innovative capabilities. Thank you.
Dr. Tan Yue Keng, thank you. Positive education, regardless of whether we need to increase resources, do need the government to attach more importance to. After 3 years of the pandemic, students and young people in Hong Kong have been facing emotional adversity. A research shows that from 2019 to 2023, 6,000 students from the age of 6 to 17, about 24.4% of them in the past 1 year, at least experienced emotional turmoil once. And that has led to depression and also poor academic performance. So this shows that we do need more resources to support students at school and at family. We need to teach them how to face adversity, how to enhance their interpersonal skills, their communication skills. Positive education is not only about providing them with knowledge. It's about trying to instill a sense of well-being in the students, and it needs the concerted effort of parents, teachers, and the government to optimize such education. The government can try to improve the curriculum guidelines, and with the primary education curriculum guide, it can actually be improved to provide more positive education to students and to set up framework for the schools in their curriculum to systemize the curriculum and also to collect reviews and views from their teachers, so that we'll be able to know of how our positive education is going. We have been providing workshops for teachers, and this can actually provide support for students. And a resource center should be set up, or a similar platform be set up to provide teaching materials for the teachers and to encourage teachers to better integrate positive education into the daily classroom. As for the schools, positive education should be integrated into the curriculum and to create a positive education environment. The schools should make sure that positive education element could be integrated into the design of the curriculum and into the learning environment, and that more activities be organized to create an environment for the students to embrace a sense of well-being. We also need to strengthen the resources at schools to provide the support students needed, including emotional support, academic guidance, and mentoring, and also cooperation between parents and teachers, and through frequent parent-teacher meetings to enhance communication so that teachers and parents can work together to create a good learning environment for their students. I so submit. Professor Lau Chi-Pang. Thank you, President. I speak to support in principle Chu Kwok-keung's original motion and the amendment moved by Lillian Kwok. The motion is on comprehensively implementing positive education to foster well-being in schools. It seems to be something very obvious, and I think it's actually quite new, to see this being discussed here. While I agree to a certain extent that there needs to be an allocation of additional resources, but then first we need to look into the definition of positive education. Does this does the positive definition already include the schools? Does it exist in schools, or do we need to set it up? Well, if we do not have the resources, we do not have this in existence, then we need to allocate resources. However, it is already in existence, we just haven't used it, then we wouldn't need to talk about allocating additional resources. We already have the resources, we just need to know how to use it. Well, I'm from the educational sector, and I've been a teacher for many years, first as a secondary school teacher and then a university teacher. I'm not sure if I'm correct. Let's say we might be taking in heavy metal because of the fish we eat, and actually when we take in such toxins, then it seems that they're already in your body and you weren't able to cleanse it out. So education is much like this. We can put up all we want to teach on the blackboard. It seems that you can still see it in the classroom, but we don't know whether it exists. Can the EDB think about it. Well, for things or elements that we don't use, perhaps we could actually remove them. But the resources should remain in the school and then be allocated elsewhere. So are we allocating resources or just trying to add resources? We need to think about it. Well, let's say we don't have any measures. We do not have positive education. Schools do not feel a sense of well-being. But as I know of, a lot of funding has been earmarked for education from the budget. We see broken windows, non-functioning air conditioning. Do we see that? We don't see that. So where should the measures be taken? Should the teachers themselves consider whether they are well equipped to teach positive education to students? When in the past we talk about how we can teach, or actually when we need to think about whether the problem lies with the teachers. I think that the secretary should really ponder upon this later. Should we also plan out what we would do in the future? Well, talking about parent-teacher communication, I think we need to invite the Secretary for Labor to attend as well. It's not fair to have just the Secretary for Education here. Well, to create a sense of well-being in school, I don't even know which secretary we should invite to respond to that. This is not something very simple. We should not just think about resolving the issue with a bit of money. What are we lacking in the education sector? It's just like ordering a hamburger, but we're missing the beef. Thank you. Mr. Dominic Lee. Well, young children face a lot of pressure in schools. Students actually can be happier. We see tragic news of high suicidal rate. Therefore, I'm very grateful that Mr. Chu Kok-keung is moving this motion today to allow us an opportunity to debate on this motion. I am in full support of Mr. Chu's motion to implement positive education in primary and secondary schools. I had the opportunity to enjoy a meal with Secretary for Education last time, and we talked about many people coming up with ways to reform the education system in Hong Kong. I always think that it's very difficult on the side of the EDB, because no matter what kind of what approach you want to adopt, parents will have something to criticize about it. Regardless of what you teach in school, even if you don't give homework, parents would then complain why there is no homework. And even if you don't allow them to complain, parents will still find tutors outside of school to provide homework or extra work for their students, because parents in Hong Kong think that without homework, the students will not learn. We really need to look into the culture. Well, I think that, well, it's actually outside of the scope of the EDB. We see that in Europe and the United States, there are similar situations, but not as serious as in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is comparatively different in that when you are successful in academics, what you earn is exponentially higher than one who did not excel in academics. And when there's such a huge discrepancy, then parents for sure would want to push their kids to be successful. Other countries adopt different models. Even those who are not strong in academics could find ways to survive, and there is not such a huge gap in their earnings. I really hope that other than implementing positive education inside the schools, we could also try to instill a better culture outside of schools. We want Hong Kong to become a more just society, that people with different backgrounds and with different academic qualifications can still enjoy a fair and just life. I so submit.
Dr. Simon Lee. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Chu for moving the motion and Ms. Lilian Kwok for her amendments so that we can have a discussion about positive education here. Positive education is important. It's crucial to the growth of every child. Positive education is valued in a lot of countries in the world. In the mainland, it's called positive thinking education. For instance, in Tsinghua University, there is a research center dedicated to positive education. In Hong Kong, we focus on emotional education to cultivate the sense of well-being of students. This includes the sense of satisfactory and the sense of meaning or fulfillment. M means meaningfulness. It can be connected with value education. It can be linked to thinking and cognition and meaning. I would like to take this opportunity to tell you about the 12 values in our syllabus. This includes perseverance, respect, sense of responsibility, sense of national identity, love, and sense of abiding by the law, etc. The relevant syllabus has been used at schools for some time, and it has received positive feedback from teachers. While this syllabus is being promoted, most of the schools are aware that what M means. Some schools in recent years, while they promote the syllabus, they see that there are also some shortcomings to the syllabus. In terms of resources, well, there is mention about allocation of resources in the original motion. Apart from allocating more resources, which are considered as more long-term measures, I think we have to consider how we can optimize educational materials and resources to give more flexibility to schools. Resources have been dedicated to all-round education. This is to allow room for schools to design their own syllabus so that they can focus their money on this. And this includes value education in the all-round education. we should focus on the positioning of positive education. Like Professor Lau said, does it already exist in schools? Also, some members mentioned about how we should allocate the resources. I so submit the above are my suggestions.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Chu Kwok-keung, you may now speak on the amendment. Thank you, President. I thank Ms. Lillian Kwok for moving her amendment and the more than 20 members who spoke on this motion. This is about comprehensively implementing positive education to foster well-being in schools. Members shared ideas on the motion. This government adopts a result-oriented approach. As I said in my opening speech, the Education Bureau has done much work on this front, but while there are so many depression cases and suicide, and even a rising trend in such cases, that warrant reflection. We need a different mindset to change people's behavior. To effect change, we need to first acknowledge inadequacies and make up our mind to bring about changes. I thank the members. Most of them agree that we need positive education. As Ms. Doreen Kong said, positive education is one pathway to well-being at school. The government needs to adopt an open mind and a multi-pronged approach. I fully agree. On taking stress off students, Ms. Chen Ho-yen proposed group activities, creating peer relationships. Mr. Kenneth Falk suggested using cultural and sports events, having more class time for physical education and culture. Dr. Teik Chi-yun proposed learning from the mainland, and that is less homework, fewer extracurricular activities. Other members also shared great insights, and the government should explore these great comments. Just then, there was a discussion about resources. I put forward 8 suggestions. Most of them do not cost money. We can get them done right away. Better training for teachers. If the Bureau can deliver that, this can be a free option. You don't need extra money for that. There will be $115.7 billion going into education, up 1.1%. But as a share of GDP, the expenditure on education is actually shrinking. Last year, the share was 3.79, but this year it's 3.6%. And we are below the average level of other developed economies. We can afford it. We can afford that investment in education. What we cannot afford is suicide among students. Even if one of my suggestions can be taken on board, then I hope the government can step up training for teachers and counselors, especially for guidance teachers. A teacher without guidance training can be tasked with coordinating the guidance work. But when some students with emotional struggles come to the teacher, how do we deal with that? Teachers, or rather social workers, don't get enough training. We need to give teachers training on channeling emotions from students. I hope members can support my motion.
Secretary for Education. I thank Mr. Chu Kwok-keung for moving the motion and Ms. Lillian Kwok for moving the amendments, as well as the invaluable views put forward by members. We fully agree that comprehensively implementing positive education and create a sense of well-being in schools is very important. We have adopted a multi-pronged approach. We don't agree that we can achieve these goals simply by allocating more resources. We attach importance to students' well-being. We are concerned about their developmental needs. We want to create a happy campus for them and develop a multiple pathway for them. We have been allocating a lot of resources to reduce stress for schools and empower schools and enhance homeschool collaboration and support the teachers for them to take care of their developmental needs in a comprehensive manner and tap their potential. The ultimate goal is that students get whole person development with a personality so that they can have a rich life and contribute to society. However, we can't just rely on allocating more resources. We need the joint efforts of various stakeholders. We have to treasure our education resources and make the best use of them, create synergy to support whole person development of students. In the future, we will continue to step up collaboration with stakeholders, departments, and schools. We will support schools in terms of homeschool collaboration, multidisciplinary services, and teacher training to create a favorable environment in school. We have to adhere to these goals so that we can avoid bad practices. Now we will encourage schools to adjust the level of assignments and enhance counseling services for students to develop mental resilience for students. According to psychologists, to have a sense of happiness, we need to have a meaning. Meaning has a lot to do with happiness. As shared by Dr. Stanley Lee, PERMA is an important concept. This is important for building up students' positive values. As usual, we will adopt a multi-pronged approach to encourage schools to nurture positive values and positive attitude in life among students inside and outside schools and consolidate positive behaviors. Now, through combining classroom and extracurricular activities, as well as some class teacher seminars and morning seminars and life-wide learning, the schools are already doing that. And we also support schools with a religious background to include positive elements in religious studies and religious activities. Now, many members voice their concerns concerning suicide among students. Mental health is affected by a number of factors, including personalities, upbringing, and genetics. These are also related to culture, social conditions, as well as other factors. The interweaving factors pose risk to students. The Education Bureau will continue to coordinate efforts among schools and stakeholders to build up resilience. For example, establishing positive education in schools, creating a favorable campus environment, and enhancing homeschool collaboration, as well as reducing risk in schools. For example, fighting against bullying in schools as well as discrimination. We will continue to work with the professionals, including clinical psychologists, educational psychologists, and school social workers, to adopt a three-tier approach, which is universal, selective, and indicated to support students with a mental health need. Concerning keeping tab of the data of suicide cases, these are sensitive information, and parents and students tend to refrain from approaching schools for help. The figures kept by the police and the Education Bureau, as well as schools, are different. However, the Education Bureau and schools have been helping risky students. And also, we have been providing emergency support for students who displayed warning signs. Now, we regret that some members think that the Education Bureau is not doing enough. The Education Bureau will continue to develop quality educational resources through animation, comics, as well as live events exemplars. We are enhancing the mental health mental health for students. We have been telling students that good grades are not everything, and true, we are bound to encounter difficulties in life, but there's always a silver lining. Schools have a bigger role to play. We encourage schools to organize thematic study visits as well as courses, using our resources to nurture friendship among students and encourage students to help others and contribute to society and develop a sense of well-being and sense of achievements. Concerning assessments and testing arrangements as well as rest time for students, we have been stressing that the quality of homework is much more important than quantity. Schools and teachers should make use of a wide range of assignments and avoid excessive, meaningless, and mechanical drilling and copying, and ensure that there is sufficient rest time and room for personal development for students. But it's not suitable to adopt a hard figure in terms of learning time. It would be too rigid. According to the Primary Education Curriculum Guide Pilot Version 2022, we stress the importance of achieving a balance in mental and physical well-being as well as academic achievements. Schools should continue to review their policy to reduce the frequency and number of assignments and tests, exploring using other models to replace written assessments and reduce the frequency of dictation or term examination. This can create a room for students to achieve whole person development. In November last year, we have issued a circular to encourage schools to review the volume of homework as well as the testing and assessment arrangement in schools. Schools should adopt a practical and professional manner in assessing students' ability and ensure that students have enough time to engage in exercises and have enough rest. There should also be enough rest during school hours. Students should be encouraged to develop a healthy lifestyle with sufficient exercises, as well as making friends in schools. In terms of guidance services, we agree what members said. We need to adopt a preventive approach. We have been encouraging schools to adopt a whole school approach in guidance services with multidisciplinary involvements, including teachers, school social workers, and educational psychologists. We also assist schools to create a harmonious campus environment, and we encourage schools to enhance their policy on combating bullying in school. We have required schools to establish anti-bullying policy and take bullying incidents in schools seriously. There must be immediate intervention, investigation, and follow-up actions so as to educate, guide, and protect students. We also encourage schools to establish a caring culture and organize life-wide learning activities to develop a positive values and good behaviors in students. We have also launched a resource package on anti-bullying and promotes the campaign of Harmonious School Stop Bullying. In terms of teachers, we are enhancing training on teachers in caring for the mental well-being of students. Now, we have added positive education elements in teacher training to help teachers to early identify and support students with mental need. We are offering teachers 60 hours of thematic training course on gatekeeping annually. On 19th of December last year, we have organized an online training course on gatekeeper training to share warning signs of suicidal behaviors and how to deal with them. We have also organized some 40 workshops in school year 2023 and 24 for teachers and counselors so that they can better care for students' need. For teachers' mental well-being, we have the teachers hotline with support, professional support for teachers through counseling, interview, and sessions with clinical psychologists. Teachers will get help in managing stress and enhancing their well-being. Starting 2023 and 24 school year, we are going to engage NGOs each year to organize mental well-being and online courses, workshops for teachers. Many members mentioned that it is important to train up parents and enhance relationship between parents and children. Now, we supports a homeschool collaboration in training up parents and improving familial relations. Now we are encouraging schools to set up parent-teachers association to enhance homeschool collaboration. Also, we are supporting the Committee on Homeschool Cooperation to organize various activities, including the regular parents' workshop on goalkeeper training. The frequency has been heightened up. Starting 2022-23 school year, we are also offering parent workshop on goalkeeper training online. To enhance parental support for children, we are collaborating with the Committee on Homeschool Cooperation, the Federation of PTA, as well as the district school heads association to conduct parents' workshops in person and online. And also we have uploaded parental education videos in relation to students' mental health, to the mental health at school, and the Smart Parent Net for parents' access. Now we understand that to have kids with strong mental resilience, we need parents to be strong as well. That's why throughout the one-off grants for mental health at school and the one-off grants for mental health of parents and students, we are supporting homeschool collaboration activities organized by schools so as to create a positive family culture and enhance parents' teaching skills. And also, we deploy a large number of professionals to provide comprehensive counseling and support services at schools. Through various platforms, we have been enhancing collaboration with various departments and other stakeholders to provide multidisciplinary support for students. For example, we are working with the Department of Health to promote the whole school health program. With the HA and the Social Welfare Department, we have the mental health support scheme at school. Through the program, we are offering multidisciplinary help for students with mental need. Now, with the narcotics division, we have the health school program with drug testing components. We are also conducting a large number of anti-crime seminars and other activities to enhance law-abiding awareness among youngsters. Together with the Youth Development Commission, we are promoting positive thinking among the youth. Presidents, I thank members for their concerns on positive education and positive campus culture. I thank the members for their pragmatic views. They have offered objective and deep analysis on the issues. According to Socrates, the secret of happiness does not lie in more resources, but learning to enjoy the limited resources. I share the same views with the members. Through positive thinking and positive education, we want to jointly enhance the sense of happiness among students. We will continue to review the system and our resources. Mr. Zhu Guoquan asked, why are so many students still unhappy despite the work of the Education Bureau? I think the answer is clear. We need everyone in the society to join hands to achieve the goal. We need schools, teachers. We need enthusiasm among the teaching force as well as parents, collaboration to achieve positive education in school. In the future, the Education Bureau will continue to enhance communication and collaboration with departments and stakeholders. Together with schools, we will deepen positive education and create a safe, healthy environment for development for students so as to cope with the challenges brought about by the more complicated digital world. We will nurture our students into lifelong learners who are able and virtuous, who love the country and Hong Kong.
I now call upon Ms. Lillian Kwok to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Ms. Lillian Kwok's amendment be passed. Mr. Tommy Cheung claims the divisional bell will be rung for 5 minutes. Please proceed to vote. Ms. Judy Chen, please check your vote. If you're all good, we will stop voting now. The results are shown on the screen. Election Committee Sector 37 present, 25 in favor, 12 abstentions. Functional constituency, geographical constituencies 48 present, 41 in favor, 6 abstentions. I think the motion is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. That is, I declare the motion passed. Mr. Chu Kuo-keng, you still have 2 minutes 12 seconds to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. I still have some time left. I want to share my thoughts on a movie. It's about a secondary school teacher. The teacher found a death note unsigned. That note reminds the teacher of some memories. The movie is fiction, but then suicides among students are a reality we cannot look away from. As a line in the movie goes, depression is not a choice. We need to care for our children. We should show our care for them and improve their mental well-being. As we leave electrical chamber today, let's show greater care towards young people, children, students around us, and help us get out of the depression. I now put the question to you that Mr. Chu Kuo-keng's motion as amended by Mr. Lian Kwok be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended passed.
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Mr. Chang Hok-fung will move a motion on relaunching and enhancing the sales scheme for public rental housing units. 3 members will move amendments to the motion. Thus, Council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I'll first call upon Mr. Chang Hok-fung to speak and move the motion. Then I'll call upon Mr. Dennis Leung, Ms. Chen Yut-ming, and Mr. Le Man Kwong to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Mr. Chang Hok-fung to speak and move the motion. President, the DAB has all along pushed for policies to encourage people to move up the property ladder. The tenants purchase scheme was to allow the grassroots families to go up the property ladder. The scheme was terminated because of certain reasons. However, all along, we can feel that there are strong wishes from the PRH tenants to relaunch the tenants purchase scheme. The DAB conducted a survey recently. The results were surprising. Within a week, among 11 districts in over 40 housing estates, we got over 3,600 questionnaires back, and over 90% of the respondents supported the relaunching of tenants purchase scheme. About 80% of the respondents said they will buy back the units that they're living in. This shows that PRH tenants would like to improve their living environment. This is one of the reasons why we moved this motion today. Apart from responding to PRH tenants' needs, we also need to unleash land. Why should we relaunch the TPS now? Well, TPS is also one of the subsidized housing schemes, and the price is far lower than GSH scheme or HOS units. However, we should not underestimate the revenue generated by PRH units. If we sell units from 20 to 30-year-old housing estates, we can, based on the affordability of tenants, to set the price that is about 20% of the market price. 70% of the units were sold under TPS. We believe that about 60,600 units would be sold if each unit is sold at the price of $800,000, it would bring about $130 billion of revenue. If it is launched for 10 years, every year it will bring about $13 billion of cash flow, and this will help address the fiscal deficit. Of course, you may wonder or think that PRH should address housing needs of grassroots families. It should not help people to get wealthy. Some may think that PRH units should not be sold because it may cause speculation. Some will earn a lot from the speculation. Let's think about this. Our housing policy, apart from addressing the housing needs of our people, we should also build a complete property ladder for our people so that people, no matter where their starting points are, they can fulfill their home ownership targets. We can also allow PRH tenants to first rent the units and then buy the units. Wouldn't it be great? Well, DAB pushes for a tenant purchase scheme 2.0. The mechanism that we propose will prevent speculations. Speculations usually happen in the secondary market. This is because the buyer will not have to pay the premium and they can earn the maximum value. So the housing authority can set a price ceiling for the secondary market to prevent speculation. In the open market, that is, in cases where people have to pay a premium to the housing authority, they should go to the account of the housing authority. After deducting the premium, the buyer will only get the increased value of the price. This is same as other subsidized housing schemes. If people aren't allowed to buy their rental units, why should we have rolled out the HOS scheme for 40 years? The government tried to reallocate housing units to narrow the wealth gap. However, we are seeing an uneven distribution of resources now. How can we make good use of our policies? TPS allows tenants to rent public housing units at an affordable price. So this is a strong policy tool that we can make use of to allow tenants to accumulate wealth. This will allow people to move up the social ladder. Over the years, the government is unwilling to relaunch the TPS because it may affect the register. It was launched in 1998 and terminated in 2005. Over the years, 140,000 units were sold, meaning 20,000 units per year. But it did not affect the waiting time for public rental housing. Reasons being that recovered units are not the units mainly used for allocating to applicants. Mainly 80,000 to 10,000 units were allocated, accounting for 1.1% of all public rental units. So only about 100 recovered units were affected. So there is little impact on the register of the waiting list. We have to look at the newly built housing units. If the TPS 2.0 can be launched, there will be less demand for GSH. Then some of the units can be rented out, and this will shorten the waiting time for PRH applicants. Another question that we have to look at is management issue. There will be mixed tenure. There will be owners as well as tenants, so it will cause management issues. There is also the point system. That is the marking scheme. Lots of management issues arose because the Housing Authority turned a blind eye to the management issues. Take the marking scheme as an example. While PRH housing estates cannot be managed by the Housing Authority, but there are tenancy agreements signed between tenants and the Housing Authority. If the Housing Authority can stick to the rules and expand the marking scheme, this will help solve the issue. As to water leakage problems, for example, in all the sales and purchase agreements, well, it says that the Housing Authority can inspect the units. The Housing Authority may add more power by adding certain clauses to agreement. For instance, it can authorize experts to inspect the unit to ensure the building safety. This shows that there are lots of things that Housing Authority can do. It's just that it is not utilizing its power. I think now it is the prime time for us to relaunch tenants purchase scheme. This is to help people get on the property ladder, and we are getting enough support from the community. I hope all members of this council will support this proposal. Thank you.
I now call upon Mr. Chen Hok-fung to move the motion. President, I move the motion. I now propose the question to you that Mr. Chen Hok-fung's motion be passed. Mr. Dennis Leung. President, I declare interest. My family members have a TPS unit for 2 years' time. As a non-occupant, I manage the TPS unit. Now, I thank Mr. Chen Hok-fung for moving this motion. Now, there are two questions. Why would sitting tenants want to buy their house? Second, the tenant purchase scheme, what's the problem with the scheme? In the Chinese society, ownership is the most important thing. I grew up in PRH estate. It is really important for the grassroots people. For a family of 4, with the children being 3 or 4, if they can get a PRH unit, this is the beginning of a dream. But when the children grow up and get their own income, it would become a nightmare. Now, they would exceed the household assets limits easily. Now, they are not rich, but they became well-off tenants because of the inflation. Now, when the inflation rate is raging and income can't catch up, people live in a small place in the private sector, they would easily turn to the PRH market, and the waiting time would be extended to 8 years. Now, in the private housing estates, they have to pay expensive management fee. Now, for those living in PRH, they can't afford to pay the management fee. That's why some chose to sell their housing. Now, the pricing was $100,000 to $150,000. Now, if TPS is owners are required to refer to PRH because they can't afford the price, it would be normal. It would prevent arbitrage. However, TPS is not effective in helping the grassroots. So I support the idea of houses are for living in, not for speculation. Now, for those who can't afford the mortgage, they have to reassign the units back to the housing authority to avoid the situation of arbitrage. Now, the owners don't have the expertise to manage the housing estates, and also maintenance cost is exorbitant, especially for housing estates next to slopes. But there are really a lot of sitting tenants who would like to buy their houses, but if one doesn't have personal experience from the plight brought about by speculation, that just won't work. Now, the grassroots owners do not have the expertise and knowledge to manage the housing estates. As a result, they were scammed by unscrupulous property management companies, and there were price rigging. Now, to avoid being scammed, owners of TPS units stay clear of maintaining the housing estates. As a result, the housing estates become dilapidated. Now, the turnover rate is high, and also because of the mixed ownership, there are lots of issues. Residents don't participate in making decisions in the owners' corporation. Now, for the grassroots, they should be assigned a PRH unit. For those families with grown-up children, they should be given more help to move up the housing ladder, and there should be a transitional housing scheme to help those in the middle. The private sector should be the ultimate goal. Now, there must be flexible policies to address the gaps, and also people must be provided with upward mobility in the housing ladder. I so submit. Ms. Chen Yuming. Thank you, President. I speak in support of Mr. Chen Hao-feng's motion on relaunching and enhancing the sales scheme for PRH units, as well as the amendment. Now, the Housing Society launched the TPS scheme in 1998 to allow sitting tenants purchase their flats at a reasonable price. Now, the policy intent was to encourage home ownership. It was a good policy. However, because of the weak response, the government reverted the policy and stopped the TPS and only provide HOS and GSH. Now, for the PRH housing policy, we need flexibility to cope with the changes in time. According to the budget, because of the complicated geopolitical tension, we need to bolster our recovery trend. We also have the Northern Metropolis scheme down the road. Fiscal reserve is going to run dry, and we need to consider all these factors. Now, to ensure considering the TPS, if the government can relaunch the TPS to create a new revenue stream for the public coffers, it would be a win-win situation. First of all, we can enhance the fiscal position of the HA. According to the statistics and the estimates issued by HA in January this year, in year 2024 to 27, there will be deficits. In 2024, the deficits of $1.17 billion will grow to $4.28 billion. Now, the cost of building accounts for 90% of the HA's expenditure. Now, in 2027, there will be 110,000 units built by the HA, but that is just 1/3 of the target. In the future, construction costs may go up. The price of building PRH units will also go up. It will exacerbate the fiscal position of the HA, and then taxpayers will have to pay up. Now, the HA is a financially independent public body. Now, we should brainstorm to create more revenue streams for the HA under this difficult position. Relaunching the TPS may be a good idea. It can alleviate the financial pressure on the HA and provide more flexibility for the HA and achieve the housing supply targets in the budget. Second, we need to enhance liquidity of government assets. As of 2022 and 23, 193 PRH estates were built. There are some 180,000 units, together with car parks. Now, the cost amounts to some $250 billion. At difficult times, the governments can sell the PRH units at semi or full market price so as to replenish the public coffer. And the revenue can be clawed back by the government. This can enhance the government's fiscal liquidity. Now, together with the government's policies, the money can be invested in those areas. Three, we can benefit the grassroots people. Now, there are the tendency, the residents' makeup of PRH estates is mixed. There are grassroots people, but there are also well-off tenants. The turnover of PRH units is low. Even when the households become rich, they are still reluctant to give back their housing units. Now we should assign PRH units as a priority to the grassroots people who are not yet homeowners, and then they can move up the ladder. Now there are also other issues, for example, housing estate management issues owing to a mixed ownership. We should learn a lesson from the past. Thank you. Mr. Scott Leung. Thank you, Deputy President. In 1997, the Housing Society launched the tenant purchase scheme. There were 39 housing estates with some 180,000 PRH units for sale. Now, the price has considered the rehousing cost, so the discount was great. And there were also other special credits. So the price was low, and also sitting tenants didn't have to move. That's why the TPS was well received by sitting tenants in PRH estates. As at March 2023, 88% of the units were sold. Now in 2002, because of the plunge in property prices in the private market, there were a series of demand-side management measures, and the TPS was cancelled. Now, there are a lot of calls for relaunching the scheme. In 2019, Ms. Carrie Lam, the then chief executive, responded in council that, in principle, she did not oppose to relaunching TPS. At the time, public housing unit supply was in serious shortage, so she would only invite the housing society to consider it again when there is a stable supply. Now, so we understand that this is the premise. We can study the relaunching of TPS when housing supply is stabilized. Now, I support the original motion. The government should study relaunching and enhancing the sales scheme for PRH units. In my amendments, I also add when we should do this. Now, when the progress reports of the long-term housing strategy was published last year, now the 10-year housing supply between 2033 and 34 will be some 300,000 units. Now, the government has indicated that sufficient land was identified to provide some 410,000 units in the coming 10 years, exceeding the targets by 100,000 units. Now, it is more upfront, it is more end-loaded, but I believe that the supply will come along. I believe that the government can achieve the target to shorten the waiting time to 4.5 years by year 2026 and 27. Now, this echoes the promise made by the previous term of the government that it is the time to relaunch the study on TPS so that we can make sure that TPS can be launched towards the second half of the 10-year period. Now, I've talked about timing. Now, I move on to enhancement. TPS offered house ownership to sitting tenants. However, because of the mixed tenancy, there are lots of issues in terms of maintenance and repair. This is one of the government's major concerns. Now, this term of the government has also debated on a motion concerning the responsibility of managing TPS estates. Now, if we are to relaunch TPS, we need to clarify the responsibility of management. Should the owners establish owners corporation and take up the management responsibility? Or as the largest owner of TPS, can the housing society or housing authority take up the burden? And also, will there be a rehousing policy for those sitting tenants who are not going to buy the house to rehouse them to other PRH estates and free up more units for sale. Now, these are possible options. In the future, there will be a large number of public housing units built, and with the rising costs, it poses tremendous challenges to the fiscal positions of HA. Relaunching the TPS can enhance the revenue of the HA and reduce the management cost borne by the HA. This can support the HA in performing its mission, that is to build affordable housing for the people. Now we have to enhance the housing ladder so that the 800,000 PRH tenants of public housing or those who live in public housing can choose to move to other housing like GSH or HOS. I so submit I hope members will support the motion and my amendment. Thank you.
房屋局
Secretary for Housing. President, I thank Mr. Chen Hock-fung for his motion, which is mainly about relaunching and enhancing the Tenant Purchase Scheme or TPS. I now explain the government's position on exploring the relaunch of the TPS and the justifications. I will also give a reply after listening to member speeches. The Hong Kong Housing Authority launched the TPS in early 1998 for tenants of public housing estates to buy the units they lived in at very affordable prices. Then in 2002, the government reviewed its housing policy in full. The HA later decided to stop rolling out further TPS flats after launching TPS Phase 6B in August 2005. Current tenants of the 39 TPS housing estate still have the option to buy the flat they are renting. As at the end of December 2023, of the 184,400 TPS flats, 153,000 or 83% had been sold. In other words, for the remaining 34,000 or so tenants, they can contact us anytime if they wish to buy the flats they currently occupy. There are suggestions for the HA to explore relaunching the TPS to increase the HA's revenue. This can help meet the huge expenses in future building projects. Let me point out that the TPS mainly targets tenants of public rental housing to nudge them into buying the flats they are renting. Experience shows the price has to be very attractive before those tenants will take up the offer. But then offering very large discounts would, on the face of it, generate cash flow for the HA, or so it seems. But then in reality, this would require the HA to sell the flats at way below the market price. In addition, we would also have to put money into renovation before putting out those units for sale. Adherence to the original target of shortening the waiting time for PRH flats will require building new public housing units to replace the TPS flats to be sold. This would be in effect old flats for new ones. This option would do nothing to boost the HA's revenue and instead put the HA under even greater financial strain. This clearly runs counter to our goal of helping grassrooters with the greatest need by making good use of public resources. PRH flats, once sold, will become buyers' inheritable assets. The HA will have no way of taking back those flats for reallocation. The current shortage of PRH flats means an ordinary family still has to wait on average 5.8 years for a unit, unless we can provide public flats quickly to make up for those sold. Relaunching the TPS will inevitably mean longer waiting time for public housing. Over the past 5 years, new PRH flats and recovered flats each made up half the total units for allocation to PRH applicants and other categories of persons. On average, there were 9,000 recovered flats for allocation each year. If those 39 TPS estates were still owned by the HA now, there would be, on average, 3,000 to 4,000 units to be taken back each year. This means 4 to 5 public housing blocks. Relaunching the TPS would lead to fewer recovered units. Just then, members said previous TPS schemes did nothing to affect the supply of PRH units. Back then, we had ample supply of PRH units. Each year, there were 25,000 public housing units completed each year. That's vastly different from where we are now when we have a shortage of PRH units. Not all PRH tenants are interested in buying the flats they are living in. Many tenants worry whether they can afford the down payment, the mortgage. Owners of TPS flats will have to pay for their flat. They also have to pay the future management fees, share the cost of maintaining the common areas of the estate. This means extra long-term expenses. Failure to sell an entire TPS estate will lead to mixed tenure within that estate. Owners often disagree over their concerns and demands about estate management. This calls for an owner's corporation skillful at coordinating decisions and performing functions of estate management. Management practices vary from one OC to the next. That causes the management and maintenance issues many members have referred to because of the varying degrees of success of different OCs. The HA is working hard to enhance the TPS in many ways to cope with the issues brought by the scheme. First, the HA will continue to offer for sale the unsold units of those 39 TPS estates. Extra incentives will be provided. For example, tenants enjoy a special discount for buying their unit in the first 2 years of their tenancy. This encourages sitting tenants to buy the flat they are living in. Last June, the HA also decided to regularize the sale of recovered TPS flats. Those flats were made part of the sale of flats under the home ownership scheme and the Green Form subsidized home ownership scheme to eligible Green Form applicants. The established pricing mechanism and resale restriction remained in place. The response was positive and quite good. The first batch of 800 recovered TPS flats were part of the sale of GSH Flats 2020-21. All those units sold out. The second batch of 500 recovered TPS flats were part of the sale of HOS Flats 2022 to eligible Green Form applicants. 99% of such flats were sold. Now on management. TPS estates, just like private housing estates, are subject to the Building Management Ordinance Cap 344, government leases and deeds of mutual covenant. OCs and the property management companies they hire should follow the ordinance and the DMC by holding management committee meetings or owners' meetings to discuss, vote on, and act on day-to-day management measures. All TPS estates have now set up OCs. The HA, as the landlord of unsold units, sends representatives to sit on management committees where these members share their experience in day-to-day management and give professional advice on this front. We also play an active part in the management of TPS estates and support such work in 5 areas. First, active participation in management committee meetings to enhance the management of PMCs and encourage effective engagement between OCs and their PMCs, owners, residents, and the HA. Second, sharing information with OCs and PMCs and giving timely reminders from the HA to management committees on the updates to ordinances on property management and key issues in management. From time to time, the HA's representatives share their experience in day-to-day management and maintenance with OCs and PMCs. The HA also invites the Urban Renewal Authority to brief owners on smart tender and building maintenance schemes such as the Lift Modernization Subsidy Scheme and the Integrated Building Rehabilitation Assistance Scheme. Third, taking part in the procurement of goods and services by giving professional advice to OCs on tendering documents. Fourth, implementing the HA's tenancy management policies by enforcing the marking scheme to tackle the misdeeds of tenants of TPS estates, such as letting large amounts of rubbish build up in the unit and throwing objects from heights. The HA will also have regard to actual circumstances in taking tenancy enforcement actions against offending tenants. Fifth, actively exercising title and voting rights on key matters to maintain common facilities, building safety, and environmental hygiene. On repairs, the HA provided a one-off injection of $2.6 billion into the maintenance funds of various estates when the TPS was launched. That amounted to $14,000 per unit. We noticed the sizable balance in the maintenance funds of the 39 TPS estates. Roughly 60% of these estates still have more than half of their maintenance funds left. This shows the maintenance funds are in good financial health. The HA will share further experience in devising maintenance and repair programs, drawing up budgets, and creating a saving plan for maintenance funds with OCs. The work includes encouraging OCs and their PMCs to update owners regularly on the balance of the maintenance fund or reserve fund and the future expenditures required for the state maintenance. This will give owners a better sense of the OC's financial position and the importance of using the maintenance fund and reserve fund, saving for them, and making a good saving plan for the maintenance fund. To ease the burden on owners of smaller private flats in maintenance costs, the government has rolled out a range of measures. The URA runs the Integrated Building Rehabilitation Assistance Scheme that offers one-stop financial subsidies and technical support for owners to have works carried out in domestic and common areas. Operation Building Bright 2.0, the Building Drainage System Repair Subsidy Scheme, the Building Maintenance Grant Scheme for needy owners, the Home Renovation Interest-Free Loan, and the Building Safety Loan Scheme cover different areas and cater to people with various needs. These schemes are applicable to the owners and OCs of TPS estates for repair, rectification, and improvement works in their own units and common areas. The HA has always provided management committees and PMCs with such information. In the future, we will be more active in encouraging OCs, management committees, and PMCs to access those schemes. The mixed tenure in TPS estates means the HA's effort cannot replace the vital role played by OCs in estate management. Our experience and observations show owners of TPS estates differ in their expectations of estate management, repair, and maintenance, and in their commitment to such work. OCs also differ in how they work and their objectives, and also capacity. This leads to varying degrees of success in estate management. There are capable and dedicated OCs. These OCs regard the HA and organizations related to property management and repair, such as the URA, the Buildings Department, and professional bodies in property management as partners who are invited to meetings. These OCs proactively consult the HA on tendering, management, and repairs before adopting our suggestions. However, some other OCs are less amenable to the HA's advice and involvement. They delay or refuse to give details or replies. On this front, we will continue to engage with OCs and work on improving involvement from OCs. TPS estates are the shared assets of all of its owners. The HAS, the landlord of the tenants, will remain active in taking part in estate management and supporting the work. We hope more owners of TPS flats will play an active part in estate management and repairs, and we encourage them to do so. We want them to work together to create a well-organized, safe, and pleasant living environment for those shared assets to maintain their value in the long term. This is a good outcome that everyone will stand to gain from. Thank you, President. I so submit.
Dr. Lo Wai-Kwok. Deputy President, I thank Mr. Chang Hock-Fong for moving the original motion and the other 3 members for their amendments. The original motion urges the administration to study relaunching and enhancing the sales scheme for public rental housing units. I think this proposal deserves the administration consideration so that we can offer more options to the public. I'm a member of the Housing Authority. In January 1998, the Housing Authority launched the TPS, and it involved 7 housing estates, 11 buildings, and 6,900 units. The applications received was on the low level, and over 50% of the units were subscribed. In 1998, the Housing Authority rolled out the TPS, and then in 2005, the administration announced that after the Phase 6B of the scheme, it would terminate the scheme. Now 39 TPS estates are in existence, and according to statistics, as at the end of 2023, about 30,000 TPS units are yet to be sold. It accounts for about 16% of all PRH units. In June 2023, the Housing Authority decided to offer for sale the unsold TPS units in the express flat allocation scheme, and it decided to regularize the TPS. In 2023 policy address, it was announced that the administration would extend the mortgage loan scheme for the HOS flats, and the mortgage repayment period was extended from 25 to 30 years. And this would shorten the turnover time for PRH units. BPA has contributed a lot of ideas to the administration to speed up the supply of public housing, to enrich the property ladder, under the premise of ensuring that the property prices are stable. The government should relaunch the TPS so that tenants can purchase flats at an affordable price. The administration will speed up the production of housing units in the coming years. The waiting time for public rental housing would be shortened, and this allows for favorable conditions for the administration to relaunch TPS. BPA also pushes for large-scale redevelopment of public rental housing, and that KPIs should be set so that all old public rental housing estates in Hong Kong should be redeveloped. Among the 39 TPS housing estates, over half of them are over 35 years old, and most of them are 100 square feet large. With redevelopment of housing units, the administration can relax the building height and make good use of the plot ratio to produce larger flats and improve the quality of these housing units to give more incentives to people to buy these flats. In the amendments proposed by Mr. Dennis Leung, it is proposed that there should be measures to prevent speculations. Also, in the amendment, it is mentioned that to prevent speculations, the administration should only should stipulate that owners under the sales scheme for PRH units are only allowed to sell their units to the Hong Kong Housing Authority. I have reservations about that. This restriction would not help PRH tenants with actual needs for home ownership, and this would also deviate from the laissez-faire principle of the market. Thank you. Mr. Ronick Chen. Thank you, Deputy President. I would like to thank Mr. Chan Hock-Fung for the motion and the other 3 members for their amendments so that we can have a discussion about sales scheme for public rental housing units. The Secretary mentioned about the difficulties the administration encounters to relaunch the scheme. However, I do give my support to relaunching the scheme. The general public has high aspirations for home ownership. That includes grassroots families living in public rental housing. Years ago, the government launched the TPS because the administration wanted owners to purchase the flats they were living in at very low prices. This would allow tenants to move up the property ladder, and this would also increase the number of Hong Kong people owning a home. Back then, the subscription rate was 78%. Some of the tenants chose to continue to rent the flats, and therefore some management issues arose. Back then, say 1 building out of 4 buildings were reserved, then maybe the management issues that we're seeing now will not arise. Well, this scheme has been launched for 26 years, and management issues still exist. These TPS estates, they are dilapidated, and the property prices are at a very low level. While there are maintenance funds, the owners' corporations of these housing estates were not able to tackle the maintenance issues, and that some complain that the interests of owners were not protected. So last year, on the 31st of May, at this council, I proposed a motion to discuss the management issues of TPS housing estates so that the Housing Authority, as the major owner of PRH units, could take part in tackling these management issues. Even for housing estates which only offer flats for renting, the Housing Authority should oversee the problems. In the administration's reply to my motion, it says that the TPS flats would be sold to eligible green form holders under GSH scheme, and as mentioned, 800 flats were sold, accounting for 100% of the flats offered for sale. Well, we saw that the cooling measures were lifted recently by the government. Some potential HOS buyers turned to the private housing market instead. We still have about 71,400 HOS units, and they can be offered to tenants who are living in public housing. Well, 26 years ago, if more factors were taken into account, we won't be seeing the same problems we're seeing now. We have to think about how to minimize problems that arise because of mixed tenure. If we were to relaunch TPS, we may want to have 2 housing estates as the pilot sites. people will be hesitant to purchase PRH units if there are a lot of management issues. So we can have 2 PRH housing estates as pilot sites to test out the relaunch of TPS. Thank you. Mr. Kisson Young. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of Mr. Chan's motion. According to the Housing Authority survey, 25% of the PRH tenants were interested in purchasing the flats they were living in, and this is higher than the 19% compared to 2017. I've been doing community work for some 20 years. Some local residents told me that they would like to purchase the flats they were living in because they want to own their own homes. So relaunching TPS is in my manifesto, and this will allow the administration to increase revenue. I understand that a lot of problems arose because of TPS. One of the problems was issues with mixed tenure. The Housing Authority is the major owner, but a lot of times it does not take part in voting. And OCs had to be set up in these TPS estates. Parks or public areas, they have to be maintained and repaired regularly. For instance, there are also projects relating to building covers for walkways. The Housing Authority didn't want to take part in these projects. So there are problems in which the staircase was owned by 3 different parties, and none of the owners would like to be responsible. And in the end, while accidents happened, some lights will have to be installed above the staircase to reduce accidents. On the problem of mixed tenure, owners, when they come across issues, they have to talk to different parties, and this affects the effectiveness of works. I received a lot of complaint cases about water leakage or seepage. Some of the owners, the units above them, they were owned by the residents, but they themselves were tenants. A lot of residents made complaints because of water leakage, and this problem has been dragging on for some 2 to 3 years, and residents, they were distressed because of these problems. They could not relocate, and the Housing Authority asked them to go see a doctor for their mental distress. So we have to tackle the management issues. For instance, we should have a brand new owners corporation to deal with these issues, so that when problems arise, the housing estates can be maintained in a proper way. Ideally, all units offered in the public rental in the same housing estates should be under the TPS. Also, the Housing Authority should allow tenants to choose where they can relocate, and they should also be given priority if they want to purchase a unit under HOS. Young housing estates with just below 10 years of age, they may not be able to cover the cost. For housing estates that are 20 years old or above, they would be suitable for implementing TPS. For tenants who are relocated or have to be relocated, they should be relocated to somewhere near where they are living in now. We should also help people in Hong Kong to move up the property ladder. I suggest that TPS tenants or at the government can allow the housing units to be resold under HOS scheme and with the payment of premium. This would increase the incentives for tenants to buy their flats. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Xiu-hong. Thank you, Deputy President. I thank Mr. Chen Hockfeng for moving the motion and the 3 members who moved their amendments. This motion lets us discuss relaunching and enhancing the sales scheme of public rental housing units. The Housing Authority rolled out a tenant purchase scheme for green form applicants and those eligible for the express allocation scheme to buy the recovered TPS flats. The 2 sale exercises were well received. The uptake was 100% and 99%. That points to keen demand for such flats. So the government should look into relaunching the tenant purchase scheme. To do that, we need to first ensure stable supply of public rental housing. The government is working hard on finding land to build public housing. If we sell public housing now, then we will not have enough supply of public housing, and people have to wait longer for public housing. As at the end of 2023, the wait for public housing was on average 5.8 years. Many people are still on the waiting list. The goal is to shorten the wait to 4.5 years by 2026-27. So this means it would take more time before we can have enough and a stable supply of public housing estates. We also have to fix the management issues of TPS flats. TPS flats suffer from the issue of mixed tenure. There are people who have bought their flats, but there are tenants, and the housing authority is the major landlord. Owners of TPS flats struggle with maintenance. There are tenants littering in the common areas or burning wax. The common areas of TPS estate fall under the purview of the owners' corporation. Here, the housing authority cannot enforce the marking scheme for those offending tenants. The HA, as the major landlord, needs to review its role as the landlord. Now, on estate maintenance, the HA fails to effectively effect the maintenance and repairs needed, especially for leaky pipes and leak seepage through ceilings. Problems drag on for years and go unresolved. Now, there are social welfare organizations that are part of the TPS housing estate. The responsibility for maintenance falls on the owners' corporations, so the maintenance funds cannot cover all the repairs needed for aging facilities. All these issues need to be resolved if the government ever wants to relaunch the TPS. TPS flat owners who wish to sell their flats have different options. In the first 2 years of buying the flat, TPS flat owners can only sell the flat to the home housing authority. Starting from the 3rd to 5th years, the owners can sell the flats to specific secondary markets, and then starting from the 5th year, with a premium paid, the owners can sell the flats to a larger market of buyers. Without the premium paid, flat owners' options are limited. Any buyback will not happen at the market rate because owners and the HA differ over the market rate. Letting TPS flat owners sell their flats in the secondary market can give free rein to the market forces, and that's how we can create a housing ladder. The budget this year proposed scrapping all cooling measures. More activity has been seen in the property market. People will be watching whether there will be changes in the property market. The government needs to take into account all factors in the home market before relaunching the TPS scheme. Dr. Frankie Ngan. Deputy President, in 1998, the Housing Authority launched the tenant purchase scheme that helped many people realize their dream of home ownership. There are now 800,000 PRH tenants. Relaunching the TPS now would give these people a chance to own their homes. This can also take pressure off the government on repairing and maintaining public housing estates. But in the 26 years of the TPS implementation, we see the issue of mixed tenure and there are repair and maintenance problems. Many people welcome the TPS and they wondered when we can see the TPS relaunched. TPS can help rebuild a housing ladder, narrow the wealth gap, unleash land value, and help fix our fiscal deficit. The TPS does not entail more costs. It can bring revenue for us to build more public housing, more public facilities, and benefit everyone. With the TPS, people who are sitting tenants do not have to move out. They can save the renovation costs. The prices of TPS flats are affordable to most residents. Sitting tenants who buy those flats don't have to worry about asset checks or being rehoused, so people can have their peace of mind and focus on their career or life. The DAB supports the TPS as it is and hopes the government can launch a new round of TPS for tenants with means to own their homes. There were issues with maintenance under the old TPS, so the government needs to consider this issue too. In the recent years, all kinds of problems came up with TPS estates. Say someone threw objects from height, there were rodents, there were trash units dripping from air conditioners, people urinating everywhere or spitting in the public area. If these offenders are tenants, the HA says they can do nothing. Their hands are tied. The law is unclear. The owners' corporation can do no more than recording the offense, advising the people involved, and letting the HA know. When people turn to other departments for help, those departments decline to help by saying they have no power. They say this is government property, they can refer the case to the HA. Oral advice is the best they can do and nothing more. To fix everything that has gone wrong with TPS estates, the government needs to take action. First, improving the marking scheme. The marking scheme needs to be able to address undesirable behavior in common areas on TPS flats. People have high expectations about a new marking scheme. Second, joint actions between OCs and the government. We need to deal with inconsiderate TPS tenants. In the long run, the government needs to improve the building management ordinance and regulate undesirable behavior in public or common areas. Relaunching the TPS can help grassrooters become homeowners. With this, the government can also reduce its financial pressure. When the government sells the public rental housing units, it should also improve the relevant policies so that people can go about their lives. I so submit. Ms. Chen Hao-Yan. Deputy President, the government should consider enhancing and relaunching the tenants purchase scheme. But before doing that, the government needs to ensure we have enough supply of public housing units and improve the policy. In 1998, the Housing Authority launched a tenant purchase scheme for sitting tenants to own their homes. There are 39 estates, more than 180,000 units. 26 years later, more than 30,000 units remain unsold either because the tenants are on CSSA or personal preferences of the tenants, those units remain unsold. So in those estates, there is the issue of mixed tenure and all sorts of management issues. There are more issues than we can name: noise, rubbish units, leaky pipes. Simply put, a management issue comes up. The issue involves a tenant and an owner of a TPS flat. It's a complicated issue. It takes a long time to reconcile the case. The marking scheme of the HA does not work at TPS flats. The owners' corporations there have no power over tenants. When disputes arise, it's always he said, she said. So management issues drag on, and the owners can do nothing. Now, on repairs and maintenance, the tension is even worse. At every public housing estate, there are thousands of units and other forms of infrastructure. There is also the common area, footbridges, slopes, recreational facilities. When these public units were sold, the government did not give due consideration to how the facilities would be maintained. So the owners of TPS flats cannot enjoy the facilities but have to pay for the maintenance. As buildings age, it becomes more costly to repair the facilities. When large-scale repairs are needed, the bill goes up to the hundreds of millions of dollars. Grassrooters who are TPS flat owners lack the professional expertise, and they are confronted with a huge bill and a complicated tendering process and the need to monitor the repairs. There's little these owners can do, and they are vulnerable to unscrupulous contractors. The government injected $14,000 into each unit as maintenance fund, but the housing authority did nothing. The maintenance fund became a target for building contractors. That money is a drop in the ocean for the plight of small owners. Selling public housing units allows sitting tenants to buy their units at a low cost. That helps them become homeowners, but new costs come up, and that goes way beyond small owners' imagination. The HA, as the major landlord, tries to stay neutral, but shirks the responsibility befitting a major landlord that manages its own assets. That's why the HA came under fire. Selling public housing units is simply passing the responsibility of management on to citizens. The government needs to learn from the experience and face up to the issues around boundaries, non-domestic facilities, tenancy disputes. The HA needs to step up to the plate and help out the smaller owners. Early this month, the latest figure shows it takes 5.8 years for people to access public rental housing. This is close to the cap of 6 years announced by the government. Relaunching a TPS will do nothing to shorten the wait for public rental housing. So the priority for the government is to ensure a steady supply of public rental housing for allocation. Let's meet people's basic housing needs. Many people are on the waiting list for PRH flat. They cannot pay for their own homes. The government needs to take a targeted approach with a different subsidized sale of flats, GSHHOS, and the private sector participation in SSF's pilot scheme. When the government looks at the TPS scheme, it needs to ensure there is steady supply of public housing and fix the management issues, and that's the responsible approach I so submit.
Mr. Chen Kin-po. Thank you, Deputy President. We have completed legislation for Article 23. We are now free to refocus our energy on livelihood and economic developments. Now we are ready to give the government a lot of practical suggestions to address the deep-rooted issue. Now, I thank today's motion. TPS can allow PRH tenants to have their own home, and the government can recover cost. This is good for everyone. However, because of the management and maintenance issues, many owners are troubled. The government must consider carefully before relaunching the scheme. There are lots of calls for relaunching TPS. One of the reasons is because of the fiscal deficit. Because of the higher cost of building public housing, the HA is in fiscal deficit. Now, there is some $70 billion left in the fund. Now, by 2030, there will be only some $40 billion left. Now, with some flats sold, the HA can recover part of the cost and avoid asking for the government to inject fund into the account. I think that is one of the most important considerations behind relaunching TPS. However, I think the fiscal deficit is just a cyclical issue in the short term because of the transformation of our economic structure. Now, in a few years' time, we're going to come back to black. So fiscal deficit is only one consideration to take. The government shouldn't decide to sell PRH assets simply because of a fiscal deficit. And pricing is a concern. We need to recover costs, but we can't make it too pricey. Otherwise, the PRH tenants cannot afford it. Selling a large number of PRH units will reduce the number of units recovered, and the supply would be driven down. In studying relaunching the scheme, we need to think about how to enhance the TPS and plug the loopholes. Under the TPS model, there is a mixed tenure. There are owners and there are tenants. For those units which are rented out, the management is taken care of by the housing authority. For the purchase flats, the owners would have to be responsible for the maintenance. There are two different kinds of management models. It would give rise to disputes. In the past, there were a lot of disputes concerning slope maintenance and retrofitting the building. The issues were not addressed and the problems remained. We need to address all these problems, otherwise this good measure would become bad. Mr. Andrew Lam. Deputy President, I thank Mr. Chen Hao-fung for moving this motion and the amendments made by others. In early 1998, the TPS was launched. The idea is to allow tenants to become homeowners to achieve the 70% goal of home ownership. Now, there are 39 TPS estates. They are well received. Indeed, many tenants would like to see a relaunch of the scheme. We can see that everyone wants to have their own home. According to the 2022-23 figures kept by the HA, the average maintenance and management cost amounts to $12,000 per unit. Now, there are still some 30,000 units unsold in older buildings. The cost is much higher than a 5-digit figure. The cost is exorbitant. Now, with the mixed tenure, there are lots of conflicts. It wastes time. It is a waste of time and money to manage the building, and the government has a very awkward role in management. Now, from whatever perspective, the government should make a decision concerning the TPS. In 2005, the TPS was suspended because selling out PRH units would drive down the supply of public housing and reduce the turnover rate. Now, in 2005, there were 7 million people with 2.5 million households. The ratio of private ownership was 53%, a record high. At that year, there were 720,000 public housing units with some 19,000 applicants pending. The waiting time was 1.8 years on average. Today, we have 7.5 million people and 90% more households, that is 2.27 million. However, private ownership ratio is now only 50%. Now, there are 860,000 public housing units, but there are some 220,000 applicants waiting, and the waiting time is 8 years. It highlights several problems. Now, basically, a lot of households choose to wait for PRH units, and by enhancing the supply of PRH units, it doesn't mean that the waiting time will be shortened because the safety net is narrowed. And also the housing policy has not improved. Now we need to ensure housing supply for the grassroots, but we shouldn't see TPS as the ultimate goal. This is not the finish line. This is just the starting line. We have to encourage PRH tenants to move to GSH or HOS, and even the private sector. We need to understand the challenges they face in moving up the housing ladder. Now, by selling off some PRH units to the grassroots people and the sitting tenants, it can help the government's budget and help more people enjoy the fulfillments of home ownership. However, to encourage upward mobility and childbearing, this is not a good option. After selling the houses to the tenants, if we don't allow the tenants to resell their houses and with no improvements to the living standard, why would they sell their houses? Why would they buy the houses? Now, we haven't conducted a review on the policy to see the number of households requiring the safety net. And we haven't considered how many families can afford buying a unit themselves. We need to enhance the review. The government should review the long-term housing strategy to study how to help people become homeowners. Thank you. Mr. Champulan. Thank you, Deputy President. In 2005, the TPS was suspended. In recent times, there were lots of calls for the scheme to be relaunched. Indeed, with the scheme, more households will have their own home and it can enhance the cash flow of the government. But to relaunch the scheme, we need to enhance the sales scheme as suggested by Mr. Chen Hao-feng. We need to sort out the following issues. First, mixed tenure and the chaos and the resulting chaos in management. Now, there are 39 TPS estates with more than 180,000 units. As at June last year, some 100,000 have been sold. Despite the suspension of the scheme for some 20 years, there is still the problem of mixed tenure still exists and the chaotic situation remains. Even for simple maintenance projects, you need to go through the OC, the MC, and also various owners and tenants. The duties are not clear and the projects have been delayed. Now, with most buildings now aged 30 to 40 years old, their structures are weakened. There are concrete spalling and weakened structural issues. Now, despite there is a sinking fund for repairing the buildings to the equivalent of $14,000 per unit, still, many TPS estates were built in the 80s. Now, the sinking fund for maintenance is far from sufficient. Now, the marking scheme to estate management does not apply to homeowners in the TPS. They can commit misdeeds, for example, littering, and they are not subject to the marking scheme. Now, these are long-standing issues. Whether the government decide to relaunch the scheme or not, we have to face the management issue squarely. As the largest landlord of the PRH and TPS estates, the housing authority must actively involve in the management of the estates. Also, in this term of the government, the waiting time for PRH allocation has been shortened, but there is still a long way to go before we can achieve the 3-year waiting time. The average waiting time is 5.8 years. For singleton applicants, the waiting time is 4 years. The government has identified land to meet the 10-year supply target. However, the supply of public housing is still unstable. besides newly built units. If we sell PRH units to the sitting tenants, it would reduce the overall supply of public housing units and reduce the turnover. We may see longer waiting time. So we need to wait until the public housing supply becomes stable and is sufficient to meet the demand of society before we relaunch the TPS. Deputy President, I so submit.
Mr. Edward Lau. Thank you, Deputy President. I give my full support to the motion moved by Mr. Chen Hofeng as well as the amendments made by other members. I've been living in public rental housing unit when I was little, and my family bought a PRH unit, and they've been staying there in the same unit. I've been working in the neighborhood, and I've been serving residents of PRH units. I listened to residents I have been serving, and they told me by purchasing the flats they were living in, a lot of problems were settled for them. So people all along have been giving their support to the tenants purchase scheme. The scheme was introduced back in 1998. This allows people to move up the property ladder. There are currently 39 TPS housing estates involving about 180,000 units. About 152,000 TPS units have been sold, accounting for 80% of all TPS units. So it shows that the scheme has been popular, and 80% of the tenants bought these flats with their own money. By relaunching the TPS, it would allow more PRH tenants to purchase the flats they are living in. Also, it would help ease the financial pressure of the government. This will allow us to stabilize our society and boost the sense of well-being of our people. According to a survey conducted by the DAB, 90% of the respondents support the relaunch of TPS. Over 80% of the respondents indicated that they would buy the flats they are now living in, compared to 2019 when we conducted the same type of survey. Back then, the 87% of the respondents supported the scheme, and only 76% of the respondents said they would purchase the flats they were living in. So we see that we are getting more support for this TPS. So PRH tenants are willing to purchase the flats they're living in. There are views that to relaunch TPS, it would reduce turnover of PRH units. Well, this is an historical issue because back then there was a termination in terms of housing supply, and this exerted pressure on the waiting time for PRH units. Would this problem persist? I'm quite optimistic. In the coming year, according to land supply, we'll have about 15,000 units to be supplied. And this is higher than the regional estimate. According to the administration, in the coming 10 years, there is a need for 308,000 housing units, and the government has already identified 3,370 hectares of land which would provide 410,000 flats, and this is exceeding the original target by 100,000 units. So I thank the government for its hard work. We can also see at the same time, even if we are selling these TPS units, it would not affect housing supply. On management issues, Mr. Chang Hok-fong offered a lot of suggestions and ideas. I'm not going to go into the details here. The problems that are of the government's concern will be settled, and we do see support from the community to relaunch the scheme. So I hope that the government will relaunch the scheme. I so submit. Thank you. 12 members are waiting to speak. I believe we can finish the motion debate at around 7 p.m. I think we should finish the motion debate before we adjourn the meeting. Mr. Tony Che. President, the SAR government has been enhancing speed and efficiency in terms of producing more housing. Over the past 2 years, I suggested to the government that it should comprehensively review its housing policy. In the past, the government has been placing emphasis on offering more housing. We have to think of ways to ease the financial burden of the housing authority and encourage more people to move up the property ladder. Young people, they see public rental housing as their only option for home ownership. PRH units is the biggest target in their lives. The 70 to 30 split for public rental housing and private housing should be reviewed. The balloting mechanism for HOS scheme should also be reviewed. The mortgage mechanism should also be reviewed to encourage young people to move up the social ladder. The floor area per capita should also be improved. The old tenants purchase scheme showed a lot of problems. With mixed tenure, management issues and repair issues arise. There were also speculations that boosted the price of public rental housing units. We're yet to see an adequate supply of public housing. The waiting time for PRH units has been long. If we start to sell TPS units again, then the waiting time will be longer. So I think we should first ensure that there is a stable supply for public rental housing and that the previous TPS is optimized before the government consider relaunching the scheme. Mr. Dennis Leung proposed in his amendment that the government should stipulate that owners are only allowed to sell their PRH units to the Hong Kong Housing Authority. I made a similar proposal before. If we're yet to see an adequate supply of housing, I think these PRH units should not go to the private market. Whether or not the owners have to pay a premium. Otherwise, the government will have to build more public rental housing units as well as HOS units to replenish the stock. We have to take into consideration land premium and construction costs to build a brand new public rental housing estate. The cost would not be lower than buying back the PRH units. I agree with what some of the members said, that the price of the PRH units should be set based on the cost as well as the increased value of the property. Then we won't see a reasonably high price for a PRH unit. And this excludes the discount as well as the money saved by the tenant because the tenant had been paying a rent that is way below a market rate. I so submit. Thank you. Mr. Gary Zhang. President, I think this is a very good topic, and I think we should have a full discussion on this topic. The Secretary mentioned a number of considerations. I agree to some of the points she mentioned. I agree that subsidized housing should not easily go into the private market. The government has been working hard to identify land and ask for funding from the Legislative Council to build more housing. Waiting time for PRH units has been long, and housing issues has continued to bother people in Hong Kong. Even though one day the waiting time might be shortened, I still think that we should not easily let subsidized housing to go into the private market. Private housing and subsidized housing, they should be separated. Private equity market in Hong Kong sees fluctuation, so we have to have a stable supply of public housing, be it the rental market or the market for PRH units for sale, and this will help address the housing needs of people in Hong Kong. So we have to look at the private market as well as the market for subsidized housing separately. Otherwise, all the efforts that we have been put into providing more housing would be wasted. We have to first stabilize the public housing market. Then we can think about how we can settle the issue of mixed tenure. So that owners can also enjoy the benefits of economic growth in Hong Kong, and they can deal with the challenges presented by high inflation. So one thing we have to keep in mind is that we should not allow subsidized housing units to go into the private market. There shouldn't be such a mechanism. So I think the amendment made by Mr. Dennis Leung is right. We have to protect the market of the subsidized housing. Whether by buying back the PRH units it would cause any issues, we can study that further. Mr. Tony Che raised a number of proposals in terms of setting the price for a PRH unit. So we have to first protect the market for subsidized housing, and therefore I give my support to the amendment proposed by Mr. Dennis Leung. And it is only if this amendment is passed that I would support the original motion or other amendments. I still have some time left. Some members mentioned about problems associated with TPS estates. In my community, there are lots of TPS housing estates. And indeed, there are lots of management issues with these housing estates. In some cases, the owners' corporation can request the property management companies not to bring visitors to their housing estates. This violates basic human rights. However, because of mixed tenure, owners or tenants may not be familiar with their legitimate rights, and therefore some unreasonable management issues arise. We need good management for TPS estates, otherwise we should not easily sell TPS units. Thank you.
Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Thank you, President. Everyone wants to have a good place to live. I want everyone to have access to housing. I want everyone to be able to access bigger, better housing. That's why the BPA supports finding land and building flats. And we also support having a minimum living space. Back in 2019, the BPA submitted policy address suggestions. We proposed relaunching the tenant purchase scheme so that sitting tenants can buy their flats at affordable rate. This can foster social cohesion, reduce social tension. We also encouraged the government to sell the unsold inventory. We will have more land and housing. The government should consider relaunching the TPS to meet the home ownership aspiration of many people. Selling PRH units can also bring in extra revenue for our coffers. Given the government's current fiscal position, new revenue can bring in new vitality. The old TPS has been around for more than 25 years. We can see the mixed tenure under the old TPS generated many issues, including responsibilities for maintenance. Under the existing TPS, owners of TPS flats have to pay for the repairs of their units and also the common areas. Some TPS residents only found out after buying their flats that they were responsible for the maintenance of common areas. So any future relaunch of the TPS will require careful handling of these management issues. We need to let the smaller owners handle the maintenance issues at reasonable costs. We should not allow building safety issues to fester at TPS flats. But let's also be mindful that every PRH flat we sell is a flat that we will no longer own. We need to guard against speculation of PRH flats so that TPS flats are put to good use. There will need to be restrictions on resale. The government needs to further improve the housing ladder and take a multi-pronged approach to ensure a steady supply of housing units. This will ensure enough flats on the market and will not lengthen the waiting time for public rental flats. And this means we should speed up the development of the northern metropolis. We need to adjust the split of public and private housing. We need to work towards a goal of redeveloping the 12 oldest public rental housing estates in Hong Kong and also increasing the plot ratio of certain flats. There are 39 TPS flats, more than half of them are over 35 years old. As buildings age, the facilities worsen in condition. That will make the buildings less attractive to residents. So the housing authority should launch massive building maintenance and repair campaigns to make buildings better. Let's not turn those buildings into hazardous buildings. The government should also plan for the building of TPS flats. Let's build bigger and better flats to make them more attractive. The management and maintenance of TPS flats should work like this. The TPS flat owners pay a management fee to the HA. the sale documents should set out clearly the responsibilities for maintenance to allay buyers' concerns. I hope the government can consider my suggestions and so submit. Mr. Bill Tank. Thank you, Chairman. This motion today has been discussed in the community often. Mr. Dennis Leung's amendment is the collective wisdom of the FTU. Our amendment comes with a concrete proposal. It's okay to sell a TPS flat, but only to the housing authority, because we need to make sure homes are for living in, not for speculation. I have been serving public housing estates as a district councillor for 12 years. Some local residents wondered whether they can buy their own flats. They're used to living in the area. Their children have grown up. But their children's income has exceeded the income limit. These residents don't want to be considered as well-off tenants. No one is comfortable about admitting that they want to sell their unit for a profit. And I doubt anyone will do that. So why not allow tenants buy their flats and then only to resell to the housing authority? That can curb speculation. We can kill 3 birds with 1 stone, given our amendment. We will let tenants buy their units, but they can only resell the unit to the HA. First, we can overcome the problem with the well-off tenant policy. Because once tenants buy the flat, there's no need to worry about the wealthy tenant policy, no need to remove the name of children. Now, when the flat cannot be freely traded on the market, then we can also save some of the worries. And also, we're proposing that let the tenants buy the flat, but then the HA can help with the maintenance. This restriction on resale to the HA only would mean the flats are not freely traded commodities. So in this case, we don't need an owners corporation. Instead, we have an owners association. The HA will take the lead. So now we can even avoid the problem where PRH tenants lack the expertise over how to manage the estate, and we can save all the trouble. Now, how do we ensure a just public housing system under the Land Resumption Ordinance? We can resume private land. Building public housing is a legitimate purpose for resuming private land. But some may accuse the government of resuming private land for public housing that is eventually turned into private flats that can be sold. So that will compromise our Land Resumption Ordinance. It's the supreme option. This great option will be compromised and come under doubt. So the FTU's proposal can meet the aspirations from PRH tenants. People don't have to worry about the wealthy tenant policy. We can overcome the constraints. We can ensure no speculation of these flats, and we can also give the HA a special status to take the lead in the management of those TPS flats. So I hope other members can support Mr. Dennis Leung's amendment and so submit. Ms. Connie Lam. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Chen Hock-Fong for his motion on relaunching and enhancing the sale scheme for public rental housing units. I support the motion. Hong Kong has a long-standing housing shortage. Many families have to wait many years for public housing. With the relaunching and enhancing of the sale scheme for PRH unit, families will be able to pay for their homes. Young people can realize their dream of home ownership. People can also move up the social ladder. One reason for my support for this promotion is that we can provide people with a stable environment. Let's look at the GSH flat sale 2020-21 and the HOS flat sale 2022. HOS sale rate nearly 100%. This points to very keen demand from the market for subsidized sale flat. People seek these flats in Sai Kung. There are people in their 70s and 80s. They came to me for help. Home ownership aspirations are not exclusive to young people. Even for those in their 70s and 80s on their annuities take an interest. So with subsidized sale flats, there are more housing options. People can get their own space. People who cannot afford private flats or HOS flats still have other options. So let's have more public rental housing units for sale. Hong Kong is an open economy. Yesterday, we saw the historic moment. We got through the Safeguarding National Security Bill. We need to zero in on our economy. We can sell public rental housing units that will bring us a very sizable revenue. This can boost the economy. This can also reduce the cost on maintenance and repairs. Let the users pay, and we can also fix the problem of long-standing losses and low uptake. Few people move out of public housing units. People sort of inherit public housing units. Let those with the means buy their housing units, and then we can increase the turnover rate, and we can avoid waste of the public housing units. Say a public housing unit costs $2 million on the market. The government sells the unit for $1 million. The government can generate income and stimulate other forms of economy, renovation, infrastructure, for example. A planned and orderly approach to the sale of PRH units will do little to rock the property market. The wealthy will buy $10 million homes. They will not go for public housing units. The government has been taking the lead to build public housing. There is no competition. Let's have private participation in building public housing. Let's look at Tai Hang West. There is private involvement. Then we will have a more vibrant and healthy market that can stimulate innovation and boost efficiency. We will have diversity over monotony, and we will have more reasonably priced public flats. We can give people more housing options. Selling public housing units can boost the economy and create jobs. We can stimulate the demand for the construction sector. We can further boost the economy. More jobs for people in Hong Kong. This can also improve community infrastructure, improve people's lives, and create a more cohesive social ambience. To help our government manage its fiscal deficit, we can take a phased approach to selling PRH units. This is the first step. This can help address the housing issue and bring economic benefits and help drive our social development. All in all, this scheme is a key measure to address our housing problem. Selling PRH units can let low-income families buy the homes they can afford, and this can realize the homeownership scheme. Please stop speaking.
Mr. Rin Kong. Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Chen Hao-feng for his motion. Today, the government is facing a huge fiscal deficit, and turnover rate for PRH units is low. If the government relaunch the TPS, it is just a temporary relief. Now, when we talk about public housing issues, we need to focus on the crux of the problem. For the general public, the housing issue is not about whether to buy or to rent. It's a yes or no question. It is a sad topic. If you can't get an allocation of PRH units, you can only live in a subdivided unit. This is the kind of deep-rooted issue that the central government asks us to resolve. Now, if we can't shorten the waiting time for PRH units and relaunch the TPS at the inappropriate time, well, we already have a low supply of public housing units. Although we can help some to get a home, it is a poison pill. Now, with the fiscal deficit, by relaunching the TPS, we can alleviate the government's fiscal pressure a bit. But this is simplifying the issue. We are transferring the fiscal burden to the most fragile group in the society. If you look at previous policy addresses, many chief executives have mentioned that they would speed up the production of public housing units and address the grassroots housing issues. Now, with that promise in mind, if we now relaunch the TPS, it would perplex the public. What is the government's direction? It sends a very mixed signal, and it would cause a lot of social friction. Now, TPS did resolve the housing problem for some grassroots families. However, in Hong Kong, which is a place with scarce land supply, this is just scratching the edge across the boot. Now, we need to be sustainable. The TPS estates are parts of our public housing resource. If we allow private ownership for these public resources, it would drive down the supply of public housing, and it would lengthen the time of wait. All the problems arising from TPS are not resolved yet. Chaotic management and low efficiency in property management, the problems with the owners' cooperation, and the marking scheme not applied to the owners. All of these are not resolved. The Housing Authority and the Housing Departments are unable to resolve these issues. Now, we need to take a bold approach and break new ground in resolving this issue. Now, TPS is a policy with the relevant historical background, but we need to be scientific and move with times. It is proven that there are inherent problems within the TPS. Public housing is the most important public resource. It has a significant meaning in terms of redistribution of wealth and fairness in society. In deciding whether we should relaunch TPS, we need to consider whether it will really be helpful in addressing the deep-rooted issues in Hong Kong. We need to tread carefully. Mr. Stanley. Thank you, President. Mr. Chan Hock-Fung moved the motion on relaunching and enhancing the sales scheme for public rental housing units. I have deep feelings. Over the past 2 decades, the community I served as a district councillor was Yuan Estate, a TPS estate in Ma On Shan. Now, the title of the motion is Relaunching and Enhancing, and means both relaunching and enhancing must happen simultaneously. In the debate, many members mentioned the existing issues with TPS. I agree, and true, there are really problems with TPS. So the question is whether we should relaunch the TPS. Mr. Chen Hock-Fung mentioned the DAB's survey. A lot of sitting tenants would like to buy the flats they are living in. They even apply for rehousing with the HA to TPS estates so that they can have the option of buying the flats. Why would they do that? Well, imagine if you are living in a rented unit for a very long time. Do you feel that it is your own home? Would you be willing to splash out money to make it your dream house? I don't think so. But if you are the owner, you would treasure the house. You would invest more in the house because it is your permanent home. That's the reality. TPS can offer a permanent home to our citizens, so I support relaunching and enhancing TPS. These two concepts must exist together. By relaunching, some may think that we are trying to relaunch the old program with all the previous flaws. These problems can be solved. Mr. Chen Fong and also the DAB suggested giving the housing department a greater role in management. And they told us their design. For example, setting aside part of the revenue generated from the sale as a sinking fund for maintenance with injection by the housing department, and allowing the housing department to manage the estate. So this can be done. It's just about doing some maths and having the will to do it. So relaunching and enhancing can happen together. In Mr. Dennis Leung's amendment, he says the government should stipulate that owners under the TPS 2.0 should only be allowed to sell their units back to the housing authority. Oh, but by then, the units may become very dilapidated. The HA has to spend money on buying the home and renovating the home. So there should be other options. The owners can choose to sell the house back to the HA or in the free market. They should be given the liberty to do so. So I have reservation on Mr. Dennis Leung's amendment. Now the management issues, including the communal facilities and common areas. This is what makes the public worry. So as I said, we need to take forward relaunching and enhancing simultaneously. Then we can meet the aspiration of the public. Now you only have to pay several $1,000s for rent as a PRH tenant. Then the next rung of the ladder is $11,000 for renting a home in the private market. There is a huge gap between the two rungs. If I can spend $4,000 or $5,000 in living in the units that I'm owning, that would be great. So I support the motion. Mr. Peter Chiu. Thank you, President. Today's motion is relaunching and enhancing the sales scheme for PRH units. I declare interest. I'm a member of the Housing Authority. Now, simply put, today's motion is whether we should allow sitting tenants in PRH estates to buy the flats and become homeowner. In 1991, before the return to the motherland, there was such a scheme, and 1998, another round. In the first round, only 7.4% of the units were sold, so it was a failure. The second time, in 2005, the then government said that there were problems for units unsold, and with some units sold, it led to a lot of problems in management and repair. Now, some units, actually the units in the estates are supposed to be leased to PRH applicants. If some are sold, then the supply would dwindle. Now, the ultimate goal is to help those in need, those who cannot afford to buy a home or rent a home in the private market. We have to give them a roof, so this is an option for them. Now, some people who earn $10,000 per month, they can choose to rent a PRH unit, and after 10 years, the income, they earn more and they have children, so they would choose to move to other markets. Now, some say we should allow the sitting tenants to remain in the house and choose to buy the flat, but there are problems. For instance, management issues, and second, you need to give the flats to those in need. They become more well off, so they should be asked to vacate the house. The waiting time is 5.8 years. The applicants on the waiting list have to live in subdivided units. And now you are saying that we should let the sitting tenants who have become more well off to buy the house. There is a problem of logic. Mr. Chen Yong.
Thank you, President. I thank Mr. Chang Hock-Fung for moving the motion on relaunching and enhancing the sales scheme for public rental housing units. Like President Xi Jinping said, we need to enhance people's sense of well-being. We have to enhance the idea of family among the community, and we have to show care and love to each other. Some members mentioned about problems such as mixed tenure and the role of management of the housing authority. Whether we sell the units or not, I think the housing authority has to enhance its management. In the past, the tenants purchase scheme yielded great results. It's just that we saw a drop in the number of units sold because of certain reasons. What I want to say is that in most of the private housing estates in Hong Kong, there are both tenants and owners. We have to ensure how we can manage these housing estates well. Property management companies as well as the Hong Kong Housing Authority have to enhance their management. They have to do it together with the owners' corporations. If the Housing Authority or the OCs get to take part in the management process, then issues can be resolved. Some members also talked about turnover of PRH units. It is mostly grassroots families that are living in PRH units now. People grow up in PRH units. Children who grow up from PRH units may be able to afford to buy the units that they're living in. If you don't sell these units, children will have to move out of these housing estates. Should you force elderly tenants to leave the housing estates? If you relaunch the TPS, then you can keep the entire family together. Young people nowadays are hard to purchase a flat. If you allow them to stay in public rental housing units, you'll help them to stay with their family. We need to stick to facts and data as we study whether we should relaunch the scheme. Mr. Chang Hock-Fung urges the administration to study relaunching and enhancing the sales scheme for public rental housing units. He urges the administration to study the matter. So you have to study when is the appropriate time to relaunch the housing unit scheme. You should also think about whether you should first launch a pilot scheme. Then you can help enhance the sense of well-being of families. You can then take care of elderly people of our city. You can ensure that there are enough resources for our children to grow up in this city. Thank you. Mr. Lee Chun-kung. President, a lot of Chinese people would like to own their homes. TPS helped deal with a lot of home ownership issues. Last year, in this council, we discussed management issues under the tenants purchase scheme. Some members, including Ms. Doreen Kong as well as Mr. Peter Shiu, also talked about these issues. There is a question mark to TPS because it is part of public housing. Would that impede the turnover of public housing units if we relaunch the scheme? Would it make the waiting time for PRS units longer? Well, I want to focus on two problems, that is, management and maintenance issues of TPS housing estates. Some owners told us that they took money out of their own pocket to purchase the units, but they feel like they have lost the money because they have to pay for maintenance and repair. For instance, common area public facilities including ramps, sports courts, the maintenance of all these facilities the cost of maintenance have to be shared among owners. The housing department is responsible for these management and repair works. However, they don't do anything, or they don't make constructive comments during meetings with owners' corporations, and we see unfairness because of this. There may be bid rigging because of this. There are also disputes and conflicts between owners and tenants. We have owners and tenants in the same housing estate, and the marking scheme for tackling misdeeds of tenants may not work effectively. There is water seepage problem. There are all kinds of problems within the housing estate, and disputes between tenants and owners may arise. If we are to enhance the tenants purchase scheme, we'll have to rename it. We can draw reference from the practice in Singapore. They have HDB, and they also allow people to purchase HDB flats. The government help deals with renovation issues for the tenants. I think the government has to consider all the problems I mentioned before it considers relaunching the scheme. Thank you. Mr. Kwok Wai-Kung. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the amendment made by Mr. Dennis Low. I'd also like to thank Mr. Chang Hock Foong for moving the original motion so that we have the chance to discuss this topic today. As mentioned by the Secretary, the government has no plan in the short term to expand the tenants purchase scheme. However, I think it's good that we can have a discussion about this here. Properties in Hong Kong are too expensive. We all aspire to have our own homes. However, should we purchase our own homes necessarily? People who live in public rental housing, they don't have to worry about down payment or mortgage. I was previously a member of the Housing Authority. When I served as a member, it was when the GSH was rolled out. There was a need for GSH. To tackle the issue about mixed tenure, we saw the launch of GSH. The positioning of the scheme was clear, and it's been effective. With GSH, should we still have the tenants purchase scheme? I think we have to consider all kinds of factors before we decide whether to relaunch the scheme. I think this is an important tool for us to redistribute resources in the community. PRH is a kind of subsidy for our people. If all PRH units are sold, then the government will lack an important tool to reallocate resources. Back in 2000, I worked as the assistant of Ms. Chen Yunhan, and I attended a residents' meeting. Back then, Ms. Chen told residents that it looked like the owners paid a very low price to purchase their units, but then at the same time they had to take up greater responsibilities. I also served as a electoral member of geographical constituency. One member told me that after buying a PRH unit, he had to pay a lot of money for maintenance and repair. In Fenghua Estate, there are 2 buildings. All 3 blocks were situated on the hill, and they have to use pipes to pump water to the residential units. In the past, the Hong Kong Housing Authority took care of the water pumping problem. But after the units were sold under the TPS, the residents or the owners had to take care of the water problem themselves. And the problem still exists now, and the government would not build another water pipe for them to resolve the issue. If the government is to relaunch the tenants purchase scheme, the government will only sell a unit, but not the facilities in the vicinity. We should make reference to the HDB flats in Singapore. We should prevent speculations. And we have to consider whether tenants are interested in purchasing the units they are living in from the Hong Kong Housing Authority. We have to set a great target if we are to relaunch the scheme. Can we follow the practice in Singapore like the HDB flats, which managed to offer homes to their people? Thank you.
Dr. Junius Ho. President, the government should consider relaunching a scheme to sell public rental housing flats. This is worth exploring. After so many years, there are 3 reasons for me saying this. First, the market. We're not trying to interfere with the market. We're creating a market instead. We need to create a good market. In Hong Kong, millions of people are living in public rental housing estate. Many people believe in home ownership. People feel more assured when they own their homes. So to meet this public aspiration, we need to give people what they want. Now, on the tenant purchase scheme or TPS, it's about the mixed tenure. So management issues come up, there's tension, you have both tenants and owners there. We think about the issue when someone has brought this up. 180,000 people living there, 81% of the units have been sold. For the remaining 19% of the units, the unsold TPS units, can we have flexibility? For the 19% of unsold units, we cannot force those tenants to buy those flats. Let's tell them they get priority in buying their flats. If not, let's open up the 19% of unsold TPS units to all PRH residents across the city, because other people will be keen to buy those 19% of TPS flats. Let's have the housing authority coordinate the work. If the sitting tenants of the 19% of unsold TPS flats don't buy those flats, let's open up the flats for other PRH tenants buy those flats. We are stuck with this 81 versus 19 split of owners versus tenants. We are stuck with the fixed tenure. The marking scheme doesn't work. The business gets complicated. But my idea can come in. I'm offering you this idea. It's $1 million idea. I'm giving you the idea because you cannot come up with it. So now my second point. Our housing policy is really getting people to move down instead of move up the housing ladder. People try to get on the queue for public rental housing as soon as they graduate. And even for people who are well off, they worry about exceeding the income limit for public rental housing, so they wonder if their children can get paid in cash instead to stay within the income limit. This is a serious problem. Is the government aware of the issue? Is there enforcement? No. Dishwashers get paid in cash. So it's a system that encourages breaking the law, tax evasion. The public housing system as it is encourages moving down the housing ladder. When you take my idea and you have all the TPS flats, you have a TPS estate of owners, we can do many things about the estate. Let's create the market and we can have endless possibilities. TPS flat owners should be allowed to sell their flats, but we need to have some kind of restrictions because the sitting tenants buy their flats at a discount. So when they sell it, the same discount should apply too. But the housing authority can also decide not to buy back and let the tenants or owners sell their flats instead. We can think about that. Mr. Ambrose Lam, I welcome Mr. Chen Hock-Fong's motion so that we can discuss this idea. Selling public rental housing flats will disrupt the housing ladder, and this can create many long-term issues. Just as Mr. Peter Xu and Mr. Doreen Kong discussed the issues I have in mind. Now, one more point from me. It's about maintenance for aging building stock. Take Choi Hong Estate, Wafu Estate. The HA owns the estate. Find a satisfactory solution and the redevelopment can happen. But when you have PRH units that have been sold, there are owners, not everyone is a tenant. Redevelopment will prove tricky. When the HA is not the major landlord, the HA will have little say. The HA may believe they are better off redeveloping the estate, but some owners may oppose, and then the government will have to spend money to buy back the TPS flats, and then we can proceed with the compulsory sale, and that will cause problems. The latest government figures show for the 165 compulsory sale cases, the proceeds to each owner on average was 1.83 times of the original property value of those owners. So the government will have to pay those owners extra to buy back the flat, and that will be a cost to taxpayers. So selling PRH units will not be a good thing. Let's think this through carefully. Selling PRH units will disrupt our housing ladder and prevent people with housing needs to get on the housing ladder and access public housing. I urge the Secretary for Housing to act with caution on this point. Dr. Simon Lee. Thank you. I've heard pros and cons, in-depth, well-justified arguments. So let me propose an alternative perspective. My point is similar to that made by Mr. Ambrose Lam. I'm approaching this as a matter of town planning. Have we thought about why we haven't had shanty towns, concentrated shanty towns in Hong Kong? There are many factors at play. We have our social welfare system. The government owns many public housing estates. The housing estates age. Society changes over time. The government can redevelop the estate and rehouse the residents elsewhere. So we don't have concentrated shanty towns. When you look at public housing in that light, you see public housing is a safety net. Public housing is also a buffer for town planning. I so submit. I just hope I can bring in this fresh perspective. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Chang Ho-Fung, you may now speak on the amendments. President, I thank the 3 members for their amendments. 27 members have spoken on this topic. I understand that members have different views on whether we should relaunch the tenants purchase scheme. Members have different expectations on the scheme. I've listened to different views. I'm happy that we have this discussion. It shows that after the improved electoral system, we can have constructive discussions on livelihood issues. I'd like to respond to some of the views raised. In my original motion, Mr. Chang Ho-Fung, you are supposed to speak on the amendments. Yes, I think the administration should not simply reject our proposal. As mentioned in my original motion, our goal is to have the administration study relaunching and enhancing the sales scheme for PRH units to help address fiscal deficit. Ms. Chen Yut-ming enriches our discussion with her amendment, so I support her amendment. As to the amendment made by Mr. Scott Leung, I speak in support of that as well. We're seeing a more stable housing supply. Over the past 5 years, there are about 10,000 public rental housing units per year, and in the next year we have 20,000, and according to the government we will see 30,000 public rental housing units. So according to the government we have stable housing supply, and there are 20,000 new applicants for PRH units. So we have adequate supply of public housing. And this is in line with the statistics provided by Mr. Scott Leung, so I speak in support of the amendment made by Mr. Leung. On the amendment made by Mr. Dennis Leung, there are several reasons why I do not support his amendment. The Hong Kong Housing Authority will not buy back units that have been sold because it may affect the financial position of the Housing Authority. Also, coming up every year, the Housing Authority will have to build 40,000 units per year, so it's under great pressure. We also have to allow owners or tenants to enjoy benefits of increased value of their properties. Under HOS and GSH, are you also going to restrict owners to only reselling the units to the owners or to the government? So the amendment made by Mr. Dennis Leung may affect the sales of public housing units. So we object to his proposal. Thank you.
Secretary for Housing. President, I thank Mr. Chen Hock-Fong and other members who spoke on this motion. I thank them for their interest in exploring ways to relaunch and enhance the tenant purchase scheme. Members shared many great insights. I can see where members are coming from, and that is helping tenants with means to own their homes, giving them a stronger sense of belonging to the community, maintaining social stability, letting grassroots move up the social ladder, narrowing the wealth gap. Based on the current financial forecast, the Housing Authority can meet the building costs up to 2027 to 28, and that's building 110,000 public housing units. But the housing supply will happen in a backloaded way. This means 2/3 of the units will be completed in the second 5-year period. The building costs will keep rising, starting from 2028 to 29. That's why we have said that the Housing Authority will impose strict control over costs. We will commit resources with prudence and efficiency, and we will also look at ways to boost revenue and contain costs. We have looked at the previous tenant purchase scheme. We believe caution is warranted in considering any relaunch of such a scheme. There are 2 principles we need to pay heed to. First, we cannot sell assets cheap. And second, we need to avoid the issues arising from mixed tenure. As I said in my opening remarks, the Housing Authority has been actively safeguarding the rights of tenants of TPS estates and doing everything possible to ensure proper arrangement for management. The marking scheme has also been applied to TPS flats. Say noise issues, 7 marks will be deducted. Leakage, 15 points. At 16 points, the tenant will be evicted. With the marking scheme, we will keep working on improvements to the estate management work. We agree that we should encourage tenants with means to buy subsidized sale flats so that they can move up the housing ladder. But the more direct way to go is to sell GSH and HOS flats. Now, PRH tenants can apply as green form applicants, and they can buy HOS flats. The Housing Authority also offers GSH flats exclusive to green form applicants. Many members brought up home ownership for young people. Home ownership and the opportunity to get on the housing ladder are close to our heart. The Housing Bureau has been working to enrich the housing ladder to help young people move up the ladder. Apart from HOS flats, there are starter homes. We also regularize the GSH and WSM schemes to give young people more opportunities to buy subsidized sale flats. Let's look at the buyers of subsidized sale flats. People aged 40 or below make up the bulk of them. Now let's look at those who managed to buy the first-hand HOS flats. Nearly half of them are aged 40 or below, and over 80% of WSM flat buyers are aged 40 or below. Let's look at starter homes. 86% of applicants are those aged 40 or below. 85% of the buyers are aged 40 or below. The Housing Authority has also relaxed the mortgage arrangements, and this means relaxing the maximum mortgage default guarantee period and repayment period. That arrangement means more units can be bought and sold on the market. This will also let more families access mortgage. This means better chances for young families to own their homes. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority has also announced a suspension to stress test for property mortgages. We hope these policies can help young people with home ownership, and then they can move up the housing ladder and improve their lives. Some members suggest that allowing the sale of TPS flats only to the housing authority. We believe such restriction would make the TPS less attractive and make it harder for sitting tenants buying their units to move up the housing ladder. Members have also expressed concern over the waiting time for public rental housing. Mr. Dennis Leung, for example, proposed that we need to make sure certain conditions apply, such as keeping the waiting time to 3 years before we relaunch the TPS. Given the long waiting time for PRH flats, now we don't have the conditions for relaunching the TPS. The HA will keep an eye on the overall housing supply and adjust its policies in a timely manner. We thank members for reminding us that we need to handle the private and public housing markets with care. We need to strike a balance. And this is where caution is warranted. All in all, relaunching the TPS is all about the timing. We need to examine all the factors with care, the housing ladder, the split of different kinds of housing, how we can strike a proper balance, how we can avoid overlapping or competing housing ladders. The current term government is making every effort to create land and build housing. We're working to streamline procedures, step up coordination across departments. We boost speed, efficiency, quantity, and efficiency. We build faster and build more, and that's the overarching principle for our housing policy. With more HOS and GSH flats, we can meet the home ownership aspirations of more families, and that means those families can free up more flats for other applicants with housing needs. On the basis of the current system, the housing authority will continue to enhance the management of TPS estates. We will encourage more owners of TPS flats with the dedication and capacity to take part in estate management, so that we can all work together and create a better living environment. Let's work together and create a well-organized, safe, and pleasant living environment. President, I so submit.
I now call upon Mr. Dennis Leung to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Dennis Leung's amendment be passed. Mr. Dennis Leung has claimed a division. The division bell will ring for 5 minutes.
開始表決。
Will members please proceed to vote? Will members please check their votes? If there are no queries, voting shall now stop and the result will be displayed. Members returned by the election committee: 36 present, 5 favor, 11 against, 20 abstentions. Members returned by functional constituencies and geographical constituencies: 46 present, 12 in favor, 18 against, 15 abstentions. I think the question is not agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment negative. Ms. Darry Lee. President, I move that in the event of further divisions being claimed in respect of the motion or any amendments thereto, this Council do proceed to each of such divisions immediately after the division bell has been rung for 1 minute. Would those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion passed. I now propose Ms. Chen Yut-ming, please move your amendment. President, I move my amendment. I now put the question to you that Ms. Chen Yut-ming's amendment be passed. Mr. Bill Tang has claimed a division. The division bell will ring for 5 minutes. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Will members please proceed to vote? Members please check their votes. If there are no queries, voting shall now stop and the result will be displayed. Members returned by the election committee: 36 present, 20 in favor, 3 against, 13 abstentions. Members returned by FC and GC: 46 present, 30 in favor, 8 against, and 7 abstentions. The question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Scott Learn, as the preceding amendment is passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Mr. Scott Learn's further amendment be passed. Mr. Dennis Leung has claimed a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Will members please proceed to vote? Will members please check their votes? If there are no queries, voting shall now stop and the result will be displayed. Members returned by the election committee: 36 present, 21 in favor, 3 against, 12 abstentions. Members returned by FC and GC: 46 present, 33 in favor, 8 against, and 4 abstentions. The question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Chang Hok-fung, you still have 1 minute and 20 seconds to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Mr. Chang Hok-fung. President, I'm happy that we had a very serious discussion on the topic today. Whether members agree to or object to the proposal or the original motion, I think that we should all think about how we should build our property ladder. We think PRH tenants, they should move from PRH unit to HOS unit and then to private housing flats. We need to have a comprehensive property ladder in order for people to achieve that. Thank you. I now put the question to you that Mr. Chang Hok-fung's motion as amended by Mr. Dennis Leung, Ms. Chen Yut-ming, and Mr. Scott Leung be passed. Mr. Dennis Leung has claimed a division. The division bell will ring for 1 minute. Will members please proceed to vote? Will members please check their votes? If there are no queries, voting shall now stop and the result will be displayed. Members returned by the Election Committee, 36 present, 22 in favor, 3 against, 11 abstentions. Members returned by FC and GC, 46 present, 33 in favor, 8 against, and 4 abstentions. The question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended passed. I now adjourn the Council until 11 a.m. on Wednesday, the 27th of March 2024.